A fourth day of high-stakes cash game action comes your way with a little bit of a wrinkle. More on that later. Ali Nejad and Poker Hall of Famer Brian Rast welcoming you back to continuing coverage of the Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational Part 2. There is a look at a six-handed field to kick things off. Blinds of 500? 500, Rast? This looks uncharacteristically small.
Wow, they're really kicking it down, aren't they?
No, but there's an explanation, isn't there?
There is. So, guys, we're all very lucky today. I hope you pull in for a treat. Watch, don't go anywhere, because it's going to take a minute to understand. They're playing the Squid game. Is that right, Ollie?
Super Squid, Crazy Squid, I believe, is what we're referring to.
Oh, yeah, not just the regular Squid game. So they came up with this thing. It started as the stand-up game. Is kind of really the evolution of it, right?
Where and let's unpack the stand-up game first.
Stand-up game is everybody would stand up, and the last person, when you win a hand, you get to sit down, and the last person standing then pays everybody else like a fixed amount that you agree on. And then this evolved into the Squid game, where when you win the pot, you get tokens, and then like many variants of the Squid game. And essentially, the Squid game is kind of like the stand-up game on steroids, where instead of it doesn't really just punish the last person, it punishes anybody within a set given a time that doesn't win a hand. And then the more hands you win during that round, like the better you do. And throughout the day, we'll explain. Don't want to upload everything at the same time. We'll explain some of the rules.
We don't need to show. Sure. Up to you guys. No need to show. No need to show. Andy say show or no show? Which can come? Maybe I'm a Baba can. No show, no need show because TV. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. I showed my first hand anyway. Okay. Okay. After this hand, no more show. Okay. All right.
So this was a Victor button raised to 5,000 after multiple limpers. And then Elton, out of the big blind, made it 25K. And you see that little white ornament he picked up there? That is a squid. So courtesy of that, there's like a bounty, a condition that the guys place upon each of those little, let's call them squids. Right, Rasty?
Yes. And, I mean, you can see that the play was instantly very different. Like, the first three people just called. The raise was the 10x to 5K. The re-raise was 5x. You know, so there's a very big premium on winning the pot. Essentially, you know, we'll get into the specifics as the day goes on, but you play around, I believe it is
well, for
10 hands.
10 squids.
And so there's 10 squids because whoever wins the pot is given a squid. And if there's a chop, no squid is given out. There's one less squid that round.
Now, we're six-handed right now. There's going to be 9 squids. So basically that quote-unquote length of time is 9 hands. In these 9 hands, it is incumbent upon you to win at least 1 squid. Failure to do so is where you begin to pay all others who are in possession of squids.
Yes. Anyone who doesn't have a squid at the end of the round, the 10 hands, is a pair.
And you immediately understand why it is that people's VPIP is going to go way the heck up, because they want to be involved and be able to win pots, because the penalty for not winning a pot in these 9 hands that we're going to play is severe. If somebody wins multiple squids, Rast, there's also a compounding effect in terms of doubles and triples.
Yeah, what is each squid worth? How they're playing right now? Is it worth
2K, I believe?
Yeah.
Is the negotiated price per squid, as we see 2 players, Kao and Wang, involved here. ST, a button raised to 4,000, a 3-bet out of Rui's big to 20 is how we arrive at this 10-8-5 flop. Rui following through with the 2 overs. Some backdoor prospects, one of which materialize on this turn. As he picks up the diamond draw, ST hanging in with 7s, which are still in the lead. But Rui's going to jam. 154K into 100. And I don't need to tell you, something's in the air as the impact of the Squid game being immediately felt.
So this is interesting. Obviously, Rui has a little bit more incentive to play his hand this way. 7s with a diamond's kind of a tough hand to call with. If you're behind, you only have 2 outs. you know, you're sort of blocking some draws. So even if you think your opponent is a little bit draw heavy, it's still pretty tough.
유치한 TV.
Pay-per-view. Pay-per-view.
Maybe you can choose the first hand only.
Tough to call with just sevens there, even though they were the best hand at that price.
But yeah, it's a progressive form of stand-up. And just to give you guys an idea on the multipliers, when you get to 3 squids, all your squids pay double. If you get to 5, they pay triple, 7, quadruple, 9, 5x. And if you win all 10 squids, it's a 6x multiplier.
Now
Trying to
again,
even think what that would be. 10 times 2 is 20K times a 6 multiplier. That's everybody pays you 120K.
now, it would be pretty tough to win 10 consecutive
course.
hands. Obviously, this is why it's so drastic. But do want to point out that 6-handed, it's a 9-squid affair. 7-handed, it's a 10-squid affair. So the maximum multiplier in terms of the progressive will be 5x. Each squid worth 2, and all you want to do is make sure you lay claim to at least one of them. So then, here we go. Straddle to 1K from Tan. 5 players take the 10-5-3 board. Top pair for the straddler. At least a pair of 3s for Elton as Schwen leads for 3,000. Malinowski with the gutter. No diamond on board, and he's still going to peel. Elton already with the squid, so he's not so much playing defense as he is offense on the hunt to get at least 3 of them for a multiplier. Down to 3-handed action. The 4 pairs Malinowski, but gives Tan 10s up.
Wow, 10s and 4s. It's a pretty big hand on a very draw-heavy board.
But the thing is, ranges are so wide. This was straddled. You know people are hopping in with just about anything, especially as you get deeper into the squid round. Those players without one are really going to be getting after it.
Sure, which means it's probably a little more likely someone has a straight, but also a lot more likely someone has 2 pair.
Well, might that be Elton? As we saw Malinowski bow out. Ace on the end. 4 to a wheel out there. Ace is up, a potential concern.
I don't think so, because it went like Elton didn't re-raise pre-flop. Maybe ace-3 off, but I don't think he has ace-3 of clubs. He could have like 3 deuce suited.
Well, Schwen is going to check, and this does open the door, by the way, for Elton to get a little savage.
Yeah, if he has like 3-6, maybe he bluffs here. It's hard for him to really have a worse hand. But I have a feeling Tan is not folding 10-4.
Now he checked back, and we may never know what was nestled under there. Whatever it wasn't enough to beat the 10s and 4s, and so Tan grabs a plate of calamari.
I really wonder if anyone has ever played in like a 6 or 7-handed squid game where somebody scooped it, like 10x.
I haven't heard about the scoop, but I know Seth Gottlieb is a big fan of both our high-stakes cash games and Squid Game in particular. And I believe he mentioned someone who had picked up 6 squids, I think. So that's the quadrupler, if I'm not mistaken, or is it more than that?
Looks like 6 is, according to this particular game,
That would
just
only
a
be good
triple.
for a triple, okay. Remember, though, if you're playing 6-handed, you're only playing 9 squids. You've got 6 of them. That means, at a bare minimum, 2 people are going to be paying you triples, right?
Yeah.
If of the remaining 3 pots or squids, it was just 1 apiece for 3 of the remaining 5 players in a 6-handed game, 2 guys are without. And if 1 player had won all 3 of the remaining squids, it would get very ugly for the other 4 between you and the only other player to win a pot. As we see Tan with the Jack-10 suited, 3-betting and taking it. By the way, don't feel bad if you're a little bit confused at this point. It is if you're unfamiliar with the stand-up game, a relatively novel concept, one that's going to take some time to get your head around. But
It's not mine.
the immediacy of the manner in which action is created by the Squid Game is irrefutable.
Well, I guess if everybody wins a squid, then nobody gets paid, which is possible. I could have a situation where a lot of people have one and a couple people have a few squids. So in a certain sense, once you have a squid, I guess you don't want someone without a squid to win, kind of. Like
100%.
Here's the thing about this game.
The
is
meta
that
of trying to deny someone an opportunity to gain a squid.
there's think about it this way. We talk about poker and, the solver and what does it say here and how should you play this hand. This is adding so many little wrinkles into like what you should theoretically do, and it's so kind of complicated and dynamic. And this is why they're playing it, because it's like, okay, let's add something that's going to make everyone gamble. It's going to make everyone like try hard to win pots, and at the same time throws everyone out of like, let's call it preparation, into like these dynamic situations where who knows exactly how much these squids are worth. I mean, and I'm pretty good at math, just looking at this initially, very difficult to try to calculate this stuff on the fly.
By the way, ST was in the straddle, found himself a couple of fours, but unfortunately with a limper and then both a raise and a 3-bet in front of him from 6 to 30. He had to leave, and Elton decides to make it 66. Now here's the thing. Andy Nee does not have a squid. If I'm not mistaken, this is hand number 4, Rast?
Yeah.
Of the slated 9. So with each successive hand, you recognize the urgency of a squidless opponent to get after it, trying to prevent themselves from getting torched.
And look at this pot. Andy has 3-bet called King 9 off, and Elton has a 6. Elton probably going after Andy because he recognizes Andy doesn't need a big hand since Andy doesn't have a squid.
And Andy doesn't have any help, by the way, on this 7-5-3 board where that 6 of clubs is sitting very pretty.
God, I'm feeling like I got to like Elton's hand. I mean, I don't know what that other card is, but if it's a club, I mean, if it's a suited connector, ace of clubs, I mean, it's a pretty big flop for the 6 of clubs.
Yep. Ask yourself how often you're going to see $140,000 in the middle pre-flop with these two hands, especially when the blinds are 500-500, no less. But that's exactly where we find ourselves as Elton follows through. Downsized 55. Now, mind you, they're playing just 124,000 effective.
So Andy, I wonder if he's thinking, we got the king of clubs, a couple overcards. Thing is, 55K, yeah, that's a lot. He only has 132K there.
And King 9 forced out as a multi-squid situation arises for both Tan Xuan and Elton, who have 2 apiece.
And they've been getting after it.
Actually, the pocket change. 1 hour, 21 times. Yeah.
This is going to be hand number 6 now then? I thought that might have been the 4th. It was the 5th.
I mean, we're going to see some light get-ins today. I mean, just think about this. Really, nobody's had a hand yet, but, like, if people are making these massive 3 and 4 bets with, like, King 9 off and whatever, like, if you have 10s or just, like, 8s, sometimes you're just like, let's go. Right?
I mean, it doesn't take 10s or 8s, right? Sometimes you look around and go, there's 2 hands left.
No, I just mean,
I'm
like,
just going to play some roulette.
like, that's kind of like a big hand.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, like 8s,
Sure.
you know? But, I mean, there's a 500 big blind. 8s is like 400 blinds, you know? But you're kind of like, wow, 8s. Like, this is kind of a big hand here.
You know, the pretty little sunny side up egg that was just a 2-card no-limit hold'em game has been stone scrambled.
Yeah.
Now. So many wrinkles and layers, as you pointed out, Rast, especially as you get deeper down the round. Now, Andy's desperation grows. Limps. And as much as Andy is desperate to pick up his first, those with multiple squids are vying to get into the progressive element
the
with a
people
minimum
with two,
of 3.
I think 3 is the doubler.
Yep.
So Elton has 2, and so does Tan.
Here we go. 5 players looking up at 347 Rainbow. The joint for Malinowski, who is squidless, but he's performing quite well here. Bet's just 1,500. ST lets go a bottom pair with 3 to act behind him.
So having no squid probably increases him wanting to fast play this, both like, okay, taking it down's not the end of the world. You get a squid from 0, and you immediately start building a pot.
And expect that maybe some people are going to apply some pressure, in particular if you have the multi-squid opposition in there. So Elton peels on the hunt for a 5 or a spade instead.
Poor Andy.
Tore one off and now finds what looks like such an inconsequential queen, but this could prove painful.
Yeah, Andy's going to lose. I mean, with no squid, feel like he's going to figure out a way to call and call river. Right?
12,000 now into 7. And Victor knows exactly what he's doing, Rast. As a squidless opponent, he's making himself look desperate.
I agree. I feel like Elton is... Oh, my goodness.
Elton is getting after it with dust. Makes it 40. And look at how uncomfortable this is for Andy. And this is brilliant because both of the guys Elton's up against here don't have a squid and are expected to be in here relatively light on the hunt for one.
Oh, my goodness.
Andy cold calls the 40, understandably given the meta, and now it's back over to the man who's sitting with the stones.
I mean, Victor, you just ship it here. Right?
Why not?
Yeah. Like, we have the nuts, and we don't have a squid.
And there's 80 just dangling, available for claim.
Look how crazy this turn was. Like, Andy cold called a 40K raise with a queen, and Elton made the raise.
90.
And saying, by the way, he started this mess. When you see the fold from Elton and you're Andy, you're like, thanks, bud.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Really nice.
Because, like, if Elton just folds, Andy just calls 12 and probably calls like 40 on the river or whatever. But now he's in the blender.
Especially because he's looking at this and going, is this a desperate Malinowski? Here on hand number 6 of 9.
Well, I guess at this point he's asking himself, like, will Malinowski do this, make it 90 with, like, a diamond draw or something? And he ends up saying no.
Yep.
And he's right. At least in this, he was right this time.
So Victor can exhale as he picks up a little squiddy. You see just 3 remaining there in front of the shot clock.
It's interesting. I kind of feel like in the squid game, the move there is just to shove. Like, if you're Malinowski, and let's say you just had a huge draw, you just have, like, the king 6 of diamonds, and you decide not to call, you decide you want to play it aggro, like, you probably don't click it. You probably just rip it.
By the way, the only 2 without a squid at this point are Andy and ST with 3 hands to be played. My guess is they're hopping in, and Andy would have done it with far less than pocket jacks, but this is a nice development for him.
I mean, the thing is, it's not the worst hand to just limp, because you can just, like, limp jam. Then again, you could make it 15,000. A 30x. Ooh, it looks like ST doesn't have a squid either. But
Yeah, just pointed that out, and he's not going to be picking one up here. It's 15 cold. And remember, Andy understands what he looks like right now. A man that's foaming at the mouth in search of seafood.
guess the problem with limp re-raising is the times it doesn't get raised. But so far, that hasn't happened once.
How about middle set on an ace-high board here? Unfortunately for Andy, while a squid does seem in his future, action from Elton does not. bet and take it so he can exhale. And now only 2 hands left for ST to prevent having to pay all other parties at the table.
Is he the only squidless?
Squidless, yeah.
Nobody has 3. And ST has 0.
Hello. Hello.
But 2 more squids probably will be awarded. Oh, it looks like it's Aaron. Good. I was hoping Aaron would join the big boys. I enjoyed Aaron in the kitty game.
Now, this is peculiar because all squids have just been redeemed by the dealer. So, did we lose count somehow, Rast?
Yeah, was that the 10th hand, I guess?
Not a chance. First off, it's a 9-squid affair when we're 6-handed.
Okay.
7-handed, we play 10 squids.
Okay.
And I'm relatively certain that it was 2 apiece for Tan and Elton, and then 1 apiece for Rui, Andy, and Victor, which would leave us at 7 squids. Now, there is a chance that these guys are playing just a 7-squid game right now as opposed to a 9. And as I look out, Rast,
well, they're drawing in Aaron.
Did they just call it off? Because I didn't see ST pay out.
Aaron did not get the worst seat draw there. To the in position on Mr. Tan.
And Mr. Sang. Oh, forgive me. Yeah, to the left of Tan Xuan. There it is. Aaron Zhang.
So I guess ST owed. I didn't see him pay either.
Right, so this is why, especially given that it seemed like an abrupt end to that first round, I'm tempted to think they just called it off so that they could draw in Aaron right away and then reset.
There's no
with more
way
squid.
you can call it off, right?
I
Because
mean, I would think you can't.
you can't. It's like the middle of a bet and ST is like losing huge equity or something. I'm sure they resolved it in some way.
But again, I didn't see any payments made.
Oh, it was the other way. Not.
You know, what was the likelihood that that would be the outcome is you zeroed in on the idea that Aaron got a good seat draw and then all of a sudden, flippy floppy.
Maybe ST did pay out. I mean, it says he's minus 62K. I don't
Yeah,
he didn't even,
I don't
like,
know.
Play a hand.
I don't know. A little confusing off the top. Our apologies for not having a beat on things. We're soaking it up the same way those of you at home are with not a whole lot of further information. But obviously, we are doing our best. And wrap your heads around what's about to take place, because it's going to be a whole lot different than what you saw across the first 3 days of this second edition of our Cash Game Invitational. Malinowski up 76,000. Andy Nee down 92, bookending the field. Aaron Zhang, the late arrival, as we're just getting our feet wet. By the way, you ever seen how squid are actually caught in the wild?
No.
Rast? It happens at night. You go where they're hanging out, and then you shine a light at the surface. And for whatever reason, the squid just congregate. And then that's when you grab some sort of aquatic vacuum and just slurp it up, I think. I don't know from there, but I just know they go bananas for the light.
Interesting. Yeah, I feel like they did resolve it, actually, given that ST has that loss. But it's not clear. But, I mean, they must have.
Do you think you could deep fry a squid in the ocean? Just take a vat of hot oil, dump it over the side of the boat with a little bit of batter, some lemon juice. It's probably not going to work.
Yeah, I feel like they dart away. Get singed, but survive.
It's a good read. You mess around and get singed here, by the way. if you end up squidless.
你要
As
8万的
we
话，必须得
re-rack.
多加10万。
So with 7 players, it should be a 10 squid affair. Each squid worth 2K. The doubles start at 3, triples for 5, quadruples for 7.
终于没有2个啊。
It's hand number 1. It's like, do you want to take A7 off out of position from the blind? Everybody says no. And Aaron. Oh, Andy's going to defend this probably.
King Queen against King 8. Zhang announcing himself early here after the Andy limp. 6K ahead to the Jack 10-7 board. A gut shot versus an open ender. Heavy advantage for Zhang.
Yeah, not a good spot for him. I mean,
Andy,
for
that is.
Andy, yeah. And the 9 being the
Stone disaster card.
yeah.
Gonna
Hard,
peel for
hard
10.
to win this one.
What was that, Rast? What was the one card that would be disgusting if you're Andy Nee? Because it's right there on the turn.
Yeah, and I mean, there's like a 3x, under 3x SPR with the Squid game. Just feel like if you're Aaron, you just... It's curious to see how he approaches. Oh, wow. Andy's just going to lead.
In spite of the arrival of hearts, by the way, which he unblocks. But as we've pointed out,
Oh, my
ranges
goodness. Yeah, he's
are a
just
whole
getting
lot
stacked.
different. All right, so Zhang jams.
It
Andy.
doesn't matter. Just a queen to chop. That's it.
Predictably says let's run it twice. He thought maybe, just maybe,
这么好的局你们不早点教我啊！真的是，
be all right.
真的是。
10-1 筹码
Instead, as we can see, Nee is cooked. They'll
And
run
the
it
squid is
twice.
awarded on the first run out.
Yeah.
So Aaron gets the squid.
可以的好20了
And Andy gets Zippo.
ST 这不够朋友啊。
Other than a reload, of course.
So actually, everybody else is cheering for the queen. The queen comes and they chop that first run out, and then no one gets a squid.
Good point.
Yeah.
这主播是真的开心。
Welcome to the game, Aaron.
输了也没那么难过吧？
Didn't take him long, did it?
First hand, he sits down, he gets it all in. Literally can't lose. Wins over 100,000. Must be nice. And the squid.
你这2天怎么样？
Some inquiries with respect to what's the most one person can lose. If we're playing 10 squids, and it is
那来个嘎子吧。
a 7-handed affair, one player wins every single hand of the 10. That leaves 6 players to pay out
谭老板，
what
谭老板
is
最近那个
a 6x multiplier, Rast? Just double checking
Yeah, I
real
think it's
quick. Yeah.
120K.
So as you pointed out, each squid worth 2,000. So you've won 20K, but the 6x makes it 120. 120 times 6 other players, that's $720,000 you can win. The most one individual person can lose 120,000.
Is that the most someone can lose, though?
Yeah. You have 0 squids.
What if...
Oh, you're
just
suggesting
wondering.
that like if there's another permutation whereby multiple people
Yeah.
have doubles or something and it's actually worse?
Like, what if one person wins 7 and another person wins 3?
I'm going to leave you to this, Professor Rast.
Yeah, I don't know.
By the way,
第三是几月啊？
Andy, big blind 3-bet to 35, punishing Elton's ambitions from the button just then.
8月份，你说打3金局的应该是8月份。对啊，8月份。
Shout out to Toss It, by the way, in the YouTube chat who asked us that question as to what's the most you can lose.
No, it's I think it's the 10-6. That's the most somebody wins and the most everybody else loses.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, that one seems really tough, though.
I would venture to guess it may have never happened.
Yeah.
Just because the proliferation of Squid Game is still in its infancy. So I can't imagine it's been played all that much. But going, I mean, I can't even remember the last time I remember, or I saw someone win 10 consecutive hands of poker. You in blackjack, however, we know that you can lose 4 straight.
Yeah, I know.
That we
And
figured out, Mr. Martingale.
Hola.
Meanwhile, here we are in a straddle pot where Tan Xuan's got himself ace-queen. Rui Cao on the button wants to call the herd, and Tan says, no, sir. I'll be taking this squid. Jam. And take it. So he and Aaron claiming the first 2 of 10 squids. There they are, the little white guys.
if this game catches on at some point, little like graphic,
Yeah.
little squid graphics could help out.
I'm curious why whatever it is that we're using isn't an actual squid, because I don't see any tentacles.
Yeah, they're little like white snowmen.
Like weebles, like they don't fall down.
Yeah.
They seem like rubber duckies.
Oh my goodness, aces.
All kitted up is ST.
Here it is.
Limps, just hoping something like this happens. The button of Andy knee. Making it 7. Tan Xuan's king 10 suited. Caught in the crossfire.
What do you limp re-raise to here? Like 30. Oh, they're pretty deep, like 35K.
That does seem to be in the neighborhood of the 3-bet. In limp pots, we've seen the 7.
Yeah, here you
After
37.
multiple players are in there, and then, you know, something in this range has been fairly standard. And back around the Tan.
Tan has a squid.
Nah, but he's going to go ahead and let ST claim his first. Oh, and when you're showing someone quietly the aces, Rasty, I feel like there's a little side action that you got in terms of props, maybe.
8万算10万，15万算15万。
就是补足10万是吧？不是，如果剩5万了，
但是你下一把就加多加10，可能。明白。10万
Oh yeah, there's a couple other rules if I remember. They're not super relevant right now, but obviously we can see this game incentivizes some huge action and big pots. There's a 600K cap, I believe the guys have put on. No one's at 600K yet, but
walk us through this, Rast.
So
what do you mean?
In other words, you can't put in more than 600,000 in a hand. So if people have more than 600K, you get capped at 600,000. That's what a cap is. So at the moment, nobody even has 600K, so it's not a big deal, but that is
still
what the
early.
cap is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you can't have under 100,000. Auto top-up once you get below there.
And if you happen to be under, you're playing 100K, you're playing behind in the hand.
And understandable why we would put that rule on, because, you know, you can't free roll a squid.
Dude, being short stacked in this game be a massive advantage just to kind of ship it and, you know, whatever.
Straddle on.
You realize your equity if someone calls you.
Elton made it 4K with the suited connector. Rui flatted. Kings for Andy have taken us up to 26,000. Now ST with a couple of 8s. The hand amongst a couple that you mentioned early is being very valuable, very big relative to their 2-card normal street counterpart, and yet ST finds the muck. Has a squid, though.
He does. Elton doesn't. Has a nice little playable one.
Makes the call. Window card was pretty. The rest of the run out, not quite as much, although he does have a gut shot.
We do know that 8s were folded. So unfortunately for Elton, that's half of his outs.
Yep. Checking over to Andy. In comes the follow through. 20,000.
Feel like post flop, your incentive to slow play goes down a little bit in this game, since it's always good to win the pot, so you get a squid. Probably affects the types of lines you take and your range a little bit. Yeah, Elton I think just has too much here to let it go. Backdoor diamonds as well. But that's a real bad card for Elton. He's probably done with this. And again, I think if you're Andy here, sometimes you might normally check back. I kind of just think you keep betting with kings in a club here and you're just willing to put in 154K. I'm not saying you should go all in here. You probably actually should bet like half pot or, you know, 45, 50K. I like that. You can definitely come up with some bluffs that do that. Yeah, so he agrees with me.
98 in the middle, and he barrels 45,000.
Yeah. And we saw Elton actually make a pretty crazy play with the 10-6, but I don't think this is the spot.
Indeed, it isn't. So Andy will pick up a second squid on the hunt for a multiplier.
还打不少，真的还打不少。这个，感觉这个 bet 少，感觉怪怪，就不知道到底是。
我推你 all in 要不要？
You know, when one player gets themselves into the progressive, the urgency is quite clearly compounded for the squidless.
Oh, yeah, because now you're paying even more.
Right.
True.
Those squid cards like there. Yeah.
很难打，很难打。
And consequently, there's less squids. Like once one player gets a multiplier,
你买多少？
it starts to become pretty likely that at least one person won't get a squid, right? Because that's at least three to one player at the table.
有一半是那个对子赢的，我感觉。
Ooh, ace-3 of clubs.
Straddle is on. Tan's king 10 has raised it up. Thematically, we've seen a lot of these button raises in multi-way limped affairs. Now, I haven't really clocked whether or not it's from squidless players, but just something I've kept an eye on.
Here comes the 3-bet, and the question is if Tan is going to deal this.
你说你的眼睛大一点还是我的眼睛大一点？
Nope.
来个球，哎。
ST earns himself a second squid.
你就算不结账，就吃个醋了，现在。
You know, I would imagine, Rast, players on the precipice of a progressive multiplier, such as those with 2 squids or 4 squids,
不参与，是我们不带他。
I think you keep an eye on
好吧，那天带他玩，一会儿用了
presumptions
100多。
that, you know,
678，我真的看都看。
they're going to be going harder than they might otherwise.
Yeah, I think, you know, someone with 0, probably the hardest, but then someone with like 2 on the verge of 3, a little bit harder than someone with 1 on the verge of 2.
Right.
Right.
So much
虽
meta.
然不想玩，每次玩一会儿就咚一下，100%。
你那么稳定的，每次都是100%的。
3 limps in front of an ST ace jack in the small, and he is one of those guys hunting the progressive. So here we go. 6 if you do. 1 gapper for Elton.
In this game, the way people are playing, 6K
怎么样？
1038。
feels not that big out of
Yeah.
position versus limpers,
I
but
would
it did
agree.
clear the field there.
Finds
But-
himself heads up, and with a Broadway gut shot out of position against middle pair and backdoor diamonds. 13-5 in the middle. I don't believe Elton has a squid. Nope.
Nope, no squid, middle pair, pretty clean kicker, and backdoor diamonds. So, gotta think he's just peeling this one.
大概15万左右的嘛，这一个。这里算了。
Bet and call of the 8 now. A 9 on the turn. Backdoor club draw taking shape.
It's a card ST could find some barrels, and Elton's hand is a pretty tough one versus a barrel. I mean, he doesn't have a squid. I think in normal poker, Elton's folding this. Like, let's see if the squid game changes it. Because, yeah.
Well, these are 2 guys that are incentivized to go hard, as we pointed out. Someone with 0, someone with 2. ST hunting the multiplier if he picks up a 3rd. Elton hunting his 1st, and here he is with 10s and 8s after hanging tough for the quarter.
That was a pretty big card for Elton. He's now beating a bunch of hands of value like ace, king, ace, you know, king, queen, aces, etc. He was already losing to queen, jack,
white flag being waved by ST. Pretty wet river.
Yeah, and versus check seems like a pretty clear value bet.
75K and take it. So exhalation in the 2 seat.
这个是一个 big improve 啊。
啊？
这个是个 big improve 啊。
把把能看嘛？
对啊，对啊，这个是个 big improve，可以哦。
That's one of those spots, by the way, where the table, if you don't have a squid, certainly prefers Elton winning his first than ST winning his third.
Yeah, you know what? I'm trying to think about this game. You know what I think adjustment is? I feel like when you're in SD's shoes in that spot on the turn, you probably need your bet sizing to go up.
Sure.
Yeah, because
You want to
and
deny
your range
equity
is more
way
polar. Because like with your bluffs, you want to increase the chance of getting a fold, and when you have a good hand, okay, let's just put a lot of money in the pot.
Well, that's exactly what's on Tan Xuan's mind, is he's got aces.
Well, this is going to be an all-in collision the way this is playing. Aces, ace-king already could be in the squid game, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andy's got 2 squids, by the way, so he very much wants to find a third. And Knees Limp, of course, is with designs on potentially trapping. He's found Zhang making it 6,000, and then Tan making it 20. Elton with ace-jack.
Oh, my
Pressure
goodness.
off because he has just 1 squid.
Elton could just orphan 60,000 right here. Because it would go 60,000, Andy all in, Tan overcall, Elton fold if he decides to make a play.
Don't do it.
Kind of tough spot.
I think he folds this.
I mean, Tan has a squid, right?
Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
here he goes.
What did
Bye-bye
you do, Rast?
55,000.
This one's on you. Sang making it 55, basically exactly what you predicted. And shame on me for thinking Elton's not going to get after the boys in spite of a limp raise and 3-bet in front of him. Does this complicate things for the ace-king at all?
I
Or
don't,
Andy's
I don't
just
think so.
like,
Not
slam
in,
dunk, let's
Not
go.
in the squid game. I mean, you're like mildly concerned. But by the way, the 4, he's ahead of the 4-better here. 4-better just has ace-jack.
Tan, by the way, is like, what on earth do you guys have? Aaron.
This is what's going on in Tan is like that scene from Rounders, and all that was going through my head was scenes of Vegas and the fucking Mirage, right here.
这隔离打鱼被反隔离了。
对呀。
我靠！
你也来啊？
对呀，你们20万还不赌啊？好的呢，
Oh my god！
我10。
Elton's like, well, shit. What did I step into here?
Something brown.
这还2次。随便。Two them.
All right, so Andy, of course, predictably,
是。
the man to square off. Over $500,000 pot. And squiddy implications.
又碰鬼。
我靠，这个也
你该碰一次鬼了，实话，你跟我你还不碰一次鬼？
They're going to run it twice.
你总要送我了一些嘛。
这个真没办法。
If somehow this ace-king can win the first run out, which is the only one that has a squid attached to it, he will enter the progressive and be the first player to do so on the day. A king-high board does threaten these aces.
没花 K 吧？
Turn does not.
呀，
你们有托底吗？
Fade the king and free roll.
露露。
That's what Tan wants.
又有股份又有托底。
哎呦 ，OK，
And
第一
that's
关
what
过
he
去，
gets.
第二关没有啊。
He'll claim the squid and a little over $250,000. Second run out to come. 1 king wasted already.
20。
And this does not rate to be the board that yields the pot to Andy. Running diamonds would get it done, though.
他要方块 K。
肥活吧。22。
Andy drawn dead.
方块 K。
Andy, not nearly as amused as Tan is right now.
No, you're right about that.
6,500。22万多少？22万6,500吧，应该是。22万6,500是吧？
让敌了什么？
现在可以补10万了，对吧？10万。
And 3 players with 2 squids
我数的好像
right now.
我
We're actually getting close to the limit. I believe ST, Andy, and Ton all have 2 squids. Aaron has 1, and I think someone else has 1.
这里是22万，22万6500 吧
I。think Elton has 1.
对对
22万2500吧。
对，6500，对对对，是的是的，他的是25000
啊，
26500，对对对。
我也有点。
没办法，现在牌。
这个太远。
But Limitless doesn't have a
的
squid.
AK 不可能扔的。
Cobra Cow doesn't have a squid.
不犹豫的 AK 可以扔到吗？
犹豫的。
哎呀，
这么大个人都没扔到个 AK 啊。
Americano.
Yes,
Hot Americano. Big one. Vented.
Americano. I have ice Americano.
哎，几张美鱼啊？
2家
Really? No sugar. I guess always no sugar, right?
Never.
Wow, just 20 straight.
Well, who doesn't have a squid? Is Victor
规则
among them,
允
you
许的
said?
情况下是可以的。
I think it's Cobra Cow and Richter don't have squids.
Oh, and Rui laying it down. And a third squid picked up. You would think maybe a little bit of resistance would have been offered, but the progressive has been entered by Tan Xuan.
This is the last. I think this is the last hand, if my count's correct.
Oh,
3,
look,
2, 2,
they're
1.
little
也会啊，你不
astronauts.
扣一下吗？哎，
帮你搞大了，你不知道。
你不搞大，我也会搞
So。the squid players are incentivized to play defense against Richter and Cobra.
不够啊。
Yeah.
结果你下面有
One of the 2 of these guys, if this is the last hand, Rast,
下面有顺子，
are going to be paying out.
890。
Oh my goodness. Richter has a playable one.
Yeah, 15,000. I mean, listen, any 2 might be considered playable
1 2 3 4 5
when you're down to the last hand in a squid round, right? Elton flattening the button with this A7 off. Now Andy could really torque wrench things.
I mean, I think you just ship it here.
yeah, that's exactly what he does with 124,000.
就是守护大
I don't know if you're Richter here. It's probably kind of close.
Well, you got to do the math on how much is it going to cost me if I fold and guarantee myself paying out, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. It's
那这个他还是管
It's doubles for Andy as well if he ends up taking this, by the way, because he's got 2 squids already.
3, 2. You owe the triple guy 6 times a multiplier. I mean, you owe that one person 12K. A couple 2, 2.
No, but Andy also you owe 12K because he'll be picking up his third.
So that's
24 right there between him and Tan.
Plus the other dub plus like 8 more. So you owe like 30K. So it's a extra 30K on the downside here with a fold. So you're calling like 110 to win 155, and if you lose the pot, you owe 30K more. So if you fold, you just owe 30K.
Yeah.
So it's probably a call actually, because it's minus 30K if you fold, and then the math on it is, oh, but if you call and lose, you still owe 30K.
Right.
Whatever, I don't know. It's this tough. Some tough math.
Victor jamming over the top of Andy, trying to ensure that Elton bows out.
Elton's
So-
got an easy fold though.
Yeah.
A7 off, even in the Squid game.
Malinowski gets what he intended to, which is a heads-up collision with Andy.
I mean, you can't really be asked for much more than this. Andy's not going to have a worse hand.
拿了一个 A。
$265,000 pot. You see the smile on Victor's face. This is not the poker he grew up playing.
Oh, SpaghettiOs.
King 6-3. We're going to run it twice, but this first one is for the squid. No heart out there. And no options other than an 8 or a 9 for the time being. Now add a 7. Courtesy of this 5. Gut shot straight draw. And clean draws to a pair. 10 outs.
Oh.
And there's the 9 burger. Victor can get behind it.
Victor's like, and that's how you play the Squid game, guys. Call it all off with 9 high. Let's go.
No. Jam over the top. Don't get it twisted.
I mean, no, he basically called there.
Oh.
Yeah, come on. I mean, Andy's folding.
Elton, we're talking about. 10-8-5. A pair. Once more Malinowski. Best case scenario, suddenly the ace-queen looking to repay the favor courtesy of potentially running diamonds.
9-8 just scoops it. It's Victor's time.
How about that? 265K pot hauled in. He defends on behalf of the honor of the field against Andy picking up a third to enter the progressive, and he staves off a payout himself.
I gotta tell you, Ali, this shit is fun. I'm ready for 8 hours of this today.
Oh my
This
God.
is not gonna get old. This is kind of way better than regular poker.
It is intellectually taxing, that's for sure, but it is exciting as well. And I think fans of the game can definitely fall prey to maybe getting bored with the exercise of kind of, you know, soaking up the game in a repetitious sort of manner, whereas here, this is all novel, and I think people appreciate that.
Yeah, no, and it's perfect for day 4.
Yeah.
We've been getting some regular poker for 3 days, so ready to have the squid get
If
come in
I
and
showed
just mess things up.
Day 1, and you know, you tried to get me to wrap my head around this. No, you got to ease a man into the squid.
Also, actually, probably part of the reason why they did this. Like, they've been blasting away for a while. They want to mix it up. The action in this game is pretty insane.
Excuse me? Have I green tea?
I mean, it is guaranteed at this point we're going to see a super absurd pot. I mean, one hasn't even really happened yet, but there's no, like, just somebody ends up 5-bet jamming something ridiculous and gets kind of called by a hand that's not really that good, but happens to be the best.
So, 7-handed. It should be a 10-squid game. My head count was just 9 squids.
No, that was the last squid. That was it.
10.
Yeah.
In total.
Now
Okay.
we're fresh game.
Got it. All right. 10-9-3 here. Multi-way affair. 10s and 3s for Aaron Zhang.
Yeah, the only payout was Cobra. Cobra had to pay everyone.
Ouch.
Yeah. 12.
No, Andy
12
didn't
only
end up,
one.
yeah.
12. 2 8s. No, sorry, 2 4s, because 2 is only 4K.
Yeah.
That's 20, and a couple 1s, like 3 1s. So I think he had to pay out 23K. I mean, the other thing you got to think out, like, that's bad, but is it as bad as just, like, torching 100K?
You know, it's so funny. I
Like,
was just going to go down this same path. In a weird way, if you get myopic with it and you start focusing too much on the squid aspect, you can really mess around and torch,
yeah.
you know, because the game's still the game.
Yeah. That's why it's a fun game, like with kind of a deep strategy, and it definitely favors people that play a little more loose and aggressive, of course, is their natural style. Like if your natural style is you're kind of nitty and tight, this is probably not a game you're going to naturally play very well.
Aaron naturally shot it up there after checking, taking it down promptly. Picks up the first of 10 squids.
你看，我就前面不打，这一直过来蹭流量，有点 strategy。
We see the limp re-raise being employed to great success. You do wonder if people raising limps will just continue unabated, if people will adjust to that, or if we're just seeing an abnormally large amount of limp re-raises early on. But limp re-raise coming right here, probably like It's going to be about a 3-bet size, probably something like 4x, so probably like 45, 50K. Oh, or just all of it, which is
Exactly what ST's done with this ace king.
that seems kind of a bit absurd.
I give you the Squid Game, Rast, where absurdity may be the order of the day. But see, you can polarize and get action so much more often
Oh, ace
in
10
these
off
streets.
just rips it in. I don't know
There
about
it is,
that one.
right? But this is an example of maybe why ST approaches things the way that he did. All of a sudden, he gets to play an over $400,000 pot,
No,
which is going to
dude,
dwarf
if ace 10
the
off
Squid,
if ace 10 off is calling you, his play's great
right?
for sure.
Gamble,
But-
gamble.
See, this is the thing we're talking about. I mean, there's still 8 hands left in this orbit or something. I
Right.
don't know if you need to call off 200K with ace 10
This is a little early for that sort of stuff, if you ask me. Elton would have had a set of threes. He's boiling.
是你好像没必要吧？
对3啊，
对3，
They are running it twice.
3有必要了嘛？
你筹码不深嘛？
对啊，没有他不跟我，他跟我肯定推嘛。他推我肯定不好跟嘛。
Ace on the turn. Doesn't help Andy. He needs a 10. And he doesn't find it. So, ST, free rolling as the second half of the pot. Will not offer a squid. Could offer a rebate, though. King high board, not great for Andy. Still needs a 10. And it's over. Andy felt it as ST scoops and squids.
他就做出2个题。还好我没慢打，慢打你赢了。怎么慢打？就比如我跟一下，我没有打嘛。
这个头上长脚的，
对，
这个也能 all in 的。
最近赢了这么多钱，头上肯定长脚。Yes。最近就靠这些牌发财了。
我真的笑死我了。
你怎么 S 推出去的嘞
？S 跟了，不是推了，推了也算了。
不是推了，是跟住呢。
抢鱼肯定要煮的嘛。
Well, let's take a moment to remind you that if you have not already done so, we encourage you to head over to QQ Poker and get involved. Why, you might ask? Well, because they're going to be hosting between the 7th and the 12th of October a Triton reward tournament with a $30,000 guarantee. All you got to do as a new player is sign up and deposit $30 to get yourself the $50 ticket and work your way into that field. Details available at QQ Poker. Asia's fastest growing online poker platform. Head over and sign up today.
卖了多少个台币啊
5000了。
要输了不玩了，不玩了。玩还是等玩其他的游戏好一点，就不好玩。好玩的。
这个会上手，真的会。
Straddle is on. ST with the King 5 suited. Picks up 3 stragglers. And he decides, fresh off of that Ace King versus Ace 10 haul, to up the cost. 8K to go now. He'll find himself heads up and dominated as Cobra Cow, the only caller. And a king high board, I don't need to tell you, is bad news if you're ST Wong for the time being. 1 spade lurking out there, 18,000 in the middle. And understandably, the sense that this is his board. He barrels through for 8,000.
真的，他们就是抱着就是互相一定要搞死，最好的下一下我看不到你了，完成了把你撤。
Ace of hearts on the turn.
It's going to be a very welcome card for ST, as it's going to stop the pot from getting enormous.
那谁打？那肯定打不了吧？那也打不了吧？他这个
Goes check, check.
打一个起飞嘛，剩下的3个反正。
20万、40万嘛，就4000U 一个底。
Shut all the way down in 10 plays.
Extra incentivized in the Squid game as well, I think, to not get blown off the pots. Maybe if you miss out on really close value, thin value spots, but it increases your chances of winning the pot, changes the math on that a little bit. Interesting game. I've never played. I mean, I have played the stand-up game a couple times in rounds in a game, but I've never played the Squid game. So somebody who just loves new games and thinking of stuff, it's pretty interesting actually.
Sure.
不来我们上半场还可以多赢一点。他妈，说你拖了51%，他就跟现在这个。哦，你拖了50啊，你拖那么多啊，我知道啊。昨天后来还跟他巴不得那么认真。就是啊。后来你一退，他就进入状态了，39、40又来了。怪我了。
Rui picking up his first squid. Andy raising it up with ace-4, fresh off of being felted with ace-10. ST will flat with 7s. Elton limp calls with the jack-10. 3 players to an 18K pot. Ace-5-3, top pair and a gutter. Good looking board for Andy. 2 checks in front of him.
Yeah, extra unlikely to check this back in the Squid game, I think.
11K follow through. Normal sizing for a change. And monkey off his back. Squid acquired. I like those little figurines, whatever they are.
Yeah, they kind of stand up and wobble.
Boy, that was strong. The dealer actually pitches right under the squid. I like it. Doubles as a card protector. Also to be liked, 2 red queens for Aaron Zhang. Believe this is hand number 5 of 10, Rast? I think I spied 4 squid out there.
No one has 2 yet?
No. 6K if you do. ST just releasing the ace-10. Has
Notice
a squid
the other
already.
squid. Yeah. Elton doesn't. No 3-bet.
Able to just close the action from the big with the ace-6 and flop himself aces up way out in front of queens. And of course, Aaron has to consider the prospect of Elton defending a wide variety of hands and being able to just check fold to a 5K c-bet. Not happening, however. What is happening, though, is the board is looking less and less attractive for Zhang's queens. Zhang check called, checks again. And Elton's still barreling, Rast.
Or Aaron, rather. Yeah, you know, I think Aaron's trying to just bet here, check back river. It's curious if Elton could decide to fast play his hand at this point, but doesn't. And
10 on the river. Interestingly, queens could decide to turn themselves into a bluff. I mean,
no.
No need, deems Aaron. Shuts it down, and he does get shown a winner. So, single squids across the field for Zhang, Ni, Rui Cao, Elton, and ST Wang.
I mean, another straight got there, by the way. 7-9, which was an open-ender on the flop. So you're not even really blocking. And the thing is, Queen Jack doesn't always call the flop, right? It's just ace-6-8. It's just not the spot.
Only Tan and Victor do not have a squid halfway through the round.
And Victor's going for it with the 10-9-0. wants his squid.
These facts are not lost. On the remainder of the field, as two limpers encounter the 6K, and look at Elton just choosing Queen 6 suited with which to 3-bet up to 25-5.
Elton has been very aggressive in the Squid game so far.
Yeah.
Like maybe he's the most. Oh wow, Victor doesn't even defend.
I mean, there's still now 4 hands remaining.
4 hands isn't that many. This is one hand where you're down to heads up. You're in position. I think it's actually maybe close for Victor. I don't know. Like, I get it with the torch thing, but like, that's the thing. It's like it's a losing play, but it might not be super losing. And maybe Victor doesn't know this, but Elton's been like super out of line re-raising people so far.
Well, also,
like
there's 5
super
players.
out of line.
Okay, but there's 5 players with a single squid, Rast, and so the penalty also, as it plays out from here forward, is kind of capped in terms of progressive. So if you end up without a squid, and remember 25,000. I mean, we're approaching kind of what I would imagine the average payout might be. You know, I haven't done the math on this or clocked it, but
might even be less in this one.
Right.
Because you said there's all the singles.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
King, Queen 3 here, as the straddle was on. It is Malinowski who is betting just a pair of 3s. 7,500 gets through, and that is the easy path.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7。低级鱼。
Ton measuring out a prepay. Oh, well, hang on. Okay, you know what? They just settled up, Rast. Tan Chuan, the only man without a squid, and they just settled up.
No,
That's
they,
weird.
No, they didn't.
What was
Cobra has
that?
one in front.
No, okay, but he just paid out. He counted out 7 people with a squid and then paid out. And yet the round continues because the squids have not been re-racked. I wonder whether or not there's a little bit of side action after 7 squids that's been negotiated between maybe a subgroup. I very clearly saw him count out 7 people and then
and
pay
some
out.
people don't have squids anymore. Like Victor doesn't have one. They didn't. They weren't at 10 squids though.
No, they weren't. Now I'm very lost.
Yeah, we're gonna need mods, whoever. We're definitely gonna need help with this one, because that was not in the rules as we knew them. So sorry, guys.
Easy, easy.
Malinowski made it got bullied off it by ST, who had ace king. You know, maybe it's one of those things where...
Did everybody get a squid? Because if everybody gets a squid, it would just end the game.
No, Tan didn't have one.
Oh.
He said GG, and then he counted out chips, and then he paid. But not all 10 squids have been re-racked, which is what I don't understand. I mean, it's quite clear what the rules are to us. They've been typed up. We're somewhat familiar with them. We're doing our best to explain, and yet I'm not witnessing adherence to what we would have expected to be the order of the day.
我不知道，他不拿手，我不知道。
你不知道可以不知道，但不能说我这条鱼就是我的。
Does the game
他
end
报了牌出来说那 K10。
when there's one player with no squid and he just always pays?
哇，你还试我一下，乔瑞。
放那个听着吧，K10。
自己带一条鱼来就没事了，重要的时候拿一条出来。这条鱼在淘宝很多可以买到的。
1块钱。
你买一个白的，买一个红的，什么颜色先买一个。
Somebody in the chat has said that if there's one player left with no squid, the round ends. So maybe
Yeah, but there's still
Maybe there
three
needs
squids
to be,
available.
no, I get it, but maybe what it means is that's just one of the rules is that when it gets down to one player with no squid, it's over.
But what do you mean when it gets down? How does it get down to one player with no squid? At what point do we determine?
All the other 6 players have a squid. So there's only.
Okay,
see,
but
the
then we
thing
didn't
is-
re-rack a full 10 squids.
But yeah, it's weird. I would like the rules more. Not that I'm who would matters, but it seems you'd still have those 3 extra hands for players to increase their
Exactly.
progressive squids and that last guy to get out. But I guess maybe that's the rule though.
Okay, so it is Kiat, rather, forgive me, who is advising that if one player is left with no squid at any given point in time, then the squid round ends.
不投了，
By the way,
用红桃啊，还是6、7红桃啊？
bringing you up to speed on how this one came down. Rui made it 5,000 to go with 2 limpers in there. Only ST called. Queen 8-4. ST check raised with his king 10 from 4 to 16. Rui called with just a pair of 4s and then did the same on the turn.
They say I'm so tight. I have to show them I'm not tight.
After it was a bet and call of 36,000, a shutdown after the queen pairs on the end. And that is not what anybody expected to see.
拿个3、4跟你2枪。
怎么会发一个圈呢？哦，他是被切的位置跟着人家。
被你们聊上头了。
然后上头了，13水1白玫瑰。
这13水玫
Yeah,
瑰
this
真的是
okay. The squid game ends once all squids are used, or there is one player without a squid remaining.
Okay,
So that's
but
that's
then
it.
why did we not collect every squid and reset in total?
Well,
Right? Because
maybe
didn't
they
we see
did.
some squids
Yeah, there was
left out
just-
there?
I think just the one from the pot. Maybe that.
But it didn't look to me like there was 9 squids left in front of the shot clock, because we're supposed to be playing 10 squids with 7 players.
I don't know.
马上就停了。
Well, we're going to figure it out eventually, and we obviously appreciate everyone's patience and understanding as we try to wrap our heads around this new wrinkle. A fascinating one at that, as we see Ace-9 make it 4,000, Kings make it 15, and Ace-5 off make it 41. And this is early in the round by my count. Rui Cao
扣你的福，
has medicine.
扣你的福啊！
Yeah, I guess the most important thing, as opposed to playing the full round, is that somebody pays. And that's why the rules are set up as they are. And here we can see again, Andy is getting into a very aggressive situation with not the best hand pre-flop. Ace 5-0, and that's not going to be good news for Andy, who flops a pair, now is ahead of hands like Ace King, Ace Queen, King Queen. And just other kind of random bluffs that Rui has other than 10x. Oh my goodness. That's
5 on the turn.
dirty.
All of a sudden, Andy makes trips after hanging in there for an extra 26,000. No, it was an extra 39,000, the 5 bet, forgive me. It was an extra 26 out of Andy. 80 ahead to that flop, another 30 to make trips on the turn.
And Cobra slips in the check here, trapping with the second best hand.
Oh, well, he's going to be the trappee, not the trapper.
Morning. AA 啊。哇，
Rui.
2车。
Check jams.
哇，你真的是过瘾啊
431k pot and nasty.
Andy，
Ace 5. Gets force-fed to the Cobra.
Rui was worried about aces.
加20万，
And running it once.
10万10万10万。
And Andy, once again, we see.
One time. Victor, one time. Ace king, ace ace. Ace queen, ace ace. No possible.
Fist bumps all around right in Rui's face.
Rui also what the fuck?
我没有。啊 OK。秀了一张 A， 你 A。我肚子。
Now that one's obvious. They're all laughing about. Tan even just said AA because that's what Rui said right when he got snapped. And they're all laughing because it wasn't even close to aces. It was the ace 5-0. So I think everybody just loves it when you see how the Squid Game made somebody lose their mind and put in a bunch of money with the bad hand. And then, you know, sometimes it's nice because the bad hand actually wins. It's all fun and games unless you're Cobra Cow and you just got destroyed with pocket kings by a piece of garbage.
A5不错。像那 A5打得很标准一样。
很烫啊，这个牌。
太烫了，太烫了。你是 race 是吧？
肯定要烫啊！
你不搭他，我 all in 他了，对吧？
哎呀，我是
真的，那还是让他赢算了。
有我赢也可以嘛，等一下如果脱掉就拜拜了，我要去那里。
啊，因为不是我的输了吗？没 A5，大哥。
Wow, Victor folds eights, red eights, and ST right behind him with black eights.
哇，这个真的黑。
They're the best hand. King 9 off is getting everybody out.
那对我也公平啊，1-5也有赞成我一点嘛，对吧？你看我第一天我看了，我第一天打了我是最多 all in 的。
我觉得你们这个真的都是。
10-3-3 board here. Advantage Aaron, who opened to 5,000, got 3-bet to 20, hung in there.
He's squidless.
Checking over to Tan.
Also squidless.
Yeah, and by the way, he did pay out because the round did end once all but one player has a squid.
But the round ending early isn't so bad. Like, no one even had a multiplier. So
No, you're right.
He just owed, I mean, you know, 16K or something. It's not that bad in, as far as Squid Game payouts
I mean,
go.
even relative to the action, right, where you would be disproportionately focused upon the prop as opposed to the poker itself. Meanwhile, Aaron chose to check call here, even though the board was quite dry and favorable. Tan has picked up a gut shot straight draw on the turn here as the pot grows to 78,000.
It's a tough card, but I feel like if you're Aaron, I mean, that 10 is, it's nice. Wow. Tan's range is a little extra wide.
And yet the 40K sends the 10 into the muck. Still relatively early in the round, I suppose, so these decisions more likely to occur. I'm still ruminating over the 3-4 hit Cobra Cow.
Yeah.
Envenomated ST with. That was.
我有台阶，不要乱。
It does appear, by the way, that Rui has located the on-site creamery that is Haagen-Dazs down in the shopping promenade. Good stuff on offer.
Oh, wow, we might actually get the limped pot.
Not if somebody sticks their neck out there trying to call the herd. Elton resists the temptation on this occasion. To Andy Nee's disappointment, given that we know what he had in mind with this ace-king of hearts, and it isn't a 9-6-5 board. Top pair for ST. Bottom pair for Elton. They both check. Andy doesn't like what he sees. Aaron's gut shot and backdoor nut clubs don't either, and so Malinowski says, top pair, gut shot, allow me, gentlemen. 3 into 2,500. ST calls. Elton calls.
安迪，我发现你是
Aaron will close the action with a call of his own.
火了。
每个人都要脾气的嘛，
This card
对
is
吧
of no consequence.
没有是你没有脾气，你火气很大。
Does give the 7 a double gutter now.
这样给别人
Can
看
make it
这个
straight
不
on
可
a
能啊
4.
对啊，为什么不可以反过
He
来？
might just bet this again, yeah. Strength of the top pair.
Overbet of 16 into 14-5.
把 A 还 O 出来。
Gonna get it done.
啊
Got 9-10 out.
A 比给他干掉。
Pretty tough spot to call with 9-10 there. 2 other people behind you.
钱了嘛，可是5分钱一分
And
不到
another.
上面。
No, it's the first squid for Victor in this round.
不好玩。我不好玩，你问我，我实话实说。还不好玩。
好玩好，我觉得必须玩有。
我是陪你们玩，不一样的。
哦。highlight 都很多啊，这个。
对，那个要不不会有这种这么搞笑的事情吗？
对。
好玩确实好玩。
什么搞笑的事情？那个蹭上到一个5，你问人家是不是 A？
Malinowski's second barrel earning him that one.
一点都不好玩。
It says 4,000, but it looks like he made it 20,000 to me. Those are 5K chips. Oh, wow.
干嘛？
The graphics were right. I guess he threw out the wrong chips. He must have
Yeah.
said 4,000.
啊，vale. Está bien.
You know, I feel like the players have settled in a little bit, and it's a little bit less crazy than the first couple rounds.
Yeah.
Because the first couple rounds, like, people were going nuts, and at some point they're like, maybe paying out 20K is not the end of the world.
Yeah. Over-focused on the squid aspect, and now all of a sudden the poker is kind of taking center stage a little bit more so. Malinowski 3-betting understandably with an ace-queen. Elton chewing on one of his own in the small here.
Oh, Elton's not letting this go. He's actually been the most aggressive pre-flop so far, and now he actually has a pretty good hand.
And he's only got 144,000 in front of him, so he decides to go sailing. 80,500 is a clear commitment.
I'm behind. It's like.
Victor's not going to let this go.
So 160 total.
I don't think.
Right. Less.
Looks like there's only 4 squid remaining in the round. He's got 1.
I can't imagine this is a fold with Squid Game ranges. Wow, he lets it go. That seems... I can't get behind that.
Yeah, especially given that Elton doesn't have a squid, the presumption, of course, is that he's going to be willing to make that move.
Yeah, like, is Elton doing it there with, like, ace-jack suited? Like, pocket eights? Like, I think so. For 140.
Hands that we're performing reasonably well against, you mean?
Or even dominating with, like, ace-jack suited, ace-10 suited, potentially ace-5 suited. I don't know. It's not like you love it with ace-queen off, but I think a squid, I think I'm doing it.
Yes.
元气来了，元气来了。
Oh, it's over. Elton was the last person without a squid either.
Oh, so we're going to re-rack. And there are 10 squids. There's the head count.
Oh, yeah, definitely calling ace-queen.
I know. I mean, he absolutely had to make the play there. So Victor maybe going to be drawing some ire from the remainder of the field. As you get a look at the early chip counts here, Rast and I are going to step aside for a quick break. We'll be back with more of Day 4 of Cash Game Invitational 2 in a few.
The play was instantly very different. Like, the first 3 people just called. The raise was the 10x to 5K. The re-raise was 5x. You know, so there's a very big premium on winning the pot. Essentially, you know, we'll get into the specifics as the day goes on, but you play around, I believe it is
Well, for
10
10
hands.
10 squids.
And so there's 10 squids because whoever wins the pot is given a squid. And if there's a chop, no squid is given out. There's one less squid that round.
Now, we're 6-handed right now. There's going to be 9 squids. So basically that quote-unquote length of time is 9 hands. In these 9 hands, it is incumbent upon you to win at least 1 squid. Failure to do so is where you begin to pay all others who are in possession of squids.
Yes. Anyone who doesn't have a squid at the end of the round, the 10 hands, is a pair.
And you immediately understand why it is that people's VPIP is going to go way the heck up, because they want to be involved and be able to win pots, because the penalty for not winning a pot in these 9 hands that we're going to play is severe. If somebody wins multiple squids, Rast, there's also a compounding effect in terms of doubles and triples.
Yeah, what is each squid worth? How they're playing right now? Is it worth
2K, I believe?
Yeah.
Is the negotiated price per squid, as we see 2 players, Cao and Wang, involved here. ST, a button raised to 4,000, a 3-bet out of Rui's big to 20 is how we arrive at this 10-8-5 flop. Rui following through with the 2 overs and some backdoor prospects, one of which materialize on this turn. As he picks up the diamond draw, ST hanging in with 7s, which are still in the lead. But Rui's going to jam. 154K into 100. And I don't need to tell you, something's in the air as the impact of the squid game being immediately felt.
So this is interesting. Obviously, Rui has a little bit more incentive to play his hand this way. 7s with a diamond's kind of a tough hand to call with. If you're behind, you only have 2 outs. You know, you're sort of blocking some draws. So even if you could have a situation where a lot of people have 1 and a couple people have a few squids. So in a certain sense, once you have a squid, I guess you don't want someone without a squid to win, kind of. Like
100%.
Here's the thing about this game.
The
is
meta
that
of trying to deny someone an opportunity to gain a squid.
There's all, like, think about it this way. We talk about poker and, the solver and what does it say here and how should you play this hand. This is adding so many little wrinkles into, like, what you should theoretically do and it's so kind of complicated and dynamic. And this is why they're playing it. Because it's like, okay, let's add something that's going to make everyone gamble. It's going to make everyone, like, try hard to win pots, and at the same time throws everyone out of, like, let's call it preparation, into, like, these dynamic situations where who knows exactly how much these squids are worth. I mean, me, and I'm pretty good at math, just looking at this initially, very difficult to try to calculate this stuff on the fly.
By the way, ST was in the straddle, found himself a couple of 4s, but unfortunately with a limper and then both a raise and a 3-bet in front of him from 6 to 30. He had to leave, and Elton decides to make it 66. Now, here's the thing. Andy Nee does not have a squid. If I'm not mistaken, this is hand number 4, Rast?
Yeah.
Of the slated 9. So with each successive hand, you recognize the urgency of a squidless opponent to get after it, trying to prevent themselves from getting torched.
And look at this pot. Andy has 3-bet called King-9 off, and Elton has a 6. Elton probably going after Andy because he recognizes Andy doesn't need a big hand since Andy doesn't have a squid.
And Andy doesn't have any help, by the way, on this 7-5-3 board where that 6 of clubs is sitting very pretty.
God, I'm feeling like I got to like Elton's hand. I mean, I don't know what that other card is, but if it's a club, I mean, if it's a suited connector, ace of clubs, I mean, it's a pretty big flop for the 6 of clubs.
Yep. Ask yourself how often you're going to see $140,000 in the middle pre-flop with these 2 hands, especially when the blinds are 500-500, no less. But that's exactly where we find ourselves as Elton follows through. Downsized 55. Now, mind you, they're playing just 124,000 effective.
So Andy, I wonder if he's thinking, we got the king of clubs, a couple overcards. Thing is, 55K, yeah, that's a lot. He only has 132K there.
King 9. Forced out as a multi-squid situation arises for both. Ocean. Just take a vat of hot oil, dump it over the side of the boat with a little bit of batter, some lemon juice.
你应该要加码，加10
It's probably not
但
going
是
to
如果
work.
说他忘了，再把牌
Yeah, I feel like they dart away. Get singed, but
就加
survive.
10万为单位
It's a good read. You mess around and get singed here, by the way, if you end up squidless.
也是要算钱是吧？
你要
As
8万的话，必须
we re-rack.
多加10万。
So with 7 players, it should be a 10 squid affair. Each squid worth 2K. The doubles start at 3, triples for 5, quadruples for 7.
终于没有2个啊。
It's hand number 1. It's like, do you want to take A7 off out of position from the blind? Everybody says no. And Aaron. Oh, Andy's going to defend this probably.
King Queen against King 8. Zhang announcing himself early here after the Andy limp. 6K ahead to the Jack 10-7 board. A gut shot versus an open ender. Heavy advantage for Zhang.
Yeah, not a good spot for him. I mean,
Andy,
for
that is.
Andy, yeah. And the 9 being the
Stone disaster card.
yeah.
Gonna
Hard,
peel for
hard
10.
to win this one.
What was that, Rast? What was the one card that would be disgusting if you're Andy Nee? Because it's right there on the turn.
Yeah, and I mean, there's like a 3x, under 3x SPR with the Squid game. Just feel like if you're Aaron, you just...
玩1个小时可以输那么多的。
It's curious to see how he approaches. Oh, wow. Andy's just going to lead.
In spite of the arrival of hearts, by the way, which he unblocks.
就笑了啊。
But as we've pointed out,
Oh, my goodness.
ranges
Yeah,
are
he's
a
just
whole
getting
lot
stacked.
different.
一看他的牌，一对9一对7 就是而且我一把都是这样。我本来还看当下，
还有一共10万啊，
对，一共
拿起来我希望不要被穿，结果一看我还穿的。
都可以。
2次出战。
All right, so Zhang jams.
It doesn't
Andy.
matter. Just a queen to chop. That's it.
Predictably,
只有一张枪了。
says let's run it twice. He thought maybe, just maybe,
这么好的局，你们不早点叫我啊！真的是，
be all right.
真的是。
10万，10万，筹码筹码。
Instead, as we can see, Nee is cooked. They'll
And
run
the
it
squid is
twice.
awarded on the first run out.
Yeah.
So Aaron gets the squid.
可以的，可以的，好，20了。
And Andy gets Zippo.
ST 这不够朋友啊。
Other than a reload, of course.
So actually, everybody else is cheering for the queen. The queen comes and they chop that first run out, and then no one gets a squid.
Good point.
Yeah.
不足10万就算10万。
They're not super relevant right now, but obviously we can see this game incentivizes some huge action and big pots. There's a 600K cap, I believe the guys have put on. No one's at 600K yet, but
Walk us through this, Rast.
So
What do you mean?
in other words, you can't put in more than 600,000 in a hand. So if people have more than 600K, you get capped at 600,000. That's what a cap is. So at the moment, nobody even has 600K. So it's not a big deal, but that is
Still
what the
early.
cap is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you can't have under 100,000. Auto top up
Yeah.
once you get below there.
And if you happen to be under, you're playing 100K. You're playing behind in the hand.
And understandable why we would put that rule on because, you know, you can't free roll a squid.
Dude, being short stacked in this game be a massive advantage.
Yeah.
Just to kind of ship it and, you know, whatever.
Straddle
you
on.
realize your equity if someone calls you.
Elton made it 4K with the suited connector. Rui flatted. Kings for Andy have taken us up to 26,000. Now ST with a couple of 8s. The hand amongst a couple that you mentioned early is being very valuable, very big relative to their 2-card normal street counterpart, and yet ST finds the muck. Has a squid, though.
He does. Elton doesn't. Has a nice little playable one.
Makes the call. Window card was pretty. The rest of the run out, not quite as much, although he does have a gut shot.
We do know that 8s were folded. So
Right.
unfortunately for Elton, that's half of his outs.
Yep. Checking over to Andy. In comes the follow through. 20,000.
Feel like post flop, your incentive to slow play goes down a little bit in this game, since it's always good to win the pot, so you get a squid. Probably affects the types of lines you take and your range a little bit. Yeah, Elton, I think, just has too much here to let it go. Backdoor diamonds as well. But that's a real bad card for Elton. He's probably done with this. And again, I think if you're Andy here, sometimes you might normally check back. I kind of just think you keep betting with kings in a club here, and you're just willing to put in 154K. I'm not saying you should go all in here. You probably actually should bet like half pot or, you know, 45, 50K. I like that. You can definitely come up with some bluffs that do that. Yeah, so he agrees with me.
98 in the middle, and he barrels 45,000.
Yeah. And we saw Elton actually make a pretty crazy play with the 10-6, but I don't think this is the spot.
Indeed it isn't. So Andy will pick up a second squid
okay.
on the hunt.
Spot on the turn. You probably need your bet sizing to go up.
Sure.
Yeah, because
You want to
and
deny
your range
equity
is more
way
polar. Because like with your bluffs, you want to increase the chance of getting a fold, and when you have a good hand, okay, let's just put a lot of money in the pot.
Well, that's exactly what's on Tan Xuan's mind, is he's got aces.
Well, this is going to be an all-in collision the way this is playing. Aces, ace, king already could be in the squid game. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Andy's got 2 squids, by the way, so he very much wants to find a third. And Knees Limp, of course, is with designs on potentially trapping. He's found Zhang making it 6,000, and then Tan making it 20. Elton with ace-jack.
Oh my
Pressure
goodness.
off because he has just 1 squid.
Elton could just orphan 60,000 right here. Because it would go 60,000, Andy all in, Tan overcall, Elton fold if he decides to make a play.
Don't do it.
Kind of a tough spot.
I think he folds this.
I mean, Tan has a squid, right?
Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
here he goes.
What did
Bye-bye
you do, Rast?
55,000.
This one's on you. Sang making it 55, basically exactly what you predicted. And shame on me for thinking Elton's not going to get after the boys in spite of a limp raise and 3-bet in front of him. Does this complicate things for the ace-king at all?
I
Or
don't
Andy's just
think so.
like,
Not
slam
in,
dunk, let's go.
Not in the squid game. I mean, you're like mildly concerned. But by the way, the four, he's ahead of the 4-better here. 4-better just has ace-jack.
Tan, by the way, is like, what on earth do you guys have? Aaron.
This is what's going on in Tan is like that scene from Rounders, and all that was going through my head was scenes of Vegas and the fucking Mirage. Right here.
这隔离打鱼被反隔离了。
对呀、
我靠！
你也来啊？
对呀、你们20万还不赌啊？好的呢，
Oh my god！
我10。
Elton's like, well, shit. What did I step into here?
Something brown.
这还2次，随便。Two dime。
All right, so Andy, of course, predictably,
秀。
the man to square off. Over $500,000 pot. And squiddy implications.
又碰鬼。
我靠，这个也
你该碰一次鬼了，实话，你跟我，你还不碰一次鬼？
They're going to run it twice.
你总要送我了一些嘛。
这个真没办法。
If somehow this ace-king can win the first run out, which is the only one that has a squid attached to it, he will enter the progressive and be the first player to do so on the day. A king-high board does threaten these aces.
没花 K 吧？
Turn does not.
你呀，
你们有托底吗？
Fade the king in free roll.
露露。
That's what Tan wants.
又有股份又有托底。
哎呦 ，OK，
And
第一
that's
关
what
过
he
去，
gets.
第二关没有啊。
He'll claim the squid. And a little over $250,000. Second run out to come. One king wasted already.
20。
And this does not rate to be the board that yields the pot to Andy. Running diamonds to get it done, though.
他要方块 K，
肥婆吧。22。
Andy drawn dead.
方块 K。
Andy, not nearly as amused as Tan is right now.
No, you're right about that.
22,500。
22万多少
22,650吧，应该是。23,650是吧？
让敌人手。
Welcome back to the fresh catch that is Squid Game Day here on day 4 of 5 of our Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational number 2 from the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. Ali Nejad alongside Poker's Hall of Famer Brian Rast, wrapping our heads around this new wrinkle which during the break the two of us, Rasty, discussed while you look out at the chip counts. This would strike me as the future of televised cash game poker.
Yeah, man. Honestly, I've never had a frame go by as fast as that first frame. Almost couldn't believe we were already at the break. Now, albeit it wasn't a full 2 hours, but the point nevertheless remains. That was super interesting. And I'm here for the Squid Game. So
yep.
I agree with you.
Straddle is on here as we resume play in frame number 2. Tan Xuan made it 4,000 with King-Queen offsuit. Malinowski, Ace-9 suited. 3 bets it up to 12. Andy Nee from the big blind. Gonna go crab and squid fishing.
Feel like Andy's the person who's changed his pre-flop game the most now. He's really been going for it. Ace-5 off. Taking down Cobra's kings last frame. Now he's just cold calling 3s in the big. I mean, he's opening up, I think, more than anyone else to get these squids. And I mean, I think this flat call is going to encourage Tan here to go for it with king-queen off. And they're pretty deep here. This is
57,000, says Xuan. Now he clears Malinowski. It's back over to Andy. And he says, take it, Dilo.
Flop.
Xuan making sure that he doesn't end up paying out a second time as he nabs a squid here. By the way, shout out to those of you who are streaming us live on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or of course, Rast and I's favorite, YouTube, where we do keep an eye on the chat. Weigh in, let us know where you're streaming from. We'll do some call outs. Acknowledge those of you who are here live and direct. And also let us know what you think of this Squid Game. Obviously, we're on record with our opinion. For those that are maybe joining us a little bit late, each pot includes a squid. A round begins with 10 squids up for grabs. Each one is worth 2,000. It's a variant of the stand-up game whereby anyone left without a squid, once everyone else at the table has collected one or all 10 squids are handed out, will have to pay 2K per squid to everyone that has one. 3 squids is worth double, 5 triple, 7 quadruple, 9 quintuple, and a 10 squid clean sweep is a 6x progressive multiplier. That's the nuts and bolts of things. And as you'll witness, in spite of the fact that you may have looked up and gone, why have they kicked it down to 500, 500? The action is still very much intact as we see Andy Nee shooting it to 16,000. Elton, the lone customer, his King 4 was in a bad way pre-flop, but now he's got a pair on this 9-high rainbow board, which is more than we can say for Andy. 35-5 in the middle.
Yeah, wow, what a flop for Elton here. Kind of gets a little loose pre-flop with the King 4-0 defend and outflops King Jack. Nowhere to go at this point.
Trip 4s now on the turn as Andy's 30K bet got called, and this is somewhat reminiscent of what Andy did to Cobra's Kings with his ace-5. Granted, Andy's not sitting here with an overpair, but
maybe it's time to give up if you're Andy. We've got no draw. I mean, it's not that likely Elton really has ace-high here, which would be a great hand to bluff, but like he limped behind limpers and called, so you're just not barreling someone off 2-pair.
Nevertheless, he fired 30. Elton flats.
And I feel like just like bet turn there and give up river, you're just kind of incinerating that 30K turn barrel.
You know, Elton is, however, Rast, on the stickier side of the spectrum, and sometimes he'll just peel to see whether or not you've got number 2 in you. And I think maybe that lends to Andy's decision. I don't necessarily disagree with your assessment, but in the interest of trying to defend why it is that maybe he comes with that 30 on the turn.
Sure, but let's say he did peel with the Jack 8 or something. I mean, not, let's say the river wasn't a 10, like you're going to get bluffed at the end, but you're going to just check call King Jack on the river there.
Oh, I'm saying maybe barrel number 2 sheds Elton with some frequency.
Yeah, I don't know. One of the things we've noticed here is that people are extra sticky post-flop. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because there's a little bit more incentive to win the pot.
Right about that.
But
and of course, there's always an incentive to show some love to those of you who are joining us live. Ask for the call out. Got it. Niagara Falls and Edmonton, Alberta joining us. That's Fool's Cast and L Street Gaming. Martin in Belgium, we see you. JF in Brazil. Eric in Salem, Oregon. Niket from India. Wesley in Australia. Marine in Moldova. Shout out. Guardian Angel in Belgium. Alex says he loves the Squid Game action. Commentary on point. Thanks for that. Dennis in Michigan, we see you. U-Train back with us from Boston. Thanks for being here, guys. Obviously, don't hesitate to ask some questions. Also, should point out that the Squid Game rules are available in the chat. Our Supermod Ghost event can kind of walk you through all of the prompts. That'll help you get your head around this new and, dare I say, kind of the future of poker. Ace, Queen, Jack here in a 4-way affair. This was made 6K by ST. And then 3 players came along. His Ace, Queen turns into top 2. Malinowski has the gut shot Broadway draw, but an underpair to the board, facing follow-through of 13,000.
Yeah, Victor, we are very good friends. Why not strong one?
Bet and take it.
如果我忘记给你看了，到时候看视频。
大家的事做好了。Goodbye。我最觉得是我是蛮好的，我之前视频应该没看过。
我忘了一次。
啊？
我忘了一次。
Atypical blackjack says he's watching from Cali. And if you weren't sitting next to me, Rast, based on the story you told the other day about your martingale adventure, I might have thought that was your handle.
What handle?
Atypical blackjack.
Oh, there we are. Yeah.
我肯定会，你我觉得肯定不可能。
我说的那么认真，你也不信。
Edward in Romania. Shout out to you. Says he misses Nano Noko, Randy Lou. Don't fear, Edward. November 1st through the 14th, Triton Super High Roller Series returns to Sporting Monte Carlo. in the Principality of Monaco. Randy, myself, Czar Rast will all be there along with Henry Kilbane. Gang is back together.
来不及看呐，来不及看呐。
SC's probably a little bit worried about Andy here,
看了一点点。
but he did limp the cutoff, so maybe he thinks it's not super likely he's limp re-raising in the cutoff. I wonder if he's kind of considering all three options, I think. Re-raise, call, fold.
这几天我们都没怎么打。
7,000 on the button from the 9-6 suited, and all of a sudden ST with the hard 6, 4X's it to 28, 1-3 into the bin. And a second squid putting ST into the on-deck circle
哎，给我
for a 2X.
加那个加10加10。
是很简单。
Cut off ace-3 off limp strikes me as a very odd play. Not one of the hands I would do that with, I think, in the cutoff. I think I'd rather just open it.
Adam in England, Kevin in Indonesia, Aaron in Israel, we see you.
So Aaron looks like he's adding on there.
Yeah. Macaulay in the UK. Couple of limps here. Ace-Jack suited and Ace-9 off. Andy and Aaron coming along with hearts. Snowball effect. Similar to short deck, Rast. The more players get in there, the more it's sort of like flypaper. And this King-King-4 board is an all Andy knee affair. Trips. Diamonds, however, for Malinowski, and yet it is Elton Sang who has decided to probe for a dime.
Very small bet. And he might pop it up here. Don't want to give people too cheap a price. Wow, in position here.
Malinowski 3-betting to 13,000.
In position, bad kicker. Kind of like just slow playing it.
Andy does indeed just flat.
Beautiful turn card for Andy, and Victor has to be a little bit concerned at this point. 6 high, but he's going to keep trying to win.
That's not the look of a man who has concerns, Rast, although he does see those fives, or sorry, those kings staring him in the face, and now 40,000 attached to them.
And this makes sense because half pot, if he just calls, gives Victor a pretty cheap price to try to draw to a flush, and that's what Andy's most worried about here. Obviously, raising does open you up to getting re-raised by potentially 3 kings with a bigger kicker or a full house, but at some point, you know, you need to weigh those conflicting kind of variables, and I think Andy would rather charge weaker hands, especially draws. It's not a very appetizing spot for Victor. 6 high. I mean, there aren't much implied odds on this. If you call and you hit a diamond flush, it's kind of not that easy to get paid, and you might even be drawing dead or who knows against a bigger diamond flush. So it's just not very appetizing spot at all.
哇，好久没摸 Triton 他妈的。
Definitely not
回来你的
an
大毛。
implied odds type of spot for Victor, that's for
摸
sure.
完你以后你就要转运了。
来了，
我的通过来了，
再给我点。
我也通过来。
So out of the way goes Malinowski as
就我们俩没涨，你也涨了一点。
Andy
我怎么了？
can exhale, having earned his first squid. No such luck for Malinowski in the straddle pot,
啊，
so
一点都没了。
in he comes.
什么时候分我点啊，老大？
2 limps become 3. ST looking to trap with this ace-king suited, and I suspect, based on the observation you made earlier, Rast, about Elton being so aggressive in the squid streets, that ST's going to do a good bit of this with the expectation that a lot of raising is going to come to his left from Elton, and he can trap people in between with hands such as this.
Yeah, it's pretty curious. I mean, I think he's thinking, you know, I could raise it up big here, get flatted potentially by a few people. And maybe with ace-king, it's nice just to risk a decent amount of checks from Elton in the big blind. But the times that Elton does raise, which might be more than other people, we get to put the hammer down with a big limp re-raise that looks a little fishy.
So Elton made it 11 with the worst spade combo of the improbable 3 players who have spades. Rui defended his straddle. Here it is. 65,000.
Yeah, you know, I will say this. I kind of don't love Elton's choice of hands to do this with. Only having 200K in this game. Because, like, 200K, it's not a true 400 blinds, right? Like, just the way the raise sizes go. You know, because if Elton had 500K, he could probably raise call this.
Well, look at this. Rui Cao. He's going to make the call. And I don't believe that squid that's dangling out there is his. Is it, Rast? I think that one might be Elton's. Not entirely certain. A7-4. This is lovely board texture for ST. This was another $54,000 invested by Cobra. And look at this milky quarter.
Wow, Elton would have flopped the open-ended.
An easy pickup of a 3rd squid for ST. He's in the 2x streets now.
Which also means he really doesn't want. Yeah, he'd like as many people as possible not to get squids. So when you have like 3 squids there or more, you're looking at all the guys with no squids, and yeah, you'd love to play defense if you can against them.
You're right about that. Delayed shoutouts, by the way. To Ramio in New York and Ray in Albania joining us as we have our first QQ Poker mystery hand. Malinowski will have his cards obfuscated. 2 limpers in front of him with 3, 4, and pocket 10s. Victor has made it 7,000. Let's see what kind of appetite remains. Zhang on the hunt for his first squid. And we are late in the round here, Rast. I'm not sure how many are left, but it's not a lot. Schwen has a squid, but he's also got a couple of 10s, which is plenty of hand.
See how he decides to play this. Yeah, he's coming with the 3-bet, which is very reasonable. They're quite deep, though, so...
And, of course, Tan looking over at Victor, realizing that's a man with no squids. There's this pot and 3 more after it, so we are on hand number 7 of 10. Malinowski, especially with ST out there, sitting on 3 squids.
So inclined to say right now, my guess is Victor doesn't have queens plus or ace king. So maybe he has jacks
Maybe ace jack.
in terms of like top of range. Then he obviously could just have a bunch of other hands that are sort of attacking and now call the limp re-raise in position.
So an extra 26,000, bringing us to the Jack 6-3 board. One overcard to the tens.
Pretty good flop for tens with a spade, all in all.
Politely depositing 25,000.
I feel like if you're Tan at this point, you'd kind of just like to play pot control. Tens might be good. You have a spade for backup. We could be way ahead of a bunch of floats. It's really, not always, but somewhat likely to be way ahead, way behind, and we're out of position. So I think check is just super natural here. Yeah, I like that play. You know, there are a few hands that we might not be way ahead of. Stuff like king, queen off with a spade, ace, queen off with a spade. But like most of the range is kind of going to be way ahead or way behind, I think.
Well, the spade draw is acquired, but there is some concern for Tan, given that Victor called pre and post, so he slips it to Malinowski, who now activates 62,000 into 117-ish.
And there's one play here for Tan Xuan, it's call. There's really not another play. You have tens with a spade, and again, in a spot where, as our opponent's betting, polarizes slightly.
Do we range Victor away from slow playing hands, given that he doesn't have a squid, so he can afford to fast play and potentially, you know, capture us?
Yeah, like it's probably a little bit more likely he raises a set of sixes or threes on the flop, right, than normal.
Or maybe get speedy with the spade draw right away on the flop? Is that a thought?
Possibly. It probably still depends on which one. Now, running 8-8 is pretty blankish because Victor's going to fold some hands with a lot of 8x hands with as floats. Maybe only stuff like 8-7 of clubs, ace-8 of clubs, but for the most part, he doesn't have too many eights. I don't know if Victor bets too many jack-x here versus the limp re-raise. Maybe ace-jack, king-jack, sort of. King-jack kind of might be the bottom, which kind of also depends on his sizing. I don't know that he's going to bet much worse than king-jack, I would say.
120.
Maybe ace-jack. So this size isn't huge.
And still 120,000 American dollars. If you want to look your man up into 241K, this is a very healthy size pot that was built across multiple streets, unlike some of the big ones we've seen prior to it, which are mostly the money gets in kind of pre-flop-ish.
Yeah. Really tough spot for tens. You're not beating value. You know, you are beating hands like king, queen off with a spade, maybe even queen 10 off with a spade, king 10 off. We have tens, unfortunately. Ace, queen off with a spade. It's probably enough to call, but you don't love it.
By the way, look at Tan, Rast. You know the live street so well. He reaches out, makes it look like he's about to snap call, grabs 4 whites, 4 blues, and then pauses and looks over at Victor just to see whether or not he can pick up any sort of reaction that would allow him to skew Victor towards strong or weak.
Victor's not a bad person to do it with, someone who's played a lot online. Definitely live experience, but not as much as some other guys probably. You know, I think Victor's worst hand here is ace-jack. He can have flushes, can't really have overpairs. Our 10 of spades blocks a lot of flushes.
There's the recap, by the way, of the action, top left of your screen.
Our 10 of diamonds blocks some jack-x, but I don't think jack 10 bets river, really, so it's not that relevant of a blocker.
The fold is made so much easier if we're at this point in the squid round and Malinowski has a squid. But without a squid, it is that much more difficult. And take a look at Tan Xuan making a sound decision, as he's done on so many occasions thus far across 4 days of cash game play, conceding to Malinowski, who had it.
Yeah, so that was right at what I would say the bottom of, oh, maybe like the stone bottom of Victor's value bets on the river.
Queen Jack doesn't come for that healthy size.
Queen Jack, I mean, versus a limp re-raise. I mean, Tan can just easily have like King Jack or Ace Jack, kind of.
And then just kind of take a passive line from the turn on.
Yeah. I mean, the flush hit.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, I really think that's kind of the stone bottom right there. I was wondering whether or not he would bet King Jack. I kind of said, is it Ace Jack, King Jack, or just Ace Jack?
Yeah. Well, Malinowski gets the monkey off of his back in that one as we fight on. Aaron Zhang, King 10, under the gun straddling. Tan limps, ST wagging his finger with King Queen off suit from the cutoff.
Well played hand by both, and, you know, good fold by Tan on the river.
Listen, you love the mystery hand so much, Rasty. How about another one? Back-to-back for the first time this week. Rui Cao, the Cobra, blocked out, and he's taking us upstairs to 28,000 as he slathers an extra 20K atop the ST raise.
You're spoiling me, Ali, and I'll tell you what, there is no way Andy's folding this.
Ace Queen off suit, does have himself a squid.
The cold call. You know, I think Andy's seen that he's been 4-bet here a few times he's done this, and I think he's just ready to go to war versus a 4-bet with Ace-Queen off when he flats. Might even be part of the reason why he's doing it instead of re-raising himself. Because I'd have to think, like, you'd normally be sort of okay just 4-betting Rui, the Cobra Cow, and maybe just playing for that 200K with Ace-Queen off, all things considered. You know, should you have to, otherwise taking it down. So this is a very weird play. I wouldn't really know that if I wanted to make this play as Andy, I'm not sure I would choose Ace Queen off as opposed to Ace Queen suited. But Andy's doing some real creative pre-flop stuff in the Squid game so far.
ST chewed on it for a minute. Wasn't performing well against at least Andy. Dominated. He does send it into the bin. So it's heads up, 66 in the middle, 954. Not the texture Andy had in mind. And you see Cobra Cow barreling 25,000. Doesn't have a squid here late in the round, Rast. This stuff is on Andy's mind. Peels for 25,000.
Andy's beating all kind of 2 big card hands other than Ace King. So he's also beating some of the suited, some of the wheel aces like Ace 2 and Ace 3, not the other ones. So my guess is, given the way he's played this and how much is in the pot, he might just be not folding all the way to the end.
55,000 now. Bet and called, still just ace high, board pairs on the river, and that's a welcome sight in terms of not complicating the texture. And here it is, a 3-street sail-off by Cobra Cow as he empties the clip.
I think Cobra has it this time. I'm going to go, but not like a great hand. Like he has the King 9 or something and just flop the 9. But I think he's value betting. This is just, it's not that much into not that much into a big pot.
Here's the issue, though.
Andy looks pretty strong.
If we're Andy and we got the sense that the ace-queen is good, we do reserve the right to change our mind given action. But this is a run-out where nothing happened. Our ace-queen was good on the turn. It's good now.
I'll tell you what. I think if Rui had clubs or like Jack 10 or Queen 10, he probably just ships turn to maximize fold equity and as opposed to like bet. So I think if Cobra's bluffing, he's got like a weird hand like King Jack or something, and but that also narrows his bluffing range a bit. Like I don't think Cobra has like the Queen 10 of clubs right now or something.
And listen, Rui knows without a squid, he's under suspicion. And so playing fast actually doesn't harm your value range as much.
So yeah, here.
You win.
Oh my goodness, what is it?
Wow!
See?
You win.
Oh,
Andy! An absolutely heroic reaching for the K, pipping ace-jack.
20万。
like I said, if Cobra's bluffing, it's not like with equity.
I'll tell you what, that might be lighting a little fire under the scales
I don't know about that one.
of Cobra.
If you're Cobra on the river with ace jack, betting 86 into like 250, I think I'm just checking that one. I'm not trying to get better than ace jack to fold on the river. That's for sure.
掉得很紧，没所谓，不还赢钱就好了。我的身体不好，我在看你高血压都没有，你心脏好的。有钱赢了我们，只要是。
You know, this isn't the place you look to get your wounds dressed. Instead, there's just a fresh lemon wedge on the back end of those moments as fist bumps and elation and celebration enshrouds you. I'm keeping an eye on Rui from this point forward, by the way. This round is not done, and there could be some real urgency as he tops up. Not involved here. Straddle on by Tan.
看我就很随缘，中了我就抢。
A round of limps.
是把你们走了40码。
I didn't catch a glimpse at what Rui had. I would have thought he would have
No, he
been.
had ace jack off. That's what I was saying.
I'm talking about here in this one, Rast. Of course I saw that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
太松了，太松了。
差一点能打回来。
9-9-10 board.
因为他没东西，然后你也没。
No pair anywhere, but Aaron's got himself a diamond draw. 3 checks in front of him, and Elton says, okay, I'll take a stab.
我领 call
有东西再打回来打走了。
Predictably down to heads up is Zhang the only customer.
这个我 PP 啊 AA 啊。
4 on the turn, improving Elton. 2 quick checks, and now Elton counterfeited, but the ace comes back into play.
中了个4，后面有个 A。
Check down, post flop.
妈的，我应该打他好了，我靠！
Post turn, I suppose I should say.
真的我应该打你好了，我那个买花，真的是。
买花你跟着好了，反正没必要啊。
应该打的，我最后一条鱼了。
啊？
Yeah, gonna just say as... Okay, here we go. Promo. I'll wait till after your turn, Ollie.
We're going to pay a few bills. How's that sound? If you haven't already done so, head over to QQ Poker. And if you're asking why, it's self-evident. A $30 deposit as a new player gets you a $50 ticket, gets you into a $30,000 guaranteed Triton reward tournament. Get involved with Asia's fastest growing online poker platform, which is now expanding globally, offering fair play, a wide range of games, and an easy-to-use interface for all players. Whether you're a beginner or a seasoned pro, QQ Poker has got you covered. A tournament running October 7th through the 12th. Sign up by October 11th.
So yeah, if you're Cobra and you barreled ace jack on the turn, 86K with like 250 in there, 10 high, all the straight draws missed. Dude, you just checked the river. Like, what are you trying to bluff? It's actually more likely Andy has a hand like queen jack or whatever and might bluff himself but can't call. Like, I think the rivers with ace jack off is like one of the easiest checks ever. I just can't get behind that jam by Cobra on that one.
Well, I'll tell you what, sometimes the squid, like those little sentinels in the Matrix or whatever, you know, into the belly button or the ear canal, get in there and do some damage. 2,500, the raise from Malinowski, incurring damages courtesy of Aaron, who 3-bets to 20,000. And Andy says, no, Aaron. Zhang was celebrating a little prematurely there, and he has been outflopped by Andy, who once again plays the role of hero, trying to deny squids. Flopping top pair here. Aaron pumps the brakes. Andy checks back. Board pairing diamond on the turn.
Aaron's hoping for clearance here from hands like king high, queen high, jack high. Take it down. But my guess is Just going to check this forever. Yeah. I think Aaron doesn't follow through with a bluff here.
He did fire that 20.
Actually, no, I don't know. A diamond he might. But yeah, I think it was more just a clearance bet to win and give up mostly was my read on his turn play. I think he was going to consider on the diamond, but he doesn't have a diamond in his hand. Now Andy going for, yeah, decides against it.
I thought he was going for value as well, but instead, just content to haul in the 83K pot
and the third squid, right?
Aaron a
Boom.
squid, and he's into the progressive.
Yeah, that's why it's like, let's just check back and get that third squid, baby. And get check raise bluffed here.
等一下，这个可以先去下洗手间吗。
Was that the last one?
No. No,
We
right?
got one left? No, I think that was the last one. Elton is issuing the counts, and you see 32,000 in total paid by Aaron,
Great.
and everyone will help themselves.
More than just ST as well?
Yeah, ST's got the double squids, 2K each, but with 3, you get 2x, so he'll take 12,000.
Give him, yeah, one. Yeah. I have 8.
Oh, no, 2 people must have paid. Because if Elton's getting 8, that means 2 people paid 4.
Yeah, you're right
so
about
there's
that.
another person that paid.
It's Cobra Cow.
Oh, Cobra. Seems like it's been a rough session for Cobra so far.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to put a read on his expression, but it doesn't look
Yeah.
like one of a man who's enjoying himself thus far in the session.
You know, I think this game also, if we're talking about just everybody's having fun, crazy things, you're paying out this, I think this game just probably tilts people as well.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
You want to be a part of the fist bumps, the high fives, and the laughter. You don't want to be on the receiving end of it, the man fueling all of that excitement.
Yeah.
Financially.
Emotionally.
Okay, so we reset.
Ooh,
A new round of 10 hands. ST throwing the straddle on. Jack's awaiting him. Cobra.
Straddling in this game's not the worst.
10x open, by the way, from the ace-queen. First hand of squid.
If you think about it, because it kind of means you get to go last pre-flop, which is even more important in this game, I feel like. Those 2's probably not going to see this flop. I have a feeling the 3-bet from the Jacks is coming. Yeah, for sure. Cobra's only got 160. Jacks is like, let's 3-bet and go with it.
Well, let's wait and see how things take shape. Again, this is the first squid of 10. New round upon us.
52.
There it is. As you suspected, a 3-bet to 52,000. And let's see. Rui, yep, ready to jam. 168,000 in total. I think these ducks have been barbecued.
As predicted, Duck's not going to get to see the flop.
Nope. And
The most important run out coming.
ST will make the call. These guys strike me as run-at-once sort of characters, and
I think it's probably Cobra that called for it, I would guess, because Cobra's stuck.
yeah.
And he's in for 168, so he might just be in the run-at-once mood in this pot.
Oh, and the ace is on the board, but so is a jack.
Wow.
Set for ST. Cow could draw dead, but all of a sudden the 10, providing that ray of hope that is a king. Can he go runner Broadway? No. And I wouldn't put a pedometer on our resident chip runner, Rast, because he's getting a workout.
Oh, yeah.
I have Jack.
An ST who's been running pretty bad
I also thought he has Jack.
in the last few days and actually playing pretty well given how he's been running. Is not running badly today. I mean, he's building castles over there right now so far.
I don't remember who weighed in, but there was someone in the chat. I'm going to scroll back and see if I can find it, who suggested that they've played Squid Game with ST in Singapore and suggested that ST was a squid specialist. somebody who is really, really strong in these streets. And it was Jonah
We said that yesterday already.
Not big, but
who weighed in.
I'm not surprised because ST was showing in the regular poker that he's very adept. I mean, he was probably the tightest pre-flop, but he was very aggressive pre-flop, just a lot of 3 and 4 betting. And I think, you know, he's probably, okay, I'm widening the ranges a little bit here, but in general with an aggressive slant. It strikes me that his style's going to translate well to Squid. Loosen up a little bit, but not too much.
6K a man here. Rast to an 8-4 tray board. Nines. The overpair.
You don't want to strand too much money out there all the time because other people are playing quite aggressive.
Zhang following through on the 6K open with a 15K follow through.
Tough spot for Victor. He's out of position here. But 5s make sense. Picks up a gutty.
Ace on the turn does deliver the wheel draw to Malinowski, who gets a free pull at it. With the action going check, check. And now, Victor going to ask a question of these 2 9s, but at 15,000, Zhang practically beats him into the pot. So Aaron not going to pay out in this squid round, earning his first.
Value, myself.
Elton 真的能屈能伸，伸手马也能打，短手马也能打。
我不会打伸手马，我只会打短手马。短手马的专家，伸手马不行。
发现本来 Elton 聊天这个是中等，现在跟你们这个一起玩 Elton 这个聊天也变 top pro 了。
他聊天好玩，有意思的。
哎，感觉 Elton 聊天比你们略差一点，后来发现 Elton 直线上升这个水平。
我们的师兄
，Andy 买多少？80。
Rui in the straddle. Schwen with Don and clubs. Picking an interesting one to make it 4,000 with. And Elton from the big blind will push back to 20.
Ton doesn't have a squid. Does he want to try to get one?
Well, this is just the third hand of 10. And he'll wait.
Squid number 1
for Elton.
什么呀？魔术师，你给我找一个会弄这个的，10万块了。我自己都不知道啊。
其实下面2个红的，
应该最公平，没有，应该
拿出来，
应该公平是我放到我手上，
哪个是红，
应该
哪个是黑的？红的。
哎，我也这样想的，裂开。
好，裂开，没照，这个好一点。自己用自己的手，不能用别人的手。
什么情况呢？刚刚最后一把，这把没算我啊，你就自己搞啊。
应该放到我手上，你们可以选。
你给点机会给我好吗？就是你不给点机会给我。
这个有魔术吗？他在翻盖没吧？有没有魔术？我靠！我要会魔术师，我他妈的发牌又不能发了。
等一下，万一是这样呢？
会魔术的发牌了。
Raised to 4,000 from the little suited connector of Aaron, flatted by Tan's ace 10. Now ST already has a squid, could be looking to make a bid for a second straight progressive.
I need to.
3 betting. Here in hand number 4. 22,000 the total. Aaron dives in. He too looking to maybe collect a minimum of 3 squids. Tan without one thus far. And again, he folds pre. Feels like a...
Interesting. I was wondering if he flatted in order to maybe continue versus 3-bet some, but I guess not.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see him fold as well, Rast. I thought maybe he would even come with a re-raise. with some frequency, just given the lack of a squid, but still early enough in the round, he deems, to get after it later on, as the Jack-7 deuce leaves ST, the pre-flop 3-better, getting after it. No club, no equity, and no further involvement from Aaron. Squid number 2, collected by Wang, who is beginning to look very much like, as Jonah in the YouTube chat suggested, a man who understands how to navigate these unique waters.
Hello, Bum.
You know how in, like, the NHL, I think it's during the playoffs, and I think it's Detroit Red Wing fans would throw, like, octopi onto the ice certain times, you know? I would go and find a raw squid at the local grocery store and just at some point find a reason to slam it directly into the middle of the table.
That sounds disgusting.
Yeah, no, it does.
It's going to leave like wet, slimy goo, and it's going to smell like fish the whole... All right. Can't imagine that wow, multiple 10s are out, so those 10s are super dead, and Tan's got quite a good hand.
This sounds like a jam here. He made it 5 to go. 10-4 suited, by the way, was responsible for the re-raise.
有没有长红的、长黑的？有没有青色的？
No, okay.
谁赌红？
职业的。
20。
你呢？
要不要跟你来一下
Cobra
30。
torching 25K plus.
没抢。
你这么狠啊！当时先把它搞
选红了嘛，开始选黑的了。我先给他选嘛。
他是做庄家 ，Elton 好说话嘛。
Again, the meta, you know, maybe Cobra thinking third straight time Tan is open. We've seen him fold to re-raises on 2 consecutive equations.
Yeah.
这是这个庄的可以你选的嘛。
Victor
Looks like
Limps.
there's 4 or 5 squids there by the dealer. Cobra doesn't have one. Andy doesn't have one.
上头了。
Andy's going to call here. It's pretty... Yeah, 500 more. Oh.
Finger whack from the ace-6 of hearts. Aaron already has a squid, but looking to make it pricier for those in pursuit.
Elton has a squid, so I wonder if he's called in the spot with king 4 off, but I think he was squidless. This is a better hand, though.
Still does have 2 players left to act behind him. 11K a man. Elton will play this one in position. Ace Queen 8, top pair for Aaron.
Aaron's going to immediately slow down, although the way this pot played, that's such a better board for Aaron. It seems like one that you could probably just c-bet range for like 8K on the flop or something.
Yeah, instead he chose to check and delay that c-bet. Turn barrel of 10,000, and Elton not interested in king high and a Broadway gutty.
Yeah, I would guess ace queen 8 with a suit. As you're the raiser from the small blind versus like the cutoff over limp. You gotta just have a massive range advantage there.
No straddle on, 2 limps, and then Rui Kao's ace queen takes us north. And it's kind of nice, Rast, when you pick up a real hand late in the round, squidless, because you rate to get action and get it from some light spots.
Yeah, and this might even be it. Like Andy floats very light on the button.
He too lacking a
squidless.
squid.
And I wonder if Tan's going to see this and attack them with suited ace here. And if I'm Cobra, I'm just ready to play for stacks. He's only got 160. He's got a way better hand than he needs to have in this spot.
30K from Tan, targeting Cobra and Andy. Yep.
Yeah.
This time, Cal showing off his fangs.
This would be one of the most absurd calls of the day. Andy's still thinking about it.
No way.
I mean, he's not going to. I can't imagine. That's why I'm saying it would be absurd, but he hasn't folded yet.
Rast, I'm going to run into the street again.
Okay. There we go, Andy.
Tan just flicks the call in, by the way, sensing that perhaps this is desperation out of Cobra. Squidless late in the round, but instead it's the medicine. Dominant. Ace Queen. They are going to run it twice, though.
贴惯例，一次两次我都无所谓。啊，两次啊，两次。
$350,000 pot cut into two 175K efforts. First board is where the squid comes in. Ace Queen holding.
We haven't had a tie yet, but not going to get one on this board, but we might have.
Rui just needs to fade the 7. And he's done it.
我靠！一说话来个7，我找你赔啊！我靠！7啊，什么意思？这
So Rui will exhale as he picks up the squid. Second board, both players hitting the ace. No diamond out there to worry about.
你还能打这么大的牌？
No straight draw picked up by Tan.
是不是太随意了？
And Cal just needs to fade the 3 outer, and he has done just that. So, finally, bouncing off the bottom
17万2
is Rui at the expense of Tan.
172。
哇，他们这个这样组一个输赢还挺大的，还互相有那个底的是吧？
嗯，
这个输赢还挺大的。
And I think that's a really clean example, Rast, of sort of
你们嘛，我们现在开始啊，本来
how incumbent it is upon us to be very aware of the squid situation at any given time, and then to leverage it
你们这样打，人家
as best as possible against specific opposition based on how many squids they have, how many squids we have, what kind of ranges we can anticipate.
Yeah, that was.
He got a ton of action out of A7 suited there.
He did.
真的，我跟你
A7
申请一下，要不然我也前2天可以。
He made that call relatively quickly. That felt like a pretty tough spot.
谁会玩生前玩这么大就可以。
Calling another 140K there.
反正我是输赢都是公司的。
你公司就你一个人的。
King Queen suited for Elton.
输了也不用给
5x open.
提点生活费。
Andy still, pardon me, still prowling.
Of 2 9s. And he could be steaming.
Aaron looking for the 2x multiplier, courtesy of squid number 3. Tan just on 1 squid, but with the 2 9s, he 3-bets.
Elton has no intention of folding this. Right now, he's got to decide whether he's going to flat or just re-raise.
Plus 5K.
Seems like a pretty good hand to flat. Honestly, yeah, I like Elton's decision to flat here. You probably don't mind if any of these flatters come in behind you. Could have some hands you dominate.
17万17万嘛。
You keep in Tan's bluffs, sort of, that you might be dominating.
这明显我不知道。
Especially if Tan doesn't fold like ace-7 suited here.
Well, this is a really ugly flop for Schwen, as Elton did hang in. No others joined him. Top 2 versus the under pair, and the ugly gut shot.
Wow, he just checks it back.
And fills up on the turn.
I wonder if Tan thinks once in a while maybe I'm ahead here, 9s over 8s or 7s or 6s. Maybe even like a suited ace. Eights or 7s probably aren't betting as Elton, but maybe ace high does here some. flush draws. He's going to call once.
Curious choice, just perhaps eyeballing the notion that Elton, with 2 checks in front of him, out of that pre-flop 3-better, could maybe just fire and take it for 20. Not the case, of course. He is all kitted up and betting 65 here on the river. Stone bluff catch for Schwen, who does unblock the heart draw, blocks the backdoor diamond draw. Really only beating some ace highs?
Yeah, pretty much, I think. Nine's also blocking some like 9-8 suited type hands.
Which is the argument in favor of folding them, of course.
But yeah, we are beating all ace-X, no pair. That's, I think, if you're Tan, the main class, what you're kind of really expecting to see for the most part from Elton, if you call, would just be hands like ace-8 of hearts. Or
especially given that it was an early position open from Elton, who then flatted the 3-bet from Tan. And that's really what's on his mind and nothing further. Am I up against a busted ace-X?
Yeah, I think for value, definitely 3 kings, you know, maybe aces. Something around aces or ace-queen being kind of the bottom. Wow, and he's curious. Doesn't believe him.
That disbelief proving costly as Tan calls the 65,000, gets a laugh out of being shown the whole wide world. This is how you know that Tan is a man exactly where he should be, because he is unbothered in these spots. You know, loses the 65, makes the call, and just laughs it off. Onwards.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know the reason the laugh. It's because he ends up basically seeing the nuts. He's like, oh, okay. Oh,
couldn't be more wrong.
Couldn't have a bigger hand there, Elton. Feels like we're running out of squids. 2-2-1. Andy doesn't have one. Aaron's got 2. That's 7.
Obviously, this helps to explain Andy's desire to get involved here.
That's 8.
Did Victor have one?
Well, it looked like he did.
Didn't get a glimpse.
I think I saw one. I think this might be the last squid.
And with that in mind, Aaron raises it up, and look at Andy.
Oh, he got the
He
triple.
just folds.
Oh no, there's.
No, this is the last squid.
This
now.
is the last one.
Okay.
Yeah. So Victor doesn't have one then. So it's 2-2-1, 3-1. Yeah. So Victor and Andy both don't have a squid.
Well, going from seat 1 onward, 2-2-1-0, 3-1-0. Nobody has yet collected 4 squids, knocking on the door of the triple. So this one's a family pot, absent Ricao, 7-8-9. You see some straight draws spread across the field. Malinowski, though, squidless with bottom 2. 5 checks in front of him. He fires 10,000. Andy squidless as well. Going to go on the hunt for backdoor clubs, or the preferred route to a straight, a 5. Tan, open-ended. looking to spoil the ambitions. And 8's full. What a relief for Malinowski. He's got the field drawing dead.
It's going to be hard for him to get called by these hands. But I think if you're him, you're sitting here thinking, okay, what do I could have straights, kind of boats, maybe some bluffs.
Are you surprised to see him on the very last hand, squidless, with someone in the progressive, bet something like 15 as opposed to sizing up and making it look like he just wants to desperately pick up that squid here in his last opportunity? Or is it small enough to where he can induce Andy to do something like this and make it 50 squidless himself?
That was definitely one of the upshots, and it's exactly what happened. I mean, if you're Victor here, I think you just call. I mean, yeah, I know we want the squid. The flip side is, yeah. I mean, our hand is so big. And what if our opponent's just drawing dead?
Now, Andy does pick up a little sliver of showdown courtesy of this 3, but I'm not so sure he thinks it's real value.
If I'm Andy, I'm pretty sure I'm stone shutting this down. You know, the check raise makes sense. Let's get our opponent to fold if he's kind of full of it. But, like, after betting over-betting flop, then betting small on the turn and calling a check raise, I'm mortified right now by Victor's hand.
Yeah.
I mean, like, not knowing what it is. Like,
he does
it's
check
scary.
it. Mm-hmm.
Like, how often is this a boat? Let's just give this one up.
Well, TBD whether or not Andy does choose to give it up. Remember, these are 2 squidless men on the very last hand of the round with Aaron Zhang sitting on the multiplier. So here comes Malinowski for full pot, Rast. The Polar Express.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense. And here's the thing if you're Andy. Yeah, if our opponent had a hand like Queen 10 or something, after overbetting flop 10 into 3K, why are they going to bet 15,000 into like 40,000? You know?
This is a good question to reflect.
I just, it's such a huge parlay at this point for our opponent to be bluffing with like the Queen 10 or like the 10 deuce. If somehow Victor showed up with this here and bluffed me off, I would just send him a chocolate basket.
The other thing, of course, is that there's no busted backdoor flush draw to speak of, or a front door one for that matter. We are blocking some of the straight draws with that 6. So where do we place Malinowski as a man who, as you pointed out, Rast, bet 15 and then stuck around for the extra 35. Ultimately, Andy correctly decides 130 is not the product of something that doesn't beat the 3. So Victor claims that last squid, and it's time to pay up. There it is. 30,000. The penalty for Andy. Squids will get redeemed here. 12K will go to Aaron Zhang for the 3 squids. Everybody else 2K per squid out of the progressive range.
You pick the one who has the least change.
Just give him 2 now. Give him 4, yeah.
跟我有仇。然后换人又给我一个，你们要吗？
Last squid for before seat change, right?
So how much did Andy pay out, did you see?
30,000
Okay.
in total.
Well,
So you figure it's going to be 7 squids at 2K each.
so I kind of paid 80K.
I think
it's
actually
30.
he must have gotten some change though, Rast, right? Because 12,000 went to Zhang, the only man in the progressive. 7 other squids at 2K per would have meant 26 in total.
Plus the 50K check raise with 6 high.
Okay, well, I'm not counting that as part of the prop, but yes, you're right about that. So take a look at how things stand on the poker side of matters, although this is inclusive of any squid gains. ST, $387,000 winner. Malinowski up 300K. Only one other player in the green. All others in the red. Rui Cao, by the way, approaching 700,000 in the hole, is it? No, 500,000.
Yeah. Rui and Andy, basically the big losers, and ST and Victor, the big winners.
Still very early, however. Worthy of mention as we begin a new round of Squid. At the end of this round, players will be taking a break, and the seat redraw, as per usual, will be upon us. Meanwhile, 4 players in for 4K ahead. Tan Xuan, the party started with the 9-7 of diamonds. And it is Rui who decides to simply lead into the pre-flop opener with second pair and an ace dangler. Elton. Check raises from the small and bullies. The Cobra. Maybe we got to call Elton the mongoose then.
Well,
you know why,
I really
of course.
understand why you would pick that, but the thing is, just for that one hand, I mean, have they really been tangoing a bunch?
So he hasn't earned the mongoose moniker yet, but if he takes down the Cobra enough times,
yes.
You know, you watch enough nature channels, you know the mongoose.
I just feel like having his nickname as a poker player exist only, like, sort of
in relation
to Rui is maybe diminutive to Elton ultimately.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's still cool though to be a mongoose.
Yeah. No, I like it. I like it though. Maybe like for today, if he just whacks Elton a bunch.
Is the plural of mongoose?
Or sorry, whacks Cobra.
Mongoose?
No idea.
We've never been tasked with figuring that out. As ST's ace queen makes it 6,000. If you do, Rui in a bad way here. Flats. Second hand of 10. Elton earning the first quid. And look at Aaron Zhang. All of a sudden, in an unstraddled pot, he limped and makes it 32,000 with queen deuce suited. But these limp re-raises do skew towards strong hands, I would imagine in particular early in the Squid round, Rast.
32, right?
Yeah, let's see. I can't imagine ST's letting this go. Yeah, he's just going to call?
Yeah, and how do we feel about ace-jack? There's your answer.
Wow, Rui got out about as cheaply as possible on that hand.
Yep.
Didn't 3-bet pre-flop.
Zhang in a bad way, pre-flop dominated. With control of the action, though, on the King-King-10 board, he is heads up, out of position, following through for 15.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Aaron to win. He's going to need ST not to improve, and he's going to have to go for it.
6 on the turn, the product of Wang's flat.
There's no real reason to think he will go for it, but if he goes bet, and ST doesn't improve, there's a good chance he wins.
Well, listen, there's a decent amount of ace-king in Aaron's range. Granted, it's blocked by the ace-queen, but...
Even a hand like king-queen or, you know, I mean, why not king-x suited? He has queen-deuce suited. He could definitely have some kings. I mean, so could ST, but ST doesn't have ace-king.
By the way, this is not the kind of sizing that's looking to muscle someone out of a pot. This is very milky, as he bets 25 into 100.
Could be setting up a river bluff. And it might be because he does have a queen, but we can see that that river bluff will not go well.
No, Broadway for ST, courtesy of this jack. And you're so right about this, Rast. That card is so bad for Aaron because it could tempt him into an implosive barrel.
I knew he was going to bluff that. You don't somehow get here. You don't get here with queen deuce and not bluff the jack river. Like, you can get low pairs to fold.
Toji, as ST does flat considering the pair on board. Mindful of some potential boat combos. And that one didn't go according to plan. For Aaron, squid number 2 of 10 goes to ST. You know, picking up that early squid really loosens you up. You know, forgive the obvious, but to just play the poker in a much more comfortable fashion down the lane, you know, down the way.
Yeah, always nice. And These games just break the seal, get it out of the way. You know you're free.
You just direct the boa constriction elsewhere. It's like, no, no, no. I got a squid. You wrap yourself around someone else. Malinowski, 5-6 suited.
上海人真的。
Straddled the pot, makes it 6K.
试试看下子兄弟。哇，你买多少？20。SC 买给了。
50。
70。
70这么多。
屌丝。
Well, that was a far easier proposition than I think anybody expected, as even the straddler laid down. That being Tan. First squid for Victor. And number 4 of 10 in progress.
你一天读了几个手？你2个手，妈的，每天读一个，你很快没了。How much?
Limitless once again opens, this time to 2,500, and I don't need to explain why 10,000 has been shaved off of Elton's stack as a 3-bet. Ace into the bin, as well as the ace-10. Squid number 2, by the way, fairly early on here, Rast, and so we could see Elton, who already skews toward the aggressive side of the spectrum, make a bid for maybe that 5-squid round. At least the 3-squid for 2x.
Yeah, I guess one of the things, once you start getting, you get that 5-squid, it's pretty tough for you not to get paid by at least 2 spots. It's worth quite a bit.
Right. Far fewer squids available to be spread across the remaining seats.
2,000 times 3 times 5, that's
45.
30K. 2,000 times 15, right?
If you have 5 squid, oh yeah, 30K.
30, but then 30 from every player doesn't have a squid, so it'll probably at least 2.
60, let's call it, on
Yeah,
average.
min.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big round. Plus, you obviously won some pots.
Right.
Yeah.
To take down those 5 squid. Elton, 10-9 suited, and you know what we just discussed, Rast, not lost on the remainder of the field in terms of him maybe going hard at this round. Andy flats, and now Tan with the Cowboys saddles us up to 22-5.
The other thing that's super interesting about this game, watching it some, is it's like people are doing things that are so different. Like in normal poker, obviously people have different strategies, but they're relatively close. Like the 3-bet frequency here or there a little more. Guys are doing stuff like, look, Andy's doing, not everybody's doing this here. Andy's been the most aggressive by a massive margin. It kind of,
does this story
the
check out?
variance in the people's strategies in this game is so wide that like you're adjusting to exploit this guy versus this guy is also needs to be super fluid. So it's probably, I can see it being very fun to play from that perspective of like, oh, you want to like, you're changing your game so much on the fly in this pot versus the next pot. One pot you could be totally wild, crazy, it's the right move. The other pot you not. Anyway.
Does this story, by the way, Rast, check out for you? Elton raising, Andy flatting, and then with the 3-bet and call in front of him, he goes hard. Not that it matters as Schwen jams for 965, and Andy just muscled off of 125,000 pre.
I would say it's not the most believable story to cut off flat. You know, also Andy's shown a predilection to 3-bet aggressively himself. But, you know, some people always mix it up. And Andy could have hands like ace-queen. But, yeah, kings, you're just like loving it there.
I would love to dig into that honey butter almond pouch back there. That looks tasty.
You know, I think for value with Andy, you're going to see stuff like ace-queen, 10, some hands that kings is like salivating against.
Salivating. Did you make it down to that little 24-hour mini mart when we were in Jeju earlier this year?
玩什么东西啊？双位也不能吃。
On site?
You
They
mean
had
just
some tasty little snacks.
oh yeah, out of the food court.
Yeah.
Um,
My favorite is going down to the potato chips aisle, and you're like, I've never seen that flavor.
I did not. I was in there once, but it wasn't to buy food. Yeah, I tried not to buy. They had a bunch of great food. I just tried to eat the regular food, not the like processed.
Remember the
Yeah.
fruit?
You know I try to
the
eat
fruit
healthy,
was
Ellie. Come on.
spectacular.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
Dude, the buffets there were good.
yeah. No.
There was the one at the main casino and then the other one nearby us. They were both solid.
Not so solid queen jack here, but a gut shot and a 3K bet knifes its way through a multi-way affair. Squid number 2, taken down with ease by Tom in a limp pot pre,
在我的话，可能
straddled by Elton.
最少90%多是真的。
Cobra and Andy squidless.
Keep an eye on them.
Breathless.
Yeah. This is hand number 6
ST
or 7.
might not have a squid either.
I thought he had 1.
Does he?
Maybe. Yeah, I think I caught a glimpse. We'll know momentarily. I believe this is hand number 7. Straddle for Cobra, who, as you pointed out, is squidless. And see how he feels about Ace-Jack as Andy makes it 5K to go. He, too, lacking a squid late in this round. 7-8 suited. There it is. Yeah. So we got 1 for ST, 2 for Elton, 2 for Tan, and I believe 1 for Aaron.
And 1 for Victor, right? 2-1, 2-1-1, is that right? So that's 7.
Yeah.
And this is number 8.
Okay. I may be wrong about Aaron. I don't see a squid in front of Aaron right now in this shot. As we see Elton's 9s, making it 25 to go. Rui pushed out. Andy's going to stick in, and he's going to flop himself an 8, which is a problem.
Oh, it is a problem.
Elton with the overpair, 51K plus in the middle.
Elton could be up against a bigger pair, but obviously isn't most of the time.
You know what else he could be, Rast? Is on the hunt for squid number 3 light.
Yeah.
That's the other problem if you're Andy.
This is a big bet. 8-3 deuce rainbow. I mean, over pot. Andy
He just rips it.
Wants to clear out the overcards here.
This is painful, man. No snap
No,
out of Elton.
Andy has 400, but Elton only has 240. So the pot's not going to be quite as big as it looks.
And by the way, this board is so dry, Rast. There's not really a draw that I think Elton is assigning to Andy.
No, but I think if you're Elton and you think this through at some point, you're like, am I against an 8? Am I against ace-4, ace-5 suited? And, you know, am I up against, can he have 4-5 suited? Am I up against 7s or 6s? That is just like, my hand's probably good here enough. He's not, I'll lay you a pretty big price. He's not folding this.
I tend to agree with you. Recapping things, though.
I
late
believe
in this
Elton will
round.
set this. I'll lay 8-1. You can
Rui
have it.
was the straddle. Andy made it 5. Elton out of the big made it 25.
3-bet call. Bet.
Andy
You can have
flatted.
10-1.
And then 55 was the bet.
1,000 to $100. You can have it.
Well, look on his face there should have changed the line a little bit, but
You got it. You
I
gotta
like your
say-
side, though,
Okay.
Rasty. I do. He
I
may
mean, I
be
know the
chewing
look on
it,
his
but-
face makes 10-1 look crazy. I just don't see him folding.
Yeah,
Like
sure
how you
enough,
fold 9s
eventually
there.
the call does come in with the 9s, and Andy
1次2次，
asking for twice, and
决定。
I believe the request
2次2次。
has been granted.
对9想
Also, maybe like the Andy effect here. It's like, this is the Squid Game. Andy's been playing the craziest. Like, we're never laying down 9s to this guy in the
Yeah.
Squid Game.
And again, didn't have a squid. We're on hand number 7, I believe. What we're not on is the best hand, if we're Andy. Remember, the first of these 2 runouts is where the squid is awarded, and that is not the card that Andy needed. So then, he will hunt a 7 or an 8 to haul in half the pot.
That also okay.
It was an 8 perfect, though, and deuce to 7 low ball.
Wow. Mixed game goggles never coming off of you. Turn.
I guess.
Doesn't help Andy. Can he find a 7 or an 8 here for a refund? No. So a scoop for Elton. And what makes matters even worse is the fact that he picks up the 3rd squid.
Yep, 2 left to play for, and I believe 2 players don't have squids. There they are. I think Aaron has one, but I'm not certain.
You know, I tend to think he does, and I can't remember him winning one this round. But
No. 150, 200.
TBD. I think it's...
Nope, he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't. So
maybe they... So 1, 3, no, 2, 1.
oh, I thought ST had a couple.
How many time banks I give you?
Looks like he just
No,
got
he's
one
just
over
got
there.
one. You're right. 1,
Oh, you got
3,
already? Okay.
0, 0,
0,
0, 2 for Tan, I believe, and was it 1 for Victor?
I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe there's 3 left to play for, and now 7 are out.
Yeah, so that was hand number 7. This is hand number 8.
So Elton would love to get 2 more.
I mean, out of the final 3, could see him go hard.
I mean, even 1 more, because that 1 is doubled, getting paid by potentially 3 guys. Nevertheless, the triple.
Yeah, picking up the
It's
4th
like-
one doesn't necessarily give us progressive overlay, but in terms of denying the squidless.
And just winning, because it's
Yeah.
a double, so that's 4K times 3 people. I
Right.
mean, it's worth 12,000, assuming one of them doesn't get another squid.
Ace Jack 7. This is a party of 6 being seated.
Total limped pot here.
Andy, by the way, without a squid, uninvolved in this one. Ace Jack 7 board, and believe it or not, nobody with a pair. Gut shot straight draw for Malinowski firing 2,000. And squid number 2 acquired with relative ease there. You know, if I'm one of the guys without a squid, by the way, and you look at how hard Andy went at that last one and lost an over 600K pot, and then you look at Victor just pick this one up in a 6-way post-flop 2K bet, take it.
Yeah.
That's tilting.
I think that was just Victor's not getting that bet through. If anyone has anything, he's kind of lucky no one had, because it's just
I get it.
over like the 4th limp behind on
get
like
it.
the ace jack board. It's like no one's scared of Victor's
No, but
range there.
Andy just spent 320K
no.
trying to win one, and this man limped and
Ooh.
fired 2K post and took one. Meanwhile, straddle and double straddle out there. ST, 2 10s. Up we go.
Bad news for the squidless. 2 10s right here. And oh wow, I mean, I think if you're Elton, well, it's not. I don't know. The people in the pot are all deep. He could 3-bet, but yeah, it's just so nice to get to see the flop in position with this hand. It's not getting to a pre-flop war.
Flatting the button with the suited connector. Here's Andy with ace 8. Things beginning to grow urgent. He flats.
Aaron with no squid probably just sees the flop here, right? It's only 7 more.
He agrees, and now he just prays that Tan Xuan doesn't do Tan Xuan things. 9-5 off, doesn't rate to be the one.
For the 3rd squid, though, will he probably overcall with the 9-5 off here?
He can close the action.
Yeah.
There we are. So a 5-way affair, 8K ahead, 40,000 plus in the middle.
毛痒痒。
King Jack 7 with a couple of spades. The 10s still in front.
Hard to love that flop, though. Elton might fire at this here. On the button, bottom pair, clean kicker. Or do you check it back? He's thinking about it. Yeah. He's going to do it. Don't blame him. The good news for Elton is no one has anything.
Bets 18, Rast, sub half pot. Sizing tip you off at all?
I feel like the sizing should be somewhat normal, but it is, like, I'm good with it, but it is small compared to what people have been doing.
And it is the first time anyone has picked up 4 squids. And with 2 pots remaining, Elton
Wait, no.
has a chance at a 5th. And immediately, Victor asking, are 5 squids triple? Personally, I'm not looking to draw people's attention to that, but maybe he's doing it to make sure he's got other people at the ready to give Elton a run.
算没鱼嘛，他算没鱼嘛 ，Allen 算没鱼嘛，这3个没算没鱼嘛，都算没鱼嘛，就我一个人有鱼。
This reminds me a little bit of the 7 deuce bounty in a normal 2-card game where all of a sudden a guy's faced with a potential big call and everybody else is looking at him like, make the call, bro. Don't let that 7 deuce through.
Oh, let's just limp behind with 3s. Yeah.
Wait. Okay.
He's not folding to 1 raise.
Only 2 opportunities remain for Cobra and Andy. They're both limping. Aaron has a problem himself. Squidless are those 3. He limps, and they're being offered the opportunity to earn that squid here at a cheap price. The board is 8-8-7 trips for Tan Xuan. Things not looking great for the squidless.
Yeah, Tan already has a squid, right? So the squidless are in trouble here.
He's got 2, I think.
And Aaron has a 7, which I'm sure he's praying is the best hand. We can see it's not.
Well, it was checked to him. Did he act yet? No, he didn't. And I think Tan might have made it look like he was checking out of turn, not, with intention, but you see the fingers being wrapped over there. Aaron said, hang on, and then let out for 15,000 into 6, Rast.
I know. Some of these squidless bets on the river seem,
well, we're on the flop.
Very big. Sorry, towards the ends of the squid rounds, not the river of the squid round.
Oh, right. Late stages of the squid round.
Yeah, sorry, my brain's doing dumb things, but thank you for the correction.
Tan flatting, of course, looking to invite somebody to get caught. You surprised that with 2 squids he wouldn't try to maybe kick people out behind with kind of that wet texture, coordination, and 2 diamonds with his trip 8s?
Aaron just bet 250% the pot. Normally when somebody bets that big, you kind of just call in position a bunch.
Yeah, but he's squidless, and we're late in the round, as you pointed out, Rast. It isn't necessarily with better than 8-5 that he's doing it, right?
He's got
Aaron's squidless.
Yeah.
Zhang checks the turn. Tan checks back. Diamonds arrive. 9-6 gets there. 6-4 gets there. And Aaron gives up.
I think Tan has a pretty good idea that Aaron has a 7 a lot. It's really the hand you're targeting when you check back because it's drawing dead to beat you. So I'm curious to see what bet size he chooses here because it's kind of not that easy for a 7 to call. Yeah, look, he's going small. Tan knows what Aaron has in this hand. Like,
what does Aaron beat? He just bins it. And so 2 players have entered the progressive streets.
And maybe Aaron knows that Tan knows and then knows his hand isn't good. That was a pretty interesting hand, kind of.
14, 15, 16, 17. 17, 34K each.
Oh, was that the last one?
Yeah.
I thought that there was one more left. So that actually made things even a little more desperate for Aaron, as he, Andy, and Rui are all paying out. That was a painful little round for those three, as Tan picked up number 3. He's in the doubles for 6.
Victor have 12K. Victor have 12K. And then he have 3.
Victor.
12.
Give me all the money. Give me all the money.
36,
This is for Victor.
He's got 72.
60 squid. Yeah.
No, maybe not that much.
34. Yes.
I think Elton's going to win
V for
48K.
12 here.
4 squids is on the double.
Double.
16,000, double triple, right?
No.
48
is a double. Yeah,
No,
48,
3
yeah.
players. Meaning.
Yeah.
He's doubled, 4 squids,
Yeah.
4K apiece, 16,000, 3 players squidless, 48,000 is correct.
Yeah.
Victor, 2 squids, 3 players, he takes down 12K,
Oh, are they redrawing?
and that is break time. So the redraw.
It
Will
just
allow
flies
us
by.
to shuffle things up.
I don't play.
3500对吗？82000。
先点完码再给他吧。
And while we do, we give you a glimpse at how things are taking shape. ST and Elton up over $500,000 apiece. Malinowski in the green.
This
After
game
a
is
very
big,
painful
dude.
first couple of days. He's up 300,000. Tan in the green as well. And just look at how painful things have been for Andy Nee, and for that matter, Rui Cao.
This game is big,
823
man.
and
These numbers are
500
more like the first day.
in the hole. We'll step aside. We'll be back in about 15. Stay close.
Victor. Don't have squids.
Oh, and Rui laying it down. And a third squid picked up. You would think maybe a little bit of resistance would have been offered, but the progressive has been entered by Tan Xuan.
This is the last. I think this is the last hand if my count's correct.
Oh,
3,
look,
2, 2,
they're
1,
little
1.
astronauts.
帮你搞大了，你不知道。
So the squid players are incentivized to play defense against Victor and Cobra.
Yeah. One of the two of these guys, if this is the last hand, Rast, are going to be paying out.
Oh my goodness. Victor has a playable one.
Yeah, 15,000. I mean, listen, any two might be considered playable when you're down to the last hand in a squid round, right? Elton flattening the button with this A7 off. Now Andy could really torque wrench things.
I mean, I think you just ship it here.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does with 124,000.
I don't know if you're Victor here. It's probably kind of close.
Well, you got to do the math on how much is it going to cost me if I fold and guarantee myself paying out, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. It's
doubles for Andy as well if he ends up taking this, by the way, because he's got 2 squids already.
3, 2. You owe the triple guy 6 times a multiplier. I mean, you owe that one person 12K. A couple 2, 2.
No. But Andy also you owe 12K because he'll be picking up his third.
So that's
24 right there between him and Tan.
Plus the other dub plus like 8 more. So you owe like 30K. So it's a extra 30K on the downside here with a fold. So you're calling like 110 to win 155, and if you lose the pot, you owe 30K more. So if you fold, you just owe 30K.
Yeah.
So it's probably a call actually, because it's minus 30K if you fold, and then the math on it is, oh, but if you call and lose, you still owe 30K.
Right.
Whatever, I don't know. It's this tough. Some tough math.
Victor jamming over the top of Andy, trying to ensure that Elton bows out.
Elton's
So-
got an easy fold, though.
Yeah.
Ace-7 off, even in the Squid game.
Malinowski gets what he intended to, which is a heads-up collision with Andy.
I mean, you can't really be asked for much more than this. Andy's not going to have a worse hand.
$265,000 pot. You see the smile on Victor's face. This is not the poker he grew up playing.
Oh, SpaghettiOs.
King 6-3. We're going to run it twice, but this first one is for the squid. No heart out there. And no options other than an 8 or a 9 for the time being. Now add a 7. Courtesy of this 5. Gut shot straight draw. And clean draws to a pair. 10 outs.
Oh.
And there's the 9 burger. Victor can get behind it.
Victor's like, and that's how you play the Squid game, guys. Call it all off with 9 high. Let's go.
No. Jam over the top. Don't get it twisted.
I mean, no, he basically called there. Yeah, come on. I mean, Andy's folding.
Elton, we're talking about. 10-8-5. A pair. Once more Malinowski. Best case scenario, suddenly the ace-queen looking to repay the favor courtesy of potentially running diamonds.
9-8 just scoops it. It's Victor's time.
How about that? 265K pot hauled in. He defends on behalf of the honor of the field against Andy picking up a 3rd to enter the progressive. And
Yeah, the Squid game ends once all squids are used or there is one player without a squid remaining.
okay,
So that's
but
that's
then
it.
why did we not collect every squid and reset in total?
Well,
Right? Because
maybe
didn't
they
we see
did.
some squids
Yeah, there was
left out
just-
there?
I think just the one from the pot. Maybe that.
But it didn't look to me like there was 9 squids left in front of the shot clock because we're supposed to be playing 10 squids with 7 players.
I don't know.
马上就停了。
Well, we're going to figure it out eventually, and we obviously appreciate everyone's patience and understanding as we try to wrap our heads around this new wrinkle. A fascinating one at that. As we see ace-9 make it 4,000, kings make it 15, and ace-5 off make it 41. And this is early in the round by my count. Rui Cow has medicine.
Yeah, I guess the most important thing, as opposed to playing the full round, is that somebody pays. And that's why the rules are set up as they are. And here we can see again, Andy is getting into a very aggressive situation with not the best hand pre-flop. Ace 5-0, and that's not going to be good news for Andy, who flops a pair, now is ahead of hands like Ace King, Ace Queen, King Queen. And just other random, kind of random bluffs that Rui has other than 10x. Oh my goodness. That's
5 on the turn.
dirty.
All of a sudden, Andy makes trips after hanging in there for an extra 26,000. No, it was an extra 39,000, the 5 bet, forgive me. It was an extra 26 out of Andy. 80 ahead to that flop, another 30 to make trips on the turn.
And Cobra slips in the check here, trapping with the second best hand.
Oh, well, he's going to be the trappee, not the trapper.
Morning. AA 啊。哇，
Rui. Check jams.
哇，你真的是过瘾。
431K pot and nasty.
Andy!
Ace 5 gets force fed to the Cobra.
Rui was worried about aces.
加20万，
Running it once.
10万，10万，10万。
And Andy, once again, we've seen
One time. Victor, one time. Ace king.
Get squids. So when you have like 3 squids there or more, you're looking at all the guys with no squids, and yeah, you'd love to play defense if you can against them.
You're right about that. Delayed shoutouts, by the way.
Oh, Mr.
Ramio in New York and Ray in Albania joining us as we have our first QQ Poker mystery hand. Malinowski will have his cards obfuscated. 2 limpers in front of him with 3, 4, and pocket 10s. Victor has made it 7,000. Let's see what kind of appetite remains. Zhang on the hunt for his first squid. And we are late in the round here, Rast. I'm not sure how many are left, but it's not a lot. Schwen has a squid, but he's also got a couple of 10s, which is plenty of hand.
See how he decides to play this. Yeah, he's coming with the 3-bet, which is very reasonable. They're quite deep, though, so...
And, of course, Tan looking over at Victor, realizing that's a man with no squids. There's this pot and 3 more after it, so we are on hand number 7 of 10. Malinowski, especially with ST out there, sitting on 3 squids.
So I'm inclined to say right now, my guess is Victor doesn't have queens plus or ace king. So maybe he has jacks in terms of like top of range. Then he obviously could just have a bunch of other hands that are sort of attacking and now call the limp re-raise in position.
So an extra 26,000, bringing us to the Jack 6-3 board. 1 over card to the 10s.
Pretty good flop for 10s with a spade, all in all.
Politely depositing 25,000.
I feel like if you're Tan at this point, you'd kind of just like to play pot control. 10s might be good. You have a spade for backup. We could be way ahead of a bunch of floats. It's really, not always, but somewhat likely to be way ahead, way behind, and we're out of position. So I think check is just super natural here. Yeah, I like that play. You know, there are a few hands that we might not be way ahead of. Stuff like king, queen off with a spade, ace, queen off with a spade. But like most of the range is kind of going to be way ahead or way behind, I think.
Well, the spade draw is acquired, but there is some concern for Tan, given that Victor called pre and post. So he slips it to Malinowski, who now activates 62,000 into 117-ish.
And there's one play here for Tan Xuan. It's call. There's really not another play. You have 10s with a spade, and again, in a spot where, as our opponent's betting, polarizes slightly.
Do we range Victor away from slow playing hands, given that he doesn't have a squid, so he can afford to fast play and potentially, you know, capture us?
Yeah, like it's probably a little bit more likely he raises a set of 6s or 3s on the flop, right, than normal.
Or maybe get speedy with the spade draw right away on the flop? Is that a thought?
Possibly. It probably still depends on which one. Now, running 8-8 is pretty blankish because Victor's going to fold some hands with a lot of 8x hands with as floats. Maybe only stuff like 8-7 of clubs, ace-8 of clubs, but for the most part, he doesn't have too many 8s. I don't know if Victor bets too many jack-x here versus the limp re-raise. Maybe ace-jack, king-jack, sort of. King-jack kind of might be the bottom. It kind of also depends on his sizing. I don't know that he's going to bet much worse than King Jack, I would say.
120.
Maybe Ace Jack. So this size isn't huge.
And still 120,000 American dollars. If you want to look your man up into 241K, this is a very healthy size pot that was built across multiple streets, unlike some of the big ones we've seen prior to it, which are mostly the money gets in kind of pre-flop-ish.
Yeah. Really tough spot for tens. You're not beating value. You know, you are beating hands like King Queen off with a spade, maybe even Queen 10 off with a spade, King 10 off. We have tens, unfortunately. Ace Queen off with a spade. It's probably enough to call, but you don't love it.
By the way, look at Tan, Rast. You know the live street so well. He reaches out, makes it look like he's about to snap call, grabs 4 whites, 4 blues, and then pauses and looks over at Victor just to see whether or not he can pick up any sort of reaction that would allow him to skew Victor towards strong or weak.
Victor's not a bad person to do it with, someone who's played a lot online. Definitely live experience, but not as much as some other guys probably. You know, I think Victor's worst hand here is Ace Jack. He can have flushes, can't really have overpairs. Our 10 of spades blocks a lot of flushes.
There's the recap, by the way, of the action, top left of your screen.
Our 10 of diamonds blocks some Jack X, but I don't think Jack 10 bets river, really, so it's not that relevant of a blocker.
The fold is made so much easier if we're at this point in the squid round and Malinowski has a squid. But without a squid, it is that much more difficult. And take a look at Tan Xuan making a sound decision, as he's done on so many occasions thus far across 4 days of cash game play, conceding to Malinowski, who had it. Welcome back for the back half of day 4 of 5 here at the Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational Part 2, which has been a very squiddy affair. Super Squid game progressive involved by now. Those of you who have been watching are aware of what's afoot. Ali Nejad alongside Brian Rast. No longer is Andy Nee in the mix, as he has been replaced by Hong Kong's Tom Huang. 200,000 the buy-in. Hence him being dead even. Andy, by the way, booking an over $800,000 loss for the time being as we carry on playing 500-500. Healthy pickups for ST and Elton. Victor in the green. Same story, of course, for Tan Xuan. And let's see what the latter portion of the program has in store. Frame 3 of 4. Straddle is on. Out of Tom. New round of squids, 10 hands. Again, for those just joining us, each squid worth $2,000 earned whenever you win a pot. If you win 3, that puts you into the progressive 2x. If you win 5, 3x, 7 squids worth 4x apiece, 9 worth 5x, 10, a clean sweep worth 6x. The round ends once all squids have been distributed, or when one player is left remaining without a squid, and we'll re-rack. So we get things underway with a raise out of Elton to 6,000. Recal from the button. 3-betting with the Jack-5 suited to 21. Elton then re-raising to 70,000, and squid number 1 secured.
要不我们所有的牌把卡算了，免得去看电视，麻烦。
我要记下来。
把所有的人都开，免得去看电视，省了看电视的那个啊。
这里不能叫按摩的是吧？
Ah, they've shuffled seats. And there's our new player, Tom, has come in. Andy's left. Session was not going well for
超
Andy.
市打就直接全部都开算了，免得回去复盘，很麻烦，没时间看。其实也不是不可以啊，公平的嘛。
Round of limps.
别人看到了，我们自己没看到。
5 players to the 8-5-3 rainbow board. No pair anywhere. Save for ST7s, of course, pre-flop.
你这个建议
Fires 2,500.
这个建议好不好？
不舒服啊？没有，有点困，就好几天都是睡的。打了一个。
不太想被他们知道我怎么打。
体力上输给他们。
后面又看到了嘛？
看到下一期就变了嘛，变打法了。
Malinowski says gift as ST gets paid by the ace-10 high. He'll pick up a squid there. Elton limping the straddle, ace-6 suited. Murray-Cow 7-3 suited, choosing to do the same. Snowball effect here.
Yeah, game's definitely settled in. We're getting a lot more of these 6-7 way limp pots, more like a short deck. Previously, someone was always raising the limps, but now it's sometimes.
Lão板不要了是不是啊？
不要，走。
13K. Three ways to a Jack-9 deuce board. That flush draw picked up by Elton. Malinowski, the man who pumped it up with the better ace, but he's only a 2% favorite against Tsang, who is dominated. Tom did hop along as well, interacting with that deuce of hearts, but would strike me as a bit ambitious to expect him to continue in the face of the 20K follow-through out of Victor. Of course, Elton going nowhere.
Victor's got that 10 of clubs working in terms of blocking hands that continue. Decided to fire at it.
And now both players have an ace working, Rast.
Yeah, both going to be quite happy for that, and ultimately that's going to be a pretty bad card for Elton. He probably ends up winning this pot some, I think, in like check bet turn lines on blanks. Victor has to fold the ace-10 off, no pair, no draw, but this changed the complexion of the situation decidedly.
So now, Malinowski feeling cozy enough to barrel once more, 55,000.
Elton has a pretty easy call. He's just probably thinking about what types of hands does Victor have and what am I going to do on the river. Wow, and that is quite the river card. The last ace in the deck comes, giving them both trip aces.
Case card as Elton fails to make the flush, but also fails to find an excuse to get out of this one, I would imagine. With 193,000 in there, how greedy will Malinowski get? They're both sitting pretty deep, north of 2 SPR.
Yeah, with running aces, Victor has to think maybe a jack will pay me off, ace X of clubs. His 10 plays, just barely. Elton is playing 3 aces, jack 9, and Victor has the next best hand, 3 aces, jack 10.
And that 10 of clubs becomes a nice card for Malinowski to have in terms of allowing him to say, okay, I could have a lot of those busted draws.
Well, you're blocking your opponent from having them. Like
Which is
queen
good
10,
in this situation.
10 of clubs, yes. It's now shifting your opponent towards having value. 9, jack, ace.
$135K. The size that Malinowski came with. And that is a brutal run out for Elton, who was looking for a second squid early there. And instead, Victor picks up number 1 and a very big pot.
So I was just, over the break, I was just talking about this with Ali, but you know, this is the 4th day of poker, and the games have been of various sizes. But don't be fooled by the 500 blinds. Yeah, also, they straddle sometimes here. No ante. I mean, this game is playing, I'd say, at least as big as the game on the first day when it was 1-2-4 with the big ante, the 5K ante. Right? By the end of that day, we had 7-figure winner, couple high 6-figure losers. I mean, we're halfway through today, and a bunch of people are up or down $500,000. So there's big pots all the time. Like, the squid really pushes action. And I guess we'll see as this day continues to play. But, I mean, this game is not smaller than what we've been witnessing up till now.
It's strange because it's difficult to wrap your head around that prospect, given that we're just playing 500. Granted, single and double straddles have been out there, and that the vast majority of the time, the squid situation doesn't end up in like a multi-progressive kind of situation on average, and yet it does feel as though you're right, Rasty. As we're down to just 2 players here, field called, courtesy of Elton, making it 10 to go. Tan Xuan the only customer, queen 7 deuce board, and ace side turns into 7s. Elton pumps the brakes.
Yeah, you know, the way Squid Game ends up playing makes it feel a little bit more short decky, but it seems better than short deck. We're keeping the full deck in there, a lot of action, a lot of people playing wider ranges, but kind of like more complicated than short deck.
That which Xuan is mulling over here, as he did choose to check back. Comes with the flat. Pot up to 63K, and that's a really nice card if you're Tan.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, other than an ace or a 7, this is the next best thing.
20,000.
冤家牌。
Barreled once more, and you see Don just chuckling and firing it in there. Elton tried to get a little cute
哎，不用开啊。
while bluffing that 10
开
high.
就不开，
回家再看。
回家再看。
光马光马。
上头了，上头了。
So Tom picks up squid number 1.
不开就不开。
开就不开了。
And number 4 now. Cobra in the straddle with ace-5. Tom, the newcomer, takes us up 8x.
8。
太凶了。
Fold it around, and it'll be heads up as Rui defends.
没有问题。
King 7 deuce, 2-spade board. Neither player finds improvement. Tom with the betting lead, however, does follow through. 9 dimes. Snap called by Rui, by the way. King pairs on the turn. Both players checking. No 4 on the river, and note, ace-6 plays Rast. Full shutdown, and Rui gets pipped.
哎，冤家牌。
Pretty improbable scoop there for Tom at showdown. And yet he pulls it off.
Yeah, it was going to be tough to find a river where the 6 played versus the 5, just the 4 and the 3.
So Tom picks up his first squid. And number 5 now. Ton among those with a squid, straddling here. Aaron without. Hail them.
Aaron going for the trap and not going to find a taker.
So 5 players look up at 7-4 tray. Pair and a gut shot for Malinowski. Nut flush draw for Aaron. The most interesting developments here. And how about 10 into 5? 200% pot. The barrel.
Part of the reason why this plays big as well is a lot of these sizes early in hands are big, like the pre-flop raises and ISOs, the flop bets. They're so big that it just inflates the size of the pots early on. So their pots are bigger when they get to turns and rivers.
Both players checking after the Malinowski flop flat. Backdoor spades arrive, but it's a swing and a miss for Aaron, who does just wave the white flag. So Malinowski able to pick up squid number 2 there. Fairly light.
我觉得2秒钟不用吧。
我用3不用闪一闪。
哦，你平常给我扣。我里面的锅不要，我要后面。锅里面的钱算你的。
啊 ，Lunch draw，
属于是多少钱
？Big hand。哦，要数一数赢多少。
Well, as we switch dealers, we definitely don't switch our suggestion, which is to head on over to QQ Poker and get yourself a new account, deposit $30, and make sure you don't miss out on what's going down October 7th through the 12th. That's going to be our Triton Reward Tournament, collaborating to guarantee $30,000 to those of you who make the move and do so by October 11th. It's Asia's fastest growing online poker platform, QQ Poker. Sign up today. Now then, Zhang in the straddle, and it's mystery hand time. ST will have his cards blocked out, and whatever they are, they've got him interested in a raise to 5,000 up front.
Oh boy, mystery hand. Squid kind of makes that tougher.
Oh boy, King 6 offsuit raised to 20,000. How about that? Elton just activating here. ST looking back, making the call. Two sevens, two spades, and a 6, which connects with Elton here in this heads-up 42K affair.
ST doesn't rate to have very many 7x. Probably more than a normal range, but still not a ton. I guess he didn't raise any limpers, just opened for 5K.
Check call of the 20K flat follow-through sizing. Once again, ST checks. You starting to put him on a range at all, Rast? Still too early.
He could have some pairs, stuff like 5s, 8s. Could have a 6. He could have spades, maybe like an ace high that didn't 4-bet. Even he could hit the king, maybe like king jack of clubs, king 10 of clubs. If I'm ST, let's see.
Went check, check on the turn. He checked once more on the river. Now is facing 60 after Elton hits the king. Spades have arrived, though.
I wonder if a check raise is coming. I wouldn't be shocked. I have some hands picked out for that. If he's just thinking about calling, it's probably something more like 8s.
A pair between a 7 and a king? Not so much the queens and stuff like that.
Some of those he might have bet himself, but yeah, not queens. He's probably 4-betting queens pre. Maybe like ace 6. If he check raises, it could be something like 4s or 5s, or like ace jack with a spade, ace jack off.
250.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a feeling.
Yeah. So Spidey senses were tingling for Czar Rast, as his suspicions that ST was going to pull a move like this have come to fruition, and they've done so meaningfully. A $250,000 check raise on the end. And Elton actually found improvement. But maybe ST is out in front of his kings and 7s with no kicker.
I don't think he has just 3 7s. I kind of feel like value is like decent flushes plus. We're blocking boats with a 6 here. It could be pocket 3s. You know, hands like ace X of spades, queen high spades.
There you see the action on the top left of your screen that brought us to this point.
But yeah, I'm just feeling like this might be, I don't know, might be a bluff. Like, how about ace jack off with a spade, or like 5s with a spade? Blocking 4-5. Elton did check back though, so blocking 4-5 is not that relevant. So
Nor is the squid wrinkle, Rast, considering they both only have 1. Neither squidless.
yeah, I'm gonna go like ace jack, ace queen with a spade, and he's bluffing.
All right, so you're on record, Rasty. You think it's a check raise bluff with ace high. Plus a spade. Let's see if Elton feels the same way. It's going to be expensive to find out.
If Elton was deeper, I mean, he even could think about it here. I mean, shoving isn't ridiculous. Blocking 6s, 7-6, and kings, and even maybe king 7 suited.
Turn it into a bluff?
I mean, yeah. He's like maybe not quite deep enough, but he actually kind of has the perfect hand to do it. Like, if you value bet this, you now bluff with this hand.
Well, he unblocks spades, and if he skews ST into that corner and feels as though blocking 6 is full, king 7,
yeah,
he can make this move?
Yes. He might not be deep enough for it. I'm just saying, like, it'd be a pretty sick move. Like, if he had 500K, it'd be a really nasty shove here. I mean, even pocket, if ST has 3s, I'm not saying he's going to fold, but you're like, kind of like, what am I beating? Like, a flush isn't raising, right? Like, he could fold 3s.
The jam would only be a raise for 178K.
Which is why I'm not think he probably won't do it, but he might. But it's like, if he had more, not that much more, but like 100 or 200K more, I think it's a much more attractive option.
Let's see what Elton does.
ST 啥牌啊？啊？为什么要这样对我啊？看不明白你什么牌。
Well, the struggle was real. Elton does bin it. Drum roll, please. It was ace high, and it was without a spade, Rast. Savagery out of ST.
It was. I'm also on fire. Let's go.
I'm ready to back you in this bad boy, Rast. What are you
told
doing
you I
here?
could
We
beat it.
could get rich.
I told you I could beat it.
怎么打的？怎么打的？
没开牌我3兵嘛，上了我打他错。
Remember how Tom Cruise ran Dustin Hoffman into the casino in Rain Man?
Yeah.
And was like, hey, we need to tap into that. I'm getting very Tom Cruisey feelings right now, Rast, sitting beside you. I gotta take you into wherever the casino is. If it's this game, Squid, something.
Get me in there. They'll have no idea who I am.
I need a little taste. Yeah, I don't know about that, Mr. Hall of Famer.
We'll catch him by surprise.
打得有问题啊，真的打得有问题。
Oh,
你不是不 fold 牌的吗
Elton
？fold 了。
took a spanking there
很大。
as ST rose up.
That was a pretty sick play by ST. I like it.
Toji. Malinowski. Jack 7 suited. Starts the party here on the hunt for squid number 3 for the progressive. Elton flats, 9-6 suited.
I think if you're playing against an opponent who's going to really play rivers tough like that, you probably just check back king 6 there. You're losing to like a river king jack or king queen anyways.
Yeah, don't want to open the action perhaps.
Yeah.
Aaron, by the way, did close the action from the big blind with king 5 suited. He has flopped a diamond draw to go with what is the best hand. And despite being completely divorced from this texture, Malinowski gets busy trying to tell the tale of an ace-X. His Jack 7 turns into a pair, but in the worst of ways, as it leaves him drawing dead, considering it's a diamond. And Aaron extends rope. The second nuts. Victor doesn't bite. And this could be a card that saves him money. 4 to a flush out there, plus the 10 and the ace over cards.
AK 啊
Victor's got 2 squids. He's probably beating bluffs. Not saying he should call, but it's unlikely Aaron's bluffing with better than a pair of 7s with a decent kicker. But yeah, I mean, no real reason to call other than just
fold.
Total hopes and dreams. But
I mean, a deeply ambitious effort to bluff catch for a 3rd squid, maybe, but even in that spot, it's so absurd. So, onwards.
actually, dual squid count here. Oh,
1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2.
Poor Cobra over there. Is he the only one without a squid?
4, 6, 8. Is this hand number 9, Rast? I see 2 little squids in front of the dealer, suggesting it is indeed the 9th of 10 hands. And Cobra, you see that restless leg syndrome. It might not be the product of caffeine, but rather some concern.
Oh, yeah, that was it. It's over. Cobra probably had to pay something right there.
Oh, yeah, you're right. If he's the last man without one,
I
it's
think so.
marker downtime. Haul the squids back in and re-rack. Ouchie.
The other kind of fun thing about the squid game is it's like the session begins anew. It's like you wake up for a new Groundhog Day. Up and early. Is this our time to win 5 squids and take it to them?
You know, I don't have that goldfish-like memory. If we're re-racking,
No, you're
and I've
Nancy
not
negative over there.
Oh, listen, man, if I haven't, if I've been paying out every round of squid, the next round comes along, and I'm not thinking, good morning, here we go again. Maybe I win this one. I'm like, ace, 9, deuce, a couple of hearts out there. Pair of 9s at a minimum for Tom. This one was a round of limpers. No straddle on. Malinowski, 10-8. Little 2K. Maybe I pick up squid number 1. Tom says no, sir. Middle pair. 3rd heart rolls off. No flush draw for Malinowski.
I mean, pretty good card. If you're Victor betting 10-8 on this, you picked up your open-ended straight draw. Maybe let's keep going. There we go. You know what, Victor? Maybe Squid Game's his thing.
Well, I'll tell you what. The first 2 days of 2-card definitely were not his thing. If we're looking at results, he got pummeled, Rast, and it was hard to watch. But all of a sudden, the sun shining down on that Versace jacket.
Dun, dun. Victor, I feel like it's you never give up. Rocky montage. Dun, dun, he's going, and here he is on day 4, booking a big win, trying to get out of the hole.
Listen, that hole was very deep, Rast. I mean,
yeah.
Yes, we're taking steps toward climbing out, but his ascent is far from complete.
But boy, is he down bouncing.
Yes, he is. Elton limped. Ace-King suited, made it 6,000 to go for Cobra. Back around to Elton. He flicks in the 5K requirements. Dominated, unbeknownst. Heads up to a Jack-9-4 board where he's got himself the gut shot straight draw, knuckling over to backdoor clubs and 2 overs. And hello, Queen of Diamonds. Nuts for Elton. He checks once more, and now Rui decides to bet with the delayed follow-through of 10K. Not enough. Kyle does have a gut shot draw to the nuts, so he is going to spend an extra 30 on the hunt for one of 3 remaining 10s. Instead, a dusty 6 of clubs comes off.
Wow, what a card for Elton. Just still the nuts.
Nothing complex about it. And this is the porterhouse. $1.25. Overbet. And This is a little abusive because Ace-King is thinking about bluff catching here. Is it the kind of hand that we should be considering doing so with?
I mean, he's beating Ace-10 and like Ace and King High Diamonds, but this is very ambitious. You know, I think you can find a bunch of hands with kind of better blockers than this. You know, Ace actually isn't a great card, right? Because Elton could have like Ace-10 and play it this way.
Oh,
So
weird.
Oh, Cobra says weird. And that does skew us toward considering that perhaps incinerations are imminent.
well, Elton's very polar here, so you know he can have some bluffs, and his value range is a little. Oh my goodness, that was a hero. And yeah, he's gonna see that Elton had in fact a huge hand, probably something like queens up, plus
加码20
maybe Jack-9.
Cal tried to play Superman and instead was fed a whole heaping pile of kryptonite. And his day continues to get worse. Credit to Elton, by the way, you know, he really understands how to maximize those situations. Not just set against the backdrop of Squid Game, by the way, but just in general, knowing his opponent, understanding how to make himself appear weak, desperate, bluffy, and doing so to great effect and great profit. Well, Best in the YouTube chat, by the way, makes a great point, Rast. With everybody who is streaming us live right now, the ratio of people taking in the content versus those liking isn't what we want to see. Go on and mouse over the like button. Click it, mash it. Click the subscribe button as well. It is truly a small price, if you can even call it that, to pay in exchange to be able to soak up games that were once the stuff of legend and whispers in poker rooms. Now we get to feast our eyes and do it free of charge. Elton in the straddle for 1,000. Schwen's ace-6 of clubs made it 4. Malinowski with the 10s made it 15. And now ST with ace-king makes it 53.
And now relevant to this hand, remember there's a 600K cap. So none of these guys who all have more than that can put in more than 600,000. They're still a very long way from that, however, at 53 being the most put in. I guess Ton thinking about, what would this be? This would be the 5-bet here. You have to think he's probably going to just pass. He doesn't have a squid, but he's probably going to pass. But you never know with him, and this is a hand he could consider it. And then Victor out of position to this cold 5 by ST, but with a not with a weak hand. Oh my goodness, he's going for it. Victor probably lets go 10s to the 5-bet here, but ace-king likely sticks around.
I mean, I don't think ST put in the 4th scoop with the intentions of folding for this extra 75 dimes. In fact, who knows? Maybe all of a sudden we get ourselves a little closer to that 600K cap. I mean, ace-king, durable.
Here's the thing. Ton's range here is going to have a lot of like ace-x bluffs and then some really good hands. We're not doing great against the really good hands at this point for a 5-bet, you know. And why don't we keep in hands like ace-x suited or ace-queen that we're dominating that go away if we 6-bet it here.
Okay.
So my guess is he just, and they're a long way away from all in. I mean, it's another 472K on top of that. Feels like maybe call, but again, I won't be shocked if he does 6-bet it. I mean, it's definitely an option. He's out of position.
Your game is boring as fuck.
Yeah, he calls. I kind of like this actually.
And he is dominating, as you mentioned, performing very well, but 28% equity is a healthy amount considering the situation Tan finds himself in the 6 in the window, puts Schwen in front on an 8-high rainbow texture. 272,000 in the middle, and this is the part of the deck, Rast, that isn't supposed to be interacting with these two hands all that often, bar, as you mentioned, the baby-suited aces that sometimes rise up as Tan did.
Yeah. So this is a very kind of a tricky spot. I think they're discussing about how much is left for the cap, would be my guess. Tan's really the one here who has aces more, a lot more. They can both have kings. I am curious to see what Tan ends up doing. He doesn't have a bluff. It is possible for ST to have maybe some hands like king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack suited potentially, though he might fold those instead of calling. They are really deep. It's hard to say. Given how I've seen ST play, he probably folds, but one of the biggest reasons you'd want to bet a 6 here is to get some king and queen high type hands to fold with clearance. You're either
75,000 the sizing.
Yeah, I mean, definitely small bet. They also have 3 streets left to play. There's no reason to bet big here. They're not really that deep. Like, you can bet small 3 times with aces and be all in by the end.
And the reason you say they're not really that deep is because what's remaining in the cap in relation to what's already in the middle.
If they're playing the 1 million, they're pretty deep still.
ST does peel, does not improve. No flush draws.
At this point, after getting called on the flop, feel like you probably want to polarize your range a bit to keep betting here, and a 6 just doesn't really fit in that. At this point, you're just really happy to check down and hope your 6 is good against maybe like ace king and ace queen. It's probably about it. So I think you're going to be able to find bluffs here when you have other ace-x hands that aren't paired and are losing to ace king and ace queen, so like ace 7 suited, ace 5 suited, even ace 3 suited. So this just strikes me as a real natural check. And I don't think Tan needs to bet all of his range here.
He does indeed check back. 4-liner on the board here now. ST a bit adrift. And what is he ranging Tan towards?
I think after the check back, probably normally like worse than aces, like maybe kings or queens.
Really?
Maybe some ace high stuff.
But kings or queens wouldn't put money in
Queens,
at the turn in
queens
position?
I think is up to queens is reasonable to check. They might, but they might not. Could be a hand like tens, could be some 1 pairs, could be some give ups. I think if ST had ace queen here, I think he would almost definitely bluff. I actually think he's potentially thinking about it with ace king. It does feel a little too good though, like we are beating all other ace-x that might just give up. So
You check?
No?
No. Hey, he didn't check.
I didn't.
he's going to check, but he didn't.
He didn't check.
You know, spots like that all of a sudden create an interesting wrinkle. I think he's checking now.
He knows he's checking. He's just enjoying the moment.
I'm surprised he didn't hop on the exchange with the dealer to go, okay, since you want to check, I'll check. There it is. And this is going to leave a bit of a sour taste in
不敢打这个架子。
ST's mouth.
算了算了。但是
Yeah, he's not amused.
该打。
不够完美啊。
肯定不够完美啊。
肯定要打。
Guys, this isn't an exact translation, but right as he was flipping his cards over and he was talking, he was saying, "This is a spicy one, boys." Okay?
怕跟你那样
Something like that.
It's weird. I feel like part of what he might have been saying, Rast, is I knew I should have bet. We'll keep an eye on ST there. See whether or not there isn't a little heat under his collar after that one. Tom with 7-8 offsuit makes it 5 to go. Wong flats. This one straddled by Cobra Pre.
How much? 5,000? 5,000. Okay. Got the foot in here finally?
Heads up. Bottom 2 against top pair. Collision. Advantage Tom. Pre-flop razor follows through. Oh boy. Both in for 5K to the turn, which produces kings up for ST. And you know what's funny? I was thinking to myself, if he ends up losing this one for a chunky amount as well, we could see some loosening of the lug nuts. Instead, all of a sudden, an opportunity to leave himself feeling a lot better than he was when he got shown ace-6 a moment ago. Tom, understandably, barreling 24,000 as a second act.
Yeah, I think you can really discount Tom having 9-6. Again, it's the Squid game, not impossible, but I mean, he's in like the hijack, and so far he has been playing super loose, so probably doesn't even raise 9-6 suited. So just the 9-jack and the sets, and wow, that's a total blank. There's going to be some money coming in on the river here.
You surprised that ST just flatted and now checks once more on this board where obviously we could charge some draws on the turn if we wanted?
Could. No flush draws, though, which I think contributes to the flat here. He can always look at the river sizing as well, especially on blanks, and decide if he wants to check call or check raise. But yeah, he could have check raised turn.
I think he's just inviting some bluffs,
Oh, wow.
potentially out of Tom on the river as well. Hyung sails it in for 166, by the way.
It's a huge bet.
This is over 2x pot. I think this is the biggest bet in relation to the pot that we've seen.
So 166, so there's 70 in the pot?
Yeah.
So well over 2x. I mean,
This is like 2.2.
66, right?
Show me. And Tom thought for a second maybe 7s and 8s were going to be good. It isn't a given that just because ST called that they wouldn't be, but he realizes the turn killed his hopes of hauling that one in. So a felting and a restoration.
I'm
The story
all
there as
for
ST
over bets.
takes
But
the
that's a
squid.
big bet for bottom 2 pair.
Needlessly too big, maybe? Does it accomplish much more?
I feel like 225% pot or whatever should probably be reserved for like better value than that. I'd probably slide 7-8 into more like a 125, like a pot and a quarter or something.
Yeah.
Type of range.
Tom ran out of chips and didn't grab a squid. Reloading for the 200. And opening to 10,000, 20x in an unstraddled pot. Somebody feels a little upset.
He wants his squid.
He wants his 200 dimes back, Rast.
Yeah. See how Tan feels about that 10K open.
Yeah, take my 500, he says. Aaron says the same.
And he's going to get that squid. Worked hard for it.
I dare somebody to say lose one, win one.
应该推奥运。
这么行啊？你投印就好了，你投印一抠，翻倍。
对，发一次嘛。
Well, here's how things look at the moment. An unpleasant early outcome for Tom Hyung. Down a buy-in. Same story for Aaron Zhang. Recal, $750,000 in the hole just about. And healthy six-figure pickups for 4 parties. Chief among them now, ST, courtesy of Kings and Tens moments ago. Showering Tom's first bullet.
Could be.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about what Tom's doing, and maybe one of the ideas is if ranges are wider, even all the way to the river, you end up having a few more bluffs, and maybe you can go wider for value and even bet those more. I don't know. I'm not saying, not evaluating it, just like why mash overbet with bottom 2.
2.5x, the open sizing from Malinowski, showing some contrast to Tom's thoughts on the matter moments ago. Picks up 3 callers in a straddled pot. Queen, 9, deuce. Gut shot straight draw for Victor. No pairs elsewhere in the field. In comes his C-bet. 7 dimes.
Nobody to fight back.
Nope. Squid number 2 acquired. Are those holding hands?
They are.
They look like little snowmen.
What a happy coincidence.
I think during Easter we should make the squids peeps. You know, those little marshmallow things?
Yeah.
That could get sticky.
Ooh.
Ace Jack now for Victor. Taking it up. On the hunt for squid number 3 and a 2x multiplier. Suited 1 gapper for ST. And maybe he thinks that's what's afoot, as he has chosen 10-8 suited, with which to 3-bet the upfront opener. Rui. Hunting squid.
And if Victor can find the 5-bet here, he'll win. He has the best hand.
Well, he doesn't necessarily know that, as Cow, of course, squidless is under a bit of suspicion, especially with the button as well, having made it 26,000. And again, this is meta, where I think he's thinking, okay, Victor wants the 3rd squid. ST knows it. He's feeling swaggy, having picked up that big pot from Tom. Has a big win, and now is just 3-betting and targeting Victor, so I can 4-bet, and maybe both guys are light. Ace-Jack does find the bid. Unclear whether or not 10-8 suited will as well for an extra 18, and it does. So bravo, Cobra Cow.
Yeah, King 4-0.
Standard.
Oh, wait, hold on. Is it over? Those 4 have squids.
1-4.
Oh, so who's left on the outside? Was it Tom?
It looks like it's over. They're
that's
collecting.
painful.
No, I think Tom.
Tom didn't have a squid, did he?
No, I think
Oh,
he
yeah, he did have a squid.
did
So
win
who's
one.
paying here?
It's either Aaron or Ton, I think.
Yeah, we are drawing the curtain early, so it's one or the other, not both. I got what might be a silly question, Rast, but I'm not afraid to ask it. If you know, as ST, that folding the 10-8 suited to the 4-bet will end the squid game right then and there, right?
Yeah.
Is there ever a world in which you just go, okay, let me just take that spot? No, I guess you've already locked it up. There's no upshot to that, right? I mean, I didn't think it
Well,
through
you can
much,
still
but-
win another squid and play
Right.
another hand or two. In fact, because of that, and because Cobra didn't have a squid, I'm a little surprised he folded to 10-8 suited, actually.
Yeah.
It's not worth a ton. There's two people at that point without a squid. It's only a second squid. But it's a little extra, and it makes Rui's range a little wider.
Yeah, of course.
So,
Because Cow is super incentivized to try to pick up his squid and re-rack. So then, hand number 1 of 10. Victor limps up front. Elton did the same, and King 4 appears to be the hand of the moment as Tan raises it from the button, but just 3x. Not the kind of amount that we expect is going to do a whole lot of field thinning. What it does do, though, is get Malinowski upstairs to 15,000. And Tan says, not so fast, my friend. From the button. He will defend and flop top pair against an open ender. 32-5 in the middle.
this is a pretty exciting flop because Victor has one of the best draws, and Tan has a pretty strong hand, but something that will very quickly become a bluff catcher. So could end up seeing a pretty big pot here if Victor really decides to keep firing. Something Victor doesn't pass up too many spots, and Tan folds, but
Ace on the turn, and that's the kind of card that if your Tan has beaten you, you don't realize exactly how, considering Victor makes the nuts and not a pair of aces. But maybe it saves Tan from further harm.
yeah,
Unlike the 9.
if you're Tan, I'm not saying you're done with the hand right now, but you're very unhappy with that. That's the worst turn card. If he was saying not this on the turn, Tan was saying not an ace.
Yeah. He called the 11K follow through and now faces 35.
我经常这样打，这经常是有问题的。
We have to remember, Victor was the pre-flop 3 better out of position. So, you know, a lot of the hands, if Tan wasn't already behind,
我说他 K 圈，
have now caught up. So he's going to get sticky, but I just don't see him paying off a river.
Well, an interesting card insofar as backdoor diamonds arrive. Tan doesn't have a diamond in hand with which to try to rep, like the king of diamonds would have been a much more useful card in this scenario. Malinowski
我说 BJ 你是不低的吧？
has so much hand. Can't be afraid of monsters under the bed with 124 out there. And by the way,
就在打。
this is hand number 1, I believe.
毕竟是天外物。
Victor going to the time bank.
你 AK 是不是这样打？
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it'd be a lot more comfy if he was offsuit with a diamond blocking a bunch of flushes,
我有 AK， 我
but
打开我 revolve
we still have a straight. I mean, it's backdoor diamonds. 2 pair, ugh, might pay us off.
说的有道理，但感觉不是个 K。说的有道理。
Feels like there's value to be had on the table.
我们是52张，不是26张了。知道的哈，我怕你到时候又忘了。
Shoot, what if Tan even has like ace queen or ace 10, right? Especially versus this size. So this size is really targeting hands like ace queen, ace 10, and of course 2 pair.
$40K, 1/3 pot river size. You know, sometimes if things feel blocky, Rast, you just look to that as perhaps opening the door
这得是个人没你切个龙啊。
for something heroic, but Tan does lay it down. You with me a little bit on that?
You know, I am. And if Tan had like King 10 with a diamond,
Yeah.
I think we might have seen
放慢的话不好意思吃呀。
more consideration of
Yeah.
something heroic.
这
But,
An uprising.
这个人没是没你切的。
you know, it's nice to, let's make that play when we have one diamond.
Mm-hmm.
我肯定
Because you're repping a flush when you raise the river there. So,
咁反正没结束就得咁樣，我冇覺得而家數咗，剛數落咗喎。所以我當然沒以後，我冇覺得而家數咗。
Straddle from ST.
That's your.
Once again, King 4 involved here. Tan, ace-7 suited, raises it up, and Victor's proving to be an early nemesis in this round of Squid.
Yeah.
In comes
Okay.
the 3-bet to 27,000. Well, Tan pulled off the inferior ace trick against ST for a big one. It was ace-6 of clubs that time.
he's in position here. Yeah, I like just flatting.
So does he. So round 2 in hand 2 of 10, and this time Tan doesn't hit the pair, but he does hit backdoor clubs and a gutter on an 8-5-4 board, 56 in the middle. Victor doesn't have an appetite for this texture. Checks it over.
I like Tan betting here. It's a board that definitely favors him as the pre-flop just raise caller as opposed to out of position 3-better. He get a lot of clearance from like king and queen and jack high hands when he bets, and those hands folding that are very live. Tan disagrees.
So he checks back.
Which is, it's reasonable. By no means do I think a bet was mandatory. At some point, Tan might consider, after checking flop, check turn. At this point, if Victor had like queen jack or like queen 9 suited, jack 9 suited, he's probably betting. So we are beating king high, but we're losing to basically any ace high that Victor has. So I think the turn is also pretty close. As played though, I think this is probably the worst spot and only spot I wouldn't bet as Tan if it's checked to me. Victor can block here. Yeah. I mean, he's going way bigger than block, which seems 33k seems aggressively big for ace high, but he does have the best hand.
33 under advisement here.
I would have thought a smaller size is a bit more suitable here. You're basically really targeting other ace highs, of which of course you block a little bit with an ace, but at this point after check, 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 your opponent's going to have ace high quite a bit actually. And he's going to get the max, it looks like.
.33 has been assembled and delivered.
OK，肯定红啊。
Value with ace king high there. And look at Tom's face, by the way. He's like, okay, that's what I've got on my left.
Welcome to Value Town.
By the way, 2 squids in 2 pots. Rast, a nice setup for Victor to make a possible run at a 3x multiplier or beyond. Certainly the 2x is on the table. Just needs to win 1 of the potential next 8 hands.
All aboard.
Yeah.
The train is leaving the station. Heading to Value Town. Victor Malinowski is the conductor.
Unfortunately for Tan Xuan, he was the passenger. On that occasion, Once again, he's got himself an ace, baby suited variety this time. 4,000, the open, and it's Aaron's turn to 3-bet him with a dominant suited ace of his own.
给我来杯橙汁好吗？阿伦。
Queen 9-7, no heart on board. This is not at all Tan's board. Let's see what kind of appetite Aaron has with 1 diamond out there and the 8 dangler. Not much. Checking back. Deuce of clubs. Not an interesting one for either of these guys. Check back once more from Aaron. 8 plays at Showdown. Oh, this is Pippi.
I feel like Tan could have thought about bluffing the river there. It's actually kind of hard for him to have a worst hand and get to the river that way, not have semi-bluffed, than like the worst ace.
I have some bread.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
不好用啊，有点运气。
打的有问题，打的有问题。
对，打的有问题。
这手牌是一般人打不出的。挺好。
Once again, the straddle is on. Cobra.
Tricky spot here for ST.
Aaron limped in. Tom made it 8. And apparently that trickiness isn't bothering ST whatsoever. He's made it 32,000. Elton, King Queen suited.
This is a pretty big cold 4 candidate. Solvers love this with like the King Queen and King Jack suited in these spots, and that's not even playing the Squid game. So yeah, I was expecting Elton to do this, who has shown a very high level of pre-flop aggression so far in this game, and it's just gonna win.
Didn't take him long to land on this 90K, and in turn it didn't take long for all others to succumb. Squid acquired. Okay, so ST's got none. Maybe that's also lending to the decision to 4-bet there. Elton with 1, Victor with 2, as you can see there. See, Aaron's got 1 of his own. Hand number 5, I believe.
Tan has none, right?
Yeah, not that he hasn't tried. Tom with none as well. And he was left paying out last time around, I thought. Maybe he did have one. Can't remember. I think he did have one. Last round, of course. Here he is, limping in with Queen 3 suited. Remember, Victor is very much interested in a 3rd squid here. He limps. ST says not so fast on the button. Jack 10 suited, and Cobra rears up, hood open. 40K. Battle of the Squidless. Let's get it on. ST dominated, but in position and flopping the open ender on a 9-8 tray 2 club board. Jack of clubs dangler. Relevant, but not adequate for Rui to follow through.
They're deep enough here that you can bet and call a check raise with Jack 10. Which means I think I like just growing the pot here with a pretty good hand and taking your chances at getting some kind of king high type stuff to fold that's beating you.
So Rui check called the 30K position bet. Board pairing second spade on the turn. That ace of spades becoming more relevant. 143,000 in there.
ST has a pretty good hand to bet again here and then bet the river on a blank that doesn't complete to flush. Our opponents are going to have, I mean, there's a double flush draw, so a lot of flush draw type hands that fold river. But, I mean, checking back is fine as well, but I think that's the idea if you barrel there, is this becomes a bluff on non-flush rivers.
Well, he doesn't end up barreling, and that backdoor spade flush shows up. Really looking back and realizing he's got that ace of spades here and maybe an inkling for a barrel. Sure enough, chips deployed. And that is full pot plus.
This is a very aggro play, given his hand might be good. I would have probably put this hand more in like a check decide category, possibly fold, call, or raise, as opposed to just betting. But Roy had different theories.
And the 10-jack comfortably finds the muck as the Cobra finds the squid.
Roy loves bluffing the river with ace-jack on boards that ran out somewhat dry. It's the second time today.
On the topic of dry, by the way, the through the clothes massage with a towel added layer, you know, I like the oil. Rast, you like the oil?
It depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Could be moisturizer. Sometimes I don't like the through the towel massage. So I will, if that's what where you're going with this.
I feel like you know, we don't get quite the focused precision in that spot. Although I gotta say, the outfit on the therapist does suggest more like a this guy's approaching things from a medical slant. You know what I mean? Just like the collared smock.
But whether or not there's oil involved, I don't like the through the towel.
By the way, I know yesterday, as we see Elton with the personal massage therapist, you were speculating that you could take on his gal there. I still think you're underestimating what she would do to you.
You've lost your mind, son. That's all I got to say about
Rast,
that.
I'm telling you, you would cry uncle if you cut her loose for the full, you know, payload. She drop an elbow in you, buddy, and just dislodge.
Because Elton's a really thick muscle head who gets way deeper massages than me. Are you implying that Elton can handle a way beefier massage than I can? Is that
Elton can
argument?
handle a lot of pressure. That
That's
much I
true.
can tell you.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
right.
we've arrived at a 10-4-3 board here. This one was 4K ahead. Tom, the opener, following through for 6K with top pair. Ton's got issues considering he's out-kicked. Elton raised it up with his wheel gut shot. 3X. Ace of clubs, of course, helping.
I like going away with 10-7 off here. The 7's such a kind of not clean kicker either. It's a bad kicker, and it's not clean due to 5-6. And there's just a lot of action ahead of us. So I think I'm just out at this point with 10-7 off.
Not Ton. He's hunting squid, son.
Well, if he can get Tom to fold the best hand behind him, then it'll have paid off. But I don't see that happening here for 12K more.
Tom.
Yeah.
Hunting squid himself. An extra 12 to close this thing and take a peek at the turn. Not going to be enough to discourage him. So 66 plus out there. You see Elton darting his eyes back and forth between these two guys and then binking the ace to take the lead after being third of 3 on the flop.
Binky. And he's playing squid defense right here. He's the only one in the pot with a squid. Binking away. That is a card that I promise you Ton and Tom are both not like super sick to see. It's not, maybe a club is worse, but definitely not one they're happy to see three-ways, that's for sure. Oh.
10 on the river. Case card after a round of checks. Surprised perhaps that Elton didn't barrel. It seemed like such a clean card to do so with. I'm not convinced, of course, that he wouldn't have had company to this river in any case, but here we are. Trip 10s for Tan. He checks it, Rast.
Yeah, his kicker is bad, and he'd rather bluff catch with it. Tom, I think, after the Elton check back, you just got to find value here. And
looks like he agrees.
This is a small bet.
16.
Tan certainly isn't going to fold, and he'll probably even overcall. It might be small enough to keep Elton around, too. Yeah, a little overcall action.
Now look at Schwen. All of a sudden, it's a little weird out here. He does flick it in, and Tom getting value out of both seats. Welcome to your first squid, sir. In this round.
哇，老你等一下请我吃饭，我推了一个底给你，再赢他们的钱。
错了，妈的，
我打错，
我打错了，
我才打错。
答对个问题。
大理他跑了，
那肯定的嘛。
我就赢了。
赢个球。
哦。
你那个球。
啊，我打的有问题，我思路就该打的，
太怂了，
去敲。
思路他打你要不要？
All right, we can see
we're late in this round here,
4 squids there.
Okay.
ST doesn't have one. And then Elton, that's 5. Rui, that's 6.
There's 1 in the pot, 3 out there, so 6 is going to be the total as we're playing hand number 7.
He doesn't have one, so still 6. I'm not counting the one in the pot.
Yeah, but there's 3 in front of the shot clock.
I got it. Though counting the one in the pot is not the way you do this. They're obviously playing the hand. So I think it's 1-1-2. I think it's 6 with 2 people not having a squid. And this is the 7th, obviously, of the one in the pot. Is what I think it is.
Tan is among those who are squidless here. So Cobra on the button, suited and connected, made it 5. He got 5x'd by the better version of a suited connector from Schwen, and he is hanging in there for the extra 20,000. And look at this dynamite flop. We've got ourselves a gut shot straight flush draw if we're Tan Schwen, but we are lagging behind middle pair with backdoor clubs.
And Tan was the aggressor pre-flop. He's going to keep firing, and Rui's going to hold on, and Rui really doesn't want to make 2 pair. That's what he doesn't want to do.
This is half pot. Bet and called.
Oh, no, sorry. 2 pairs still good. My bad.
And by the way, there it is. The 8 on the turn, giving cow 9s and 8s, but note that it does also create additional paths to victory for Tan.
Game like it's a squid sometimes.
Sorry, I thought
Yeah.
brain fart. I thought 2 pair made Tan the straight, but that was only the queen.
I have no squid every hand. Hard to go back after.
I mean, if you're Tan sitting on Jack 10 of spades here, flush draw, open ender, you're just going to try to power your way through. And as Rui, I mean, Tan was the 3-better pre-flop. Now, we know Tan can sometimes have a wide range here at small blind dealer button as well, but you're loving 2 pair. You're just hoping for a blank.
So another barrel, 75K, gets called. Jack on the end. This is not the path to improvement that Tan had in mind. Makes 1 pair, but it's a pretty wet card.
Yeah, bluff mode into showdown mode. Let's just check and hope somehow a jack is good. We are beating 9x. that's really what you're hoping when you check this back. You check, your opponent checks hand like ace-9, 10-9, we win. But I'm pretty sure he's going to check and see a bet from Rui Cal.
Yeah, so there's the first part of that prediction. And it's kind of unfortunate for Tan Rast that he did improve in the form of this jack, because with showdown it leaves him checking, whereas something like a 3 of diamonds rolls off.
Well, then he's just blasting whatever he picks into the abyss, into Cobra's stack.
That's true. I mean, 9s and 8s aren't going to fold in that particular spot. You're right. But
I mean, the way this pot played, Cobra's really got to be confident he has the best hand. The question is if Tan had like ace-king, would he just check? Hand like ace-king isn't probably folding. So a lot to chew on there, and Cobra took longer than usual to decide on his river bet size. Tan isn't beating a ton, and it's not great having the 10 of spades, probably.
And he's going to flick in a time bank here, and then just fold to the 125K.
He didn't even use a time bank, right?
I don't think he did.
No. the clock was on like 5. Yeah.
You still had 7 seconds.
他不用，他可以自己 refill 嘛。
我以为我有一个。
Well, if you guys haven't done so already, do yourselves a big favor. Get involved with the good folks over at QQ Poker. Why, you might ask? Well, because they're Asia's fastest growing online poker platform. Whether you're a beginner or a seasoned pro, their global expansion initiative brings fair play, a wide range of games, and an easy-to-use interface to all corners of the blue marble, not to mention that Triton Reward Tournament taking place October 7th through the 12th. New players sign up, deposit $30, and get in the game at QQ Poker. Now then, Victor, Queen Jack offsuit, opens to 2,500. Elton flatting. No Malinowski on the hunt for squid number 3. He won the first 2 pots and has been dormant since. Rui, 3 betting with ace-8. Already picked up a squid just moments ago. That was his second. He too hunting number 3 alongside Malinowski. As Elton gets out of the way, Queen 8-4 board. Top pair against second pair with a backdoor nut spade. 2 quick checks. Turn now, delivering a gut shot straight draw to Malinowski's doorstep.
Yeah. Rui's going to be pretty happy trying to just show down his 8.
Well, and this is a weird way to improve for Malinowski. The jack means ace-king gets there, and so does 9x. Top 2 pair. Knuckles one last time, and then gets to showdown. So, progressive 2x acquired for Victor. Squid number 3.
Only check. King.
And this was going to be an unavoidable outcome of that exchange, by the way, given both those guys had 2 squids. So who's missing one at this point? ST?
Yep.
Maybe A. Sneaky check, then bad run out.
All right.
Kinda sneaky.
There's got to be at least one other person missing one, of course. Otherwise, we would have been counting down and paying off at this point. And there he is. Tan Xuan. No squid. Hand number 8.
French style. When you 50-50. Always 50. Always 50-50. Have or no have.
Baby suited connector, of course, a candidate here in a straddled pot. Xuan taking us up.
Fuck yes.
Did he just open to 20?
He did.
I thought it was 4,000, but you're right. If it's blue chips, we just opened to 20x. Aaron Zhang on the button. Ace-5 suited. He's aware of the urgency for Tan. 3 bets it to 50. Some examinations of whatever was retrieved through the ear canal moments ago there. Okay, and we'll flick that aside.
Me and balance 50-50.
Tan Hops in for the extra 30,000, and he's got reasons to stick around. Aaron interacting with the deuce of hearts, Tan backdoor clubs, and a gutter. Check call of 30,000, and now Schwen has himself a club draw. See whether or not Aaron's ready to slow down, given he didn't pick up any equity. 162 in the middle, Rast.
I do wonder that if Aaron bets an amount that looks like he can fold, if Tan doesn't check raise, kind of bluff jam this hand here.
Okay, so in
5 high,
this
no
seems like
showdown.
exactly what you talked about.
Yeah.
50 into 162. No showdown value, but plenty of equity here. 34% to be exact.
Yeah, like, I mean, 5 high is never good, so we have a bunch, a bunch of outs normally. A 3 almost for sure, a club probably when we're called, probably not a 5 or a 4. Our opponent's probably folding no pair.
It's kind of weird how well you look into these crystal balls, Rast.
我们打牌都像船马一样的，
Check raised to 125,000,
是负责来传马的。
and Schwen
好朋友都是这样。
earns himself the squid and a healthy pot.
Yeah. And that's it, right? Only that ends the squid game.
Yeah, I believe it does.
才能翻倍，就翻了，
Time to pay out, ST.
11,220,000，是不是？
6、7、8
It's going to be 2x
搞一
for
搞
Victor.
24000。
So 2K to Tan, Aaron, and Tom.
6、7、8
And then 12K to Malinowski, 2K to Elton. Looks like the total tally is going to be 24 dimes.
Give me one blue.
I'm telling you, Rast, this woman would actually reassemble your spine. You're a durable guy, but I'm just telling you, the battle of your vertebrae versus her forearms, you might lose.
I take my chances, I know you're trying to talk me out of it, but I won't.
You won't bow down? Would you
no
like,
bowing.
like in early UFC, when dudes wouldn't tap out and the guy's looking at the ref like, I'm going to break this dude's elbow, and then the ref's like, well, what do you want me to do? Then they break the elbow. Is that what you're doing here? Are you like, go ahead?
Yeah, break my elbow.
Okay.
All
right, you're sick. Too much time in Brazil, Rast. You got jiu-jitsu brain. Meanwhile, ace 9, 8, king, queen, and queen jack. Squaring off, this was limped in 3 camps until Tom's button made it 8K. Cobra, the only caller, checks and faces an 8K barrel. No further interest. So squid number 1 of the new round picked up by the late arrival to frame number 3. Here on day 4 of Cash Game Invitational 2, part of the Triton Poker Series. Ali Nejad alongside the Czar, Brian Rast. Glad to have you with us, whether it's on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or YouTube. Shout out to that YouTube chat. Hope you're enjoying what you're seeing, and if you are, and for that matter, if you aren't, mouse over and click the like button, click subscribe, unclick it, click it again, spaz out, do whatever it takes. We ask for nothing other than this in return for the finest in streaming poker entertainment, free of charge.
Good game in Hong Kong.
6K.
参选
The charge from Queen 9 suited.
VIP.
Strong boss.
3B.
Strong boss.
Uncontested.
一个3个 V， 一个5个 V。
Squid acquisition for Victor in hand number 2.
这里我们2个 V， 加起来9个 V。
Tan's got a great laugh, man, doesn't he? It's hearty. It's authentic.
Yeah.
We got to party with
He does
this
have
guy.
a nice,
We
yeah.
got just one night. Just be like, Tan, listen. We just want to follow you.
We're in your world. Take us somewhere fun.
Wherever
Let's
you're
do it.
going, you know.
Don't hold anything back.
Well, hold some things back,
We're
Rast.
we're down.
Just be careful. You know, we're both spoken for.
Well, I mean, what are you talking about, bro?
You never know where Tan's gonna take us, man. 4,000 in there, courtesy of 1K ahead in a straddle pot. 995, and it's all Schwen with trips. Nothing cooking elsewhere, really. Victor likes the look of that 5 of diamonds, maybe, so he'll call 2,500. What's this now? The Cobra spits 12,000 into the middle.
That's 12,000. That's very unlikely to be coming back. It's going to be a tall order.
This board deemed dry enough by Tan to just flatten, hope that maybe Rui has another barrel in him. Now we can close the action and maybe get ourselves in a little trouble if we're Victor.
I mean, this is too speculative at this point. Wow, he's doing it with 6-3 of diamonds. That seems a little bit wild.
Well, we're in the wilderness, and that 4 of clubs means we're in an open-ended straight draw type of situation. Complete whiff for Rui. This wasn't what he had in mind.
I mean, Tan's probably a little bit worried about Victor's call behind. I mean,
Kickerless 9?
yeah, but he's gonna stab, and Victor's. I mean, after you call 10K more on the flop with nothing, hitting your best card, obviously he's calling here. Now, unfortunately for him, it just turns out that Tan is. Wow, has a setup for half of his straight outs.
By the way, he only bet a quarter pot. Is this a function of thinking his hand is so good he wants to retain opposition? Or is it like mergy with the concerns that you were pointing out about Victor?
I think it's more mergy with the concerns that his hand isn't good due to his kicker. He can even value bet some weaker stuff. Bet some weaker stuff than 3-9s at that point. Like, he could have, maybe like pocket 7s or 6s. Maybe like ace 5, and with the small bet hands like that. But 3-9's going nowhere. Victor does not want to see a deuce on the river. That is the card he does not want to find. He's taking his time, but it's unclear to me what option other than call he's going to do. Raising this back feels, wow, this is like super aggro at this point, but he's right.
He sure is, and with a pair on board and just 6 tray, I think the jig is up for Malinowski, who did give it a solid effort, making it 38, but surely it's time to go away. Right, Rast?
Well, I mean, he might try something heroic here. He's been playing this whole hand heroic. I mean, the flop overcall was super heroic. This is also super heroic.
Well, we thought it would be exit stage left on the flop. We thought it would be exit stage left on the turn. And instead, Victor hung in across both streets, does not find the deuce or the 7. And it's probably lucky for him it wasn't the former, given that the deuce would have filled Tan up.
I mean, you have to think that Victor is calling this because he plans on bluffing the river when he doesn't get there. He has the worst hand possible, 6 high. he's losing to other bluffs like 7-6 and 6-8 and whatever. So he didn't get there. It's if Ton bets, is he going to fold? If Ton checks, he's definitely betting. This would be the weirdest pot ever if he just gave up the river. But if Ton bets, is he raising? I mean, he's played every street max heroic so far.
This seems like a little too meaty to be a hero.
Oh, no, don't so much. Yeah, this is...
Yeah, snap fold.
No pair.
Malinowski says no pair. Oh, Aaron getting tenderized.
With a deuce kicker there, and by the way, every kicker played other than a 3, that almost, like, that feels overplayed to me by Ton. This was a 3-way on the flop for a check raise. He bet 3-bet the turn after a check raise flop, bet 3-bets turn, mashes river for like way over half pot.
Good.
I don't know how many hands are calling him that he's beating on the river.
But I think
With 3 9s and a kicker that doesn't play.
Oh, value bluff.
no value bluff. I think I'm small. Maybe small.
I have small too.
I think buried somewhere in that exchange was Ton alluding to the idea he wasn't sure his hand was good. As you kind of pointed out, it very well could not have been. And maybe he wanted to exert a little bit of pressure on Victor and make him think that a better 9 wasn't a winner at Showdown.
I'll tell you what, if Victor put in 280,000 on the river, I don't like the chances of Ton's hand being good.
No, of course not.
But then it questions the bet, but yes.
King 7 deuce, meanwhile, that which greets 3 amigos. Aaron Zhang, the razor to 4K pre with his ace 10. Still best.
No ace 9 here.
Still betting.
真的忘了。我有2个红的，我操，那么容易发。
That's an easy squid there. You know, forgive me for not being able to remember the handle of the individual that raised this point in the YouTube chat, but shout out, you know who you are. Rast, and the discussion was about the deeply diminishing returns of the squid. You know, even in situations where it's like the progressive bubble for someone, the larger the pot gets.
Yeah.
You know, you can really you have to condition yourself psychologically from burying the lead, so to speak, and all of a sudden paying way too much attention to the calamari and not enough to the actual meat and potatoes.
Yeah, and that's a good point. In a small pot, winning it and getting a squid is very nice, but yes, these guys are deep, and these pots can get multiple hundreds of thousands, at which point winning the squid is not worth very much in context to how much money's going in. Yeah,
you're right about that.
Very good point.
So Aaron nabbed the last squid, now uninvolved in this one, which involves Elton and Rui. Cut shot straight draw. And Rui follows through on the button 3-bet. 20K and take it, sir. Squid number 1. So then, that was hand number 4. I believe. Maybe it was number 5. I see 5 squids in front of the shot clock. Don't think one has been pulled into the pot just yet.
那应该用信用卡，应该。好。
信用卡我说不知道。
好啊，兄弟。
滑雪用的。
雪镜嘛。
滑雪要买兰博豪，买 LV 的。啊？滑雪买个 LV 的。妈的一个忙。
No straddle on, no raise either.
这还不明显。
4 callers in front of the Tan Xuan suited king button. Cue the Phil Collins. As the raise was definitely in the air tonight. 8,000. And there's an easy squid.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Mind you.
So let me like expand on this point a little bit. So one of the things that would say is that a play like what Ton's just making therefore becomes very attractive. The pot's
With
small,
all those limpers in front of
yeah,
him.
you're risking the 8K to win it. The problem becomes that once people start doing that and the ranges get expanded and the aggression upped, part of the strategic response, and this is having very little to do with the squid, then like widens in order to combat that. And then at some point, you're just getting in bigger pots with wider ranges and are also bigger because of the sizes used to increase fold equity early on. And you are where you are by flops and turns with 50,000, 100,000 plus in there. And it's not even really about the squid anymore, but you're just playing kind of wild pots now. It started out more influenced by the squid, and but it might not even be that later, but it just is what it is because you've gotten there being a little bit crazy. I mean, in a way that makes sense strategically, but, you know, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's hard to say, oh, I'm only going to do this here in small pots in the beginning. Like, sure, yeah, but then everything just builds from there.
Sure. And a lot of that building sort of hinges upon the construction that precedes it. Meanwhile, this one was constructed as a double straddle pot. 3 players took the 10-5 deuce board. Top pair for ST against second pair for Cobra Cow. He's the man that bet 4,000 and got called, bringing us to heads up in this turn. Second barrel of 12,000 out of Rui. Once again, flatted by ST, and on the river a shutdown. Squid you very much, says ST. That is number 1 for him. Not going to be paying this time around. I guess, you know, that idea I had about using peeps as squid earlier.
Yeah.
It's bad because what if someone eats a squid? But I guess you wouldn't really do that because that would cost you a couple of thousand at minimum. It's an expensive peep.
Yeah, it feels like it's probably tastes disgusting as well. Just everything about it seems unappealing.
Those things are actually flammable. Rast, you can go on YouTube and see people light those peeps on fire. Those things, you start a real fire. It's like an arsonist playbook.
Oh, I think we just got a reset.
Yeah, you're right. You sleep at the wheel there.
Back to square one. It's a new day.
Who paid?
The alarm clock goes off. Bill Murray reaches over, slaps it. Groundhog Day. The money doesn't go back though.
I'm trying to think, can you guess who paid that time? Could it have been Elton?
I am not sure.
I really didn't clock it.
Yeah.
Chat, maybe you guys saw something? Weigh in. I was too busy talking about peeps. My bad. 8-9 jack with a couple of spades here. 5-way affair in the new squid round. 2-way straight draw for Rui Cow. Aaron Zhang, the man who raised this one up pre, 2 overs and a gutter, along with that queen of spades working. He calls Rui's lead into him for 10,000. The break-in protocol brings us heads up to the 6 of clubs turn. And it's adios in the face of a 40K second barrel. So Rui won't be paying this round. Oh, you know what would be kind of cool is squids?
啊，我打单挑输给你很
You
多
know
钱，
some of those like really artistic, exotic,
我
ornate
打单挑输很
chessboards?
多钱给你，我没事就给
Maybe
你
some
玩
of
一
the
下。
pieces
再多也没我多吧。
from
是
those
真没玩
boards.
过，有一
You know
次
what I
输你
mean?
700
Like
万，那个2019
the
年。
Metal
我
Warriors
靠，你5
or
年前的水
whatever.
都记得，那
Or maybe like
那我们本来
downsized
最近为什
terracotta
么机会打
warriors
牌的
from
？5年前
Xi'an.
这是
我真的忘了。
Like
I
those
like the
kind of things.
terracotta wars.
Right? You know where I'm getting at.
那这玩什么
Meanwhile,
我开始打
比较浪漫的就是
Malinowski
打单挑
getting after it here. He did raise from the button with this queen 7, following through. ST not going to bow out, having hit the 8. Elton, of course, not looking for an exit either with this jack-high spade draw, which turns into aces and jacks for the best hand on the turn. Not the manner in which he was hoping to improve, and yet here he is with the best
刚
hand.
才已经出来了。哦，昨天肯定出来了。
A round of checks. Now Malinowski hits the 7. I don't think he anticipates that's worth much.
But he doesn't really have a good hand to bluff with.
Yeah, sure enough, he does check back, and Elton will pick up the second squid of the round, his first.
Who got the first one?
下图我想跟啊，又不想跟了呀。
Rui Cao?
Okay. So Elton and Cobra.
心跳的。
按道理是不合法的。
不合法的啊。
不合法的。
报警啊！不合法，赶快报警。那么就算我扣了咯。不然怎么算呢？都不合法了。
不合法2个人都没收呀。
啊，对。
他赢的也要没收呀。
对，我觉得这两个
要不要枪毙啊？
打在中间的人，中间数次给中间的人。
他们是
哎，我正好在中间，这个应该是我。
Straddle pot. Queen 10 suited, made it 5. No, Tom flatting with the ace-king suited, trying to find somebody getting aggressive behind him that he can then 4-bet. Instead, Malinowski, King 10 suited, flats. Rory with a couple of 5s does the same. 5 players to a Jack 4 tray board. Ton with the best hand, but don't overlook those diamonds. Tom with the nut flush draw. Shredden. Barrels. Right into the pre-flop razor.
Tom with the decision whether to call or just fast play it here. It's
Decision made.
Yeah, a lot of merit to this, especially if you think Ton maybe more likely to check like sets and his leads are kind of more hands like draws or like weak made hands such as this.
不要，
不要，不要。
可以看吗
Schwen
？Can wrap it？
just releases.
哎呀，没出来呀，出来没有？
Not interested in calling an extra 36,000. Maybe a function of some table image or history with Tom Young, whereby he thinks this Jack 10 performs quite poorly. He did have the best hand, but Tom earned it, taking the aggressive line. So squid number 3 of 10, taken down by him as he has narrowed his loss to an 87K.
It is a 5-way pot also. You know, he got raised in a 5-way pot. But anyway, here we can see still some big results up and down. A lot of results near $500,000, but not that much has shifted maybe during this frame. I kind of feel like we were around here, and here we are an hour or two later, and still a lot of plus and minus 500,000 type numbers. No one's really pulled away up or down.
Yeah, no breakouts in either direction. Most of this coming out in the wash, although try telling that to Rui and Aaron.
Well, you know what? I guess there was the breakout of Andy, but he's not there, which is why you see that number adding up to, like, the net of all that was a very large positive number because Andy lost like 700 or 800.
Yeah, you say breakout. I think maybe we go with breakdown.
Yeah.
Over an 800 KL. For Andy Nee, who checked out. And
He hit his, Andy hit his liquidation.
Yeah, I don't think he was levered, but yeah, they blew him out for sure.
Blew him out.
So, 5 players. We'll take this ace-8 4 board. Pair of 8s for Aaron Zhang with the king kicker. Leading Elton's 8s. Backdoor diamond factor, though, allowing Elton to call the 3K. 4 has found the bin, so it's heads up. No slowdown from Zhang. Unconcerned in a limp pot pre about Elton having flatted on the button with an ace. In comes 6K ahead. To the river we go. Breezy deuce of spades. And it's a shutdown on the end. Squid number 4 of 10 collected by Aaron Zhang.
$1000块1分钟。那你让文静帮忙弄一下嘛？那谁帮忙弄一下嘛？我这哪有时间搞这些啊，大哥？
你一把鼓励1分钟。哎呀，1000块。是不是因为没找到拉子？
King deuce suited, causing Elton to activate. This is hand number 5 of 10. Rui activating in turn with ace-10 from the button, no less. He's already got himself a squid, as does Elton. So that's a non-factor. 45,000 plus in the middle is Elton hanging out and flopping a deuce to take the lead against Rui. $27,000 rapid fire c-bet. Well, let's take a peek at this turn, says Elton. Assuming this is not the area code of Rui's 3-betting hand. And for that matter, this turn isn't supposed to be either. Pot up to almost 100,000. Zhang again checks. Barrel number 2 being assembled and delivered. 3/4 pot this time. 75,000. Wow, look at this, Rast. Elton correctly.
Not a believer.
Calling again. We're playing for $250,000 here, and the 10 just rolls right off. And if you think it's the paint and the big ace stuff over here, and you're still a non-believer on the end, things could get expensive for Elton. Presuming Rui goes for value, and if he's willing to bet ace high on flop and turn, surely a barrel comes forward here, doesn't it?
I like it. There's with the double flush draw especially. I think rivering the 10, yeah, this would have been a very nitty check back, and I think a slightly bad one. And yeah, I mean Elton has a pretty reasonable bluff catcher. At the end of the day, pretty much anything that's not beating like maybe a hand like Rui's or like 9s, it's right around the area, you're kind of bluff catching by now.
Well, a time bank going to get utilized here as Elton chews on nothing more than deuces for 175,000. And these two have no shortage of history. So many line items on Rui's resume that involve not being able to beat deuces in spots such as these. But this time, he did find the 10. And he finds squid number 2 as well.
3条10。你赢。
啊，鱼啊！小老板打。
他的时候最喜欢听这2句话。
Elton just hung on till he was beat and folded.
Yeah.
Turns out.
昨天就听了1次。
哎呀，不搞了，不搞了，不搞你了。
You know, Rast, I know you've been playing nosebleeds for a really long time, online and live, and due to this day, with some frequency. And so maybe you're more desensitized to the average person. And to be fair, me, by virtue of being in the booth and privileged enough to be a part of this Triton broadcast team, could be guilty of this as well, but But it's really easy to maybe forget that these guys just played a pot for hundreds of thousands of dollars. A man had deuces, a man had ace high. 175 got flicked out there real quick, and then just marched on. Casual exchange of eye-watering sums of money that 99% of this world can't even wrap their heads around. It is a marvel.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of a function of 2 variables. One is getting used to something, and the other is just that this is a game where people are buying in for a big amount, and, you know, I mean, like, divide everything in this by 100, and it was like 5 blinds or whatever, and game wouldn't be enormous, and you'd see the same type of things, but probably have a different group of players playing, because almost none of these guys would be interested in a game that small.
Of course.
You know, it's those couple things, but, you know, your point remains that these guys are transferring a very large real-world sum of money kind of hand after hand, and doing it very nonchalantly. But that's what goes along with gambling for nosebleed high stakes.
Well, we did transfer a squid into Ton stack there as he flopped trip 9s, raised on the flop and took it down. The onwards march. ST ready for all comers here with ace-queen suited. Aaron dominated, unbeknownst, on the button, makes it 7, and then in turn, Malinowski dominating ST. Ooh. Hang on a minute.
He's squidless as well.
Yeah, making this 3-bet look like it's attached perhaps more to Squiddy ambition than Big Slick. 75K, by the way. I love this out of Victor without a squid, Rast.
And then ST, also squidless.
Listen, man, he could get very curious in this spot.
Of course, he has ace-queen suited. I wonder if to a size this big, if he continues, he just flats.
As opposed to just get
as
crazy.
4-betting, because it's just, this is kind of already like a 4-bet size. And it's so big, it's not like you're letting people in cheap behind you, you know? So.
Elton oscillating his way through the tricep, I believe, here. There you go. Stay limber.
He is in position to Victor. This is a kind of ridiculously big 3-bet here. I'm not even really sure how to interpret it. I kind of bet ST's in the same boat. He has a very awkward hand.
Oh my gosh. He's folding it, Rast. In spite of Victor being squidless and he himself being squidless.
Gamble.
Context which I would imagine would have lent very much towards continuation. He correctly finds the bin. Bravo, ST.
Yeah, and I wonder if you make this play and ace-queen suited just folds right behind, if maybe maybe it wasn't the greatest play by Victor. I mean, you win the squid, but we're already talking about the squid's not that great.
Diminishing
You pass that
return.
on this.
Yep.
Like he makes a normal 3-bet to like 35K. ST is cold fouring that all day. Like we've been watching this game. I would bet a lot of money ST cold fours it to like 100.
But there was a range of polarizing sizes that he could have come up with that were smaller than 75 that I think retain ST.
Just
50 to 60, which is larger than standard, and maybe
why
we still.
not just? Why do we need to go super big?
I'm not saying we do, but that was his choice. You know, and without a squid.
Well, what I'm saying anyway, whatever. Let's not compare this super big to another super big size. That's really not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to get at is the super big choice that he picked. Ended up making his opponent play literally perfect against him and put $0 in a spot where if he just played a more normal size, his opponent's putting in at least 100K probably.
Yeah. And that squid is worth far less than the altercation with ace queen suited.
Exactly.
Was potentially going to be worth. Great point, as always. Meanwhile, straddle pot here. Baby suited ace for Elton. Rui limps. Tan. Finger wag with 6-4 suited. Suited connector for Malinowski. Flats. Elton does the same. Rui able to close the action with dominant clubs. 24-5 in the middle. 4 partiers to the ace-jack 4 board. Top pair for Elton. Bashful kicker. Hence, no barrel, as everybody wants to see what Tan has in mind. He has flopped a piece here. Oh, and he's going to bet it. 20 into 24-5, too. This isn't cute.
Okay, thank you. Call. Really? Seriously?
Predictably, Elton the only man to stick around, and now he makes aces and deuces. Checking once more to Tan. Schwen squidless here. Rast.
And
of course.
it's going to be a tall order to get a squid in this pot against aces up.
I think I raised too big. Yeah, because 4-bet.
Schwen does break check. River puts 4 to a wheel out there. Thus far, Elton has been content to play passively.
Problem if you call and he will just go in.
He's got to feel really good about his hand now.
Yeah, they can still have.
It's just not that likely that Tan has a 3 here. For a lot of reasons. And aces up are almost certainly the best hand on the turn after check back. So
65K. Elton doing his own bidding. And denying Tan the squid. Now, Adam Sheeran in the chat, Rast,
comment as well.
Has stepped in and he said, you know, perhaps if the squid condition had been up to something in the neighborhood of 5K, that maybe it would prove more impactful. We're only playing 500 blinds. Now, granted, when the straddle and double straddle leaks in there, of course, it diminishes the value of the squid. But do you have an opinion on whether or not the condition of 2K could be manipulated in a manner that would still be reasonable but prove more influential?
Well, listen, it goes without saying that if you up the amount the squid's worth, it's going to be more influential. That said, yeah, remarking that we are only looking at a 500 game that's playing, yes, there's a straddle a lot, so maybe 500, 1,000 game, but with no ante. It's playing about as big as when this game was 1-4K.
Yeah.
So it's been pretty influential. And I would just suggest that, well, yes, it would maybe be really fun for all of us to watch a game where the skids are worth 5K. In other words, they're worth 2.5 times the amount that they're currently worth. That would probably have a pretty insane impact on how these guys are playing. And I don't know. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, they're gambling with their money, right? Like, are we really going to ask them to play? How big will that make this game?
Well, listen, this one could get big. Is all of a sudden in a straddle pot, Tan Xuan limped. Zhang made it 7,000 to go. Malinowski chose Jack-9 suited to 3-bet that open. Aaron stuck around in his flop trip 5s against 9s up. Victor coming with 19 into 45 as a follow-through. Buckle up.
I wonder if out of position, especially against small bet, Zhang decides to fast play this on the flop. You run into an issue that if you check call, check turn, you end up playing a very small pot when your opponent checks behind. It's dicey. He's going with the check call line.
Yep, flats it. And now makes 5s full of aces, praying that Malinowski was barreling through with some big ace kind of kit.
It's not going to be easy for Aaron to get much more money in the pot here.
Yeah, Victor's kicker no longer plays. Pot control check back does feel very available to him.
Well, you think Victor is going to bet this card quite a bit, but not with a hand like 9x. He'll do it a lot with an ace or hands like
my
8-7
goodness.
or, oh wow.
The squidless Malinowski checked back. Now he makes 9s full, and I'm not so sure Aaron's given credit to Victor for a 9. Given the action to this point, you could very well see him get after this one with 83 in the middle.
But it's interesting, if you're Aaron, you kind of think the hands Victor's most likely checking back on the turn are like showdown type hands. So pocket pairs worse than the ace, maybe some 9x, possibly king queen, but a lot of unpaired hands keep blasting away, with the ace being a little bit better for Victor. It's curious, he came with check. I wonder if he, like if Victor bets very big, he just calls, but if Victor bets small, he check raises. That's my read on what's probably going to happen. Like he'll try to get more value out of a small bet that's probably something like ace-jack or whatever.
So this is 100% Rast Aaron just looking to induce?
Yeah, but he's also going to read into the bet size. Like here, he's betting over pot, so he's not raising this.
120,000 was snap called by Aaron. And you see the devastation with immediate effect. Credit to Victor Malinowski. He didn't leave any meat on that bone. And I would imagine that massage therapist back there just detected some constriction down in the lumbar.
Everything all right, Aaron? You're pretty tight.
Yeah.
Got a lot of knots.
Pressure okay? Yeah, his mind was 100% made up. Was Zhang's in the face of a barrel.
Yeah, like a big bet, call. Small bet, probably raise, but might depend on the size and how he's feeling about it.
Lucky.
Well, that was a bit of a seismic collision there. I believe it's one that left the squids re-racked. Rasty, and the pots are getting so big that the squid is starting to be a little bit less of a focal point. Straddle on here, and number 1 of 10. Malinowski at it this time with a couple of 6s. Picks up one customer. Guess who? Aaron Zhang, who's got bottom pair. Jack and the 10 staring him down. Checks and faces follow through of 5K. Makes the call. Now a third spade on the turn. Victor
Just got a
with the
barrel
only spade
candidate.
draw. Nope.
Doesn't do it.
And he improves from what was already the best hand to a flush. Although, let's see, might Aaron turn 4s into a bluff here?
打得好就算了，运气那么好，点上头。
这个现场
23.
差很远的。
Look at this. Victor firing 23.
网上是真的。
That was full pot with just the 6 of spades. And once again, Aaron succumbing to Victor. And, you know, I thought it was a re-rack, but with 2 squids in front of him, it can't be the case. Rast, this has got to be hand 2 at least of this particular round. Now, rest assured, those of you out there who are struggling to keep track of some of the squid details, we are doing our best to keep track of it in here as well, in between focusing a bit on the poker. Plans are in place to create some graphics that would allow us to track the number of squids a player has at any given moment, as well as how many hands into the round we are. So constantly
Why, you know my Chinese name?
innovating and evolving with each and every successive broadcast or festival. The good folks at Triton and Shinhwa are collaborating to bring you those improvements. Meanwhile, 3 players collaborating to create a $7,500 pot. 9-4 deuce. Pocket 7s have been outflopped. Malinowski was the party starter, by the way, to 2,500 pre, both blinds defending. Schwen, like he knows it's good, fires the 9-6, and all of a sudden Malinowski choosing a very dusty one with which to make it 20. And Cow now makes it 50.
Wow. And here's Tan with the best hand and the least amount of money in the pot. Probably going to get out of the way.
Yeah. Oh, and you hate seeing Victor release. He might think he had the best hand.
He probably does, yeah.
And not just because he made it 50K, but obviously can't imagine a fold out of a 9 there all that often. But credit to him for not taking the passive line and flatting, as that would have left him with some problems against Schwen. You know, I think the activation also out of Rui could be considering that Malinowski's looking for an early 3rd squid. You know?
Yeah.
Bit of the meta.
Really get this round pushing.
Tom in the straddle, allowing 3 others to limp their way in here. Note some of the kit out there. 4 deuce off, 8-3 off, both in the blinds. King 4, second pair for Tom. Has issues against Elton's aces. A round of checks. And now Broadway gutter for Tan. He's not interested. A little flick of 5K.
读手了，读手了，读手了，读手了。肯定右手嘛，读1根手指先了。先把手指放泡里面。赢了拿回去。
Tom
可以缝的。
makes the call here.
可以折算成钱。
No. 4 to Broadway out there. The King of Spades was relevant. Young had no intentions of turning it into a bluff, just checking and being shown the winner. So, squid time for Elton.
6勾2勾6勾2勾
Oh, you know what we should have for squids, Rast? You ever watch Toy Story?
Yeah.
Do you remember those little guys? The claw, the 3-eyed dudes inside the machine?
Oh, really?
Little yellow guys? Or, you've seen Despicable Me?
Yeah, the little
Minions.
yellow minions. Yeah. Minions would be great. I like these little white things. Minions, really good call as well. Yeah. I
think
minions.
minions with maybe some, like action figure, maybe you pull a ring in their back and then they say something, banana, something like that. That would also. Am I focusing on the wrong things, Brian?
Kind of, but it's okay.
In general or just here?
I don't know. I like the little guys they're using. They're fun. Sometimes they look like they're holding hands unintentionally.
Yeah.
They got different color windshields on their space suits or whatever that is. I mean, sorry, face plates,
visors.
Yeah.
Rast?
Yeah. It's been a long day.
But an exciting one, and it isn't over yet here as we're still just in the third frame of 4. Looks like an impish raise out of a very comfortably positioned Tan Xuan. He says, let's do it for 1.5. Everyone said sure, except for ST Wang. King 8-7 board here. Pair of 7s with a queen kicker for Tom is the best hand.
I feel like I like Jack 10 here, which is
Rui bets
Cobra's hand.
Yeah.
You got the gutter to the nuts, 2 overs to the 7 and the 8.
Well, Tom.
Check raise.
Yeah. How about it? 14. If you wish to continue, look at Malinowski with that dusty open-ender, the 9, a disastrous card, if Rui's involved with him.
I think Victor can actually flat here, given how deep everyone is, and his range is super strong. Unfortunately for him, flatting keeps in Jack 10, which is basically the worst hand because the 9 is a corrupted out. It's like the super bad out.
I like that. Corrupted.
Wow, and Roy Cowell just...
Okay. I mean, normally we have to order an online DVD or something to see that movement.
He's going to get bottom pair to fold, I would expect. But Victor... He's got to call, what, 29K more? With big implied odds, he would think. He's going to think here that a 9 or a 4 almost certainly are good.
Let's not sleep on exactly what Cobra Cow is doing over here. I mean, this is just stone Jack 10 high. He got raised. Another man flatted that raise. And he decided, I'm not done. Added inflation to 43 dimes.
妈的，我真的是没看过这个电视，这一支我真的要好好看一下。所以我不太看直播的，不太看这个节目的，这一支要看一下。
Well, Malinowski ultimately concedes there, but we're not going to concede. We're going to keep coming at you until you get over to QQ Poker and get yourself an account. Throw in 30 bucks, get yourself a $50 ticket. That's a sweet ROI right there in and of itself. It gets you into a $30,000 guaranteed Triton reward tournament that takes place between October 7th and October 12th. Do not miss out. It's Asia's fastest growing online poker platform, and it welcomes people of all skill and experience levels. Head on over to QQ Poker and sign up today.
Well, Ben Leonard, I will address this. I realized that I was listed as a top water user. Do you want to know what happened, buddy? Is that my house, which nobody is living in, is being remodeled. The pipe, which I guess it's mine, but from the main water line under the street to my house, ruptured. No one was there. The water use went. I was even out of town. I was in Brazil. I come back. try to figure out what's going on, hire some people. First person didn't find it, second person did. Eventually, I fix it. They have to dig up a whole stretch through the lawn and everything. It's very intense, and that's what happened. So I didn't use that water. That water leaked from a pipe.
Oh, you didn't even use it? You just wasted it?
Yep. That's exactly what happened.
By the way, Rast
now I'm on some list.
Yeah.
And I get people that maybe they mean well, but they're definitely trolling. So they don't mean that well. And they, you know, on Twitter, in my replies here, listen, I didn't use any of that water. Thank you.
Well, Elton using ace-queen offsuit to make it 50,000 to go on top of Aaron Zhang's pocket. Sevens open to 10 on the button. And Zhang reacts with a jam. This is pretty wild. I mean, Zhang has no squids. But, my goodness, pursuing a squid for 271,000. Value propositions there feel a little bit out of whack, but maybe he senses that Elton is trying to hunt the third squid light.
He's could have just called in position, but he went for it with sevens.
That he did. And guess who's ready for it? Elton. We are off to the races. $565,000 pot, ace queen versus 2 sevens. You tell me the squids don't matter. They're going to run it once. Sevens. Holding on. Oh my goodness. Turn. Now providing 10 total outs to Elton. That's a decent amount to fade with these sevens that are puckered on a run at one situation, but the board pairing 9 will send this over $500,000 over to Aaron.
It's a big pot.
See, the massage therapist right about now is thinking, oh, finally I broke through.
Yeah.
You know?
God, he's just loosening it right up.
I made it happen.
Keep working it.
No, sir. That's just the product of a squid and 565K. Heading towards Aaron Zhang.
支持一下嘛，我看你们都不买，对吧？总归有个人要冲出来做贡献什么的嘛。保险付了吗？嗯。我操！你这个算的太实了，兄弟。看艾伦站在那里的样子，会让我不付吧？我操！不抓了，上头。我那个牌呢，还可以 all in 啊，真的。
你说我打得太紧了吗？打得松一点吗？
松一点。No, I chicken out. 我买一个保险等于你们3个人接，在保险公司4个人接我这个保。
支持一下吧，兄弟，你有那么多。
哎呀，气势来了！
上头啦，上头啦
Aaron 20xing. I mean, he's found another gear here, Rast. This is an unstraddled 3 limper pot, 6-7 suited. Sticks it in there. ST with the snowmen flats. Rui with better hearts. Does so as well. Ton ducks out. 3 amigos now. 31-5 in the middle. Jack 10-5. 8s are still best. Aaron has no appetite for a barrel. Rui connects with the dusty deuce.
But ST still has the best hand.
Little does he know it. With the second round of checks in front of us, if we're Aaron, perhaps storytelling is upon us? No. He checks. Now makes a pair of 7s.
He would have maybe bluffed the river, but now won't.
You're right about that. Full shutdown. And ST collects his first squid. So, have you clocked who's still squidless?
No, I don't have a good handle. This round I haven't been tracking the squids too close. But we can try right here. We got 2 and 1 starting from Victor.
Right.
It's hard to see. Oh.
Tom doesn't have
squidless, and same with
Tom. Yeah.
Otherwise, there's 3 right there, 1 and 2.
Now,
oh, Rui had 2.
I don't know if Elton had one. Feels like he should.
Oh, the double straddle.
Okay. Cobra's going to look down at a King Jack suited when it gets around to him. Dominant diamonds over Tom Young, who's got 5-6 suited and an idea. Look at ST. He's had so many of these big suited aces in spots. Rast, ace king of clubs this time.
Wow. Cobra Cow could get into trouble with this. This is a cold 4 candidate. It's a little like 90 ball.
Yep. 88,000. Says Rui. Now, what path do you prefer here with ace-king suited? Rast, you've talked about on a few occasions the merits of not inflating things further,
you know,
so as to retain those inferior aces which rise up in this manner.
I kind of think in this spot, so the last time I said I kind of like ST calling, I think that's what he's doing. I think this time he might raise it back. I kind of like making it like 190 or 200,000. Well, he just ships it for 600K.
He sure does. And you hear the Cobra growl. Not normally a sound made by the reptile, but
I'll tell you why. I like it because it gives some hands we dominate a chance to either call or potentially shove, like solver bait. Like, what if Rui has the ace-4 and just really decides to hero? Hero shove. So I think with ace-king suited there, I'm clicking it back to like 200K or whatever.
也没必要把那个 AK 推600个 BB 出来，没太大必要。不是600个 BB， 不要乱说。啊，不是吗？打的500，一下个
ST all smiles here. 2 squids in, and he's got the button. Not involved in this one, though, is Malinowski attacking from the cutoff. Tan running out of time to grab a squid.
你没鱼我没鱼啊，来。
Let's see 3. And that's not the 3 he had in mind. King Jack 9 checks over to the gutter and flush draw. This one should be over.
It's definitely that type of flop Richter had in mind, though.
AKR.
What is going on? Tan just check called.
I don't know where he was looking to go, but he has picked up a gut shot straight draw, which is drawing dead against queen high diamonds. You see, this is why I use the verb should. You know,
that was, you were right on this time. This is one of the weirdest plays of this cash game session. The flop check call. Well, he's now going to start bluffing the board change.
Okay.
Weird thing is, it's not, he didn't even have a diamond.
Right.
I'm not saying check calling 7-6 off with a diamond is like standard, but he's out there on a crazy branch, and unfortunately he's run into the queen high flush.
Richter quite content to flat and allow Tan maybe to do something disastrous, but maybe this is.
Look, he doesn't have a squid. He's trying to win a squid.
Yeah, okay, Rast.
It's almost like it's the 7 deuce game.
Yeah, but.
And he has 7 deuce. So he's just trying to figure out a way to win the pot.
I think there's 0 ways to win this pot.
No, but he's probably going to try one more time.
I mean, I suppose you could reach under the table, pull out a 6-shooter, and then end Victor's life, and by default win the pot.
Yeah,
but that's more of a, you know, Old West.
He's probably going to try with, like, betting 50K right here. It's like, well, maybe I can get hands like Jack 10 with a diamond, you know, King 10, King Queen, maybe even like Jackson 5s or something to fold. So
I think he's going to go big here, man.
Yep.
I think, how big is this?
That's
small.
Mercifully,
it's just half pot. I felt that like wily 75, 80,000 coming. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, Victor just has a super easy raise here against half pot.
$150 was a predictable raise from Malinowski. And Tan.
Second dance flush.
Never one to lament losses.
Not flush.
Suggesting he folded the second nut flush. Good luck with that assertion.
I would much prefer you stay for the calculation. 26. Yeah, 26.
I have the triple.
Well, Kate's on hand. Perhaps it's redraw time.
Is that it? Yeah, it's might be time for a little break. Everybody get some coffee. Use the bathroom.
Flush.
All right. There's a look at how things stand. Finally, after days of bludgeoning, Victor Malinowski putting together a healthy W. Don't want to jinx it, though. Still another frame remaining here. ST Wang handsomely in the green, as is Tan Xuan. Elton has fallen into the red, where he finds 3 others joining him. Rast and I going to step aside. 4th and final frame coming at you in just a few. Stay close. Elton limping the straddle, ace-6 suited. Rory Cow 7-3 suited, choosing to do the same. Snowball effect here.
Yeah, game's definitely settled in. We're getting a lot more of these 6-7-way limp pots, more like short deck. Previously, someone was always raising the limps, but now it's sometimes.
$13K. Three ways to a Jack-9 deuce board. Nut flush draw picked up by Elton. Malinowski, the man who pumped it up with the better ace, but he's only a 2% favorite against Tsang, who is dominated. Tom did hop along as well, interacting with that deuce of hearts, but would strike me as a bit ambitious to expect him to continue in the face of the 20K follow-through out of Victor. Of course, Elton going nowhere.
Victor's got that 10 of clubs working in terms of blocking hands that continue. Decided to fire at it.
And now both players have an ace working, Rast.
Yeah. Both going to be quite happy for that. And ultimately, that's going to be a pretty bad card for Elton. He probably ends up winning this pot some, I think, in like check bet turn lines on blanks. Victor has to fold the ace-10 off, no pair, no draw. But this changed the complexion of the situation decidedly.
So now, Malinowski feeling cozy enough to barrel once more, 55,000.
Elton has a pretty easy call. He's just probably thinking about what types of hands does Victor have and what am I going to do on the river. Wow, and that is quite the river card. The last ace in the deck comes, giving them both trip aces.
Case card. As Elton fails to make the flush, but also fails to find an excuse to get out of this one, I would imagine. With 193,000 in there, how greedy will Malinowski get? They're both sitting pretty deep, north of 2 SPR.
Yeah, with running aces, Victor has to think maybe a jack will pay me off, ace-x of clubs. His 10 plays just barely. Elton is playing 3 aces, jack-9, and Victor has the next best hand, 3 aces, jack-10.
And that 10 of clubs becomes a nice card for Malinowski to have in terms of allowing him to say, okay, I could have a lot of those busted draws.
Well, you're blocking your opponent from having them. Like
which is good in this situation.
10 of clubs, yes. It's now shifting your opponent towards having value. 9, jack, ace.
$135K. The size. Now then. Zhang in the straddle, and it's mystery hand time. ST will have his cards blocked out. And whatever they are, they've got him interested in a raise to 5,000 up front.
Oh boy, mystery hand. Squid kind of makes that tougher.
Oh boy, King 6 offsuit raised to 20,000. How about that? Elton just activating here. ST looking back, making the call. Two sevens, 2 spades, and a 6, which connects with Elton here in this heads-up 42K affair.
ST doesn't rate to have very many 7x. Probably more than a normal range, but still not a ton. I guess he didn't raise any limpers, just opened for 5K.
Check call of the 20K flat follow-through sizing. Once again, ST checks. You starting to put him on a range at all, Rast? Still too early.
He could have some pairs, stuff like 5s, 8s. Could have a 6. He could have spades, maybe like an ace high that didn't 4-bet. Even he could hit the king, maybe like king jack of clubs, king 10 of clubs. If I'm ST, let's see.
Went check on the turn. He checked once more on the river. Now is facing 60 after Elton hits the king. Spades have arrived, though.
I wonder if a check raise is coming. I wouldn't be shocked. I have some hands picked out for that. If he's just thinking about calling, it's probably something more like eights.
A pair between a 7 and a king? Not so much the queens and stuff like that.
Some of those he might have bet himself, but yeah, not queens. He's probably 4-betting queens pre. Maybe like ace-6. If he check raises, it could be something like 4s or 5s, or like ace-jack with a spade, ace-jack off.
215.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a feeling.
Yeah. So, Spidey senses were tingling for Czar Rast, as his suspicions that ST was going to pull a move like this have come to fruition, and they've done so meaningfully. A $250,000 check raise on the end. And Elton actually found improvement. But maybe ST is out in front of his kings and 7s with no kicker.
I don't think he has just 3 7s. I kind of feel like value is like decent flushes plus. We're blocking boats with a 6 here. It could be pocket 3s. You know, hands like ace-x of spades, queen-high spades.
There you see the action on the top left of your screen that brought us to this point.
But yeah, I'm just feeling like this might be, I don't know, might be a bluff. Like, how about ace-jack off with a spade, or like 5s with a spade? Blocking 4-5. Elton did check back, though, so blocking 4-5 is not that relevant. So
Nor is the squid wrinkle Rast, considering they both only have 1. Neither squidless.
yeah, I'm going to go like ace-jack, ace-queen with a spade, and he's bluffing.
All right, so you're on record, Rasty. You think it's a check raise bluff with ace high. Plus a spade. Let's see if Elton feels the same way. It's going to be expensive to find out.
If Elton was deeper, I mean, he even could think about it here. I mean, shoving isn't ridiculous. Blocking 6s, 7-6, and kings, and even maybe king 7 suited.
Turn it into a bluff?
I mean, yeah. He's like maybe not quite deep enough, but he actually kind of has the perfect hand to do it. Like, if you value bet this, you now bluff with this hand.
Well, he unblocks spades, and if he skews ST into that corner and feels as though blocking 6 is full, king 7,
yeah,
he can make this move?
Yes. He might not be deep enough for it. I'm just saying, like, it'd be a pretty sick move. Like, if he had 500K, it'd be a really nasty shove here. I mean, even pocket, if ST has 3s, I'm not saying he's going to fold, but you're like, kind of like, what am I beating? Like, a flush isn't raising, right? Like, he could fold 3s.
The jam would only be a raise for 178K.
Which is why I'm not think he probably won't do it, but he might. But it's like, if he had more, not that much more, but like 100 or 200K more, I think it's a much more attractive option.
Let's see what Elton does.
ST 是啥牌哦？啊？为什么要这样对我啊？看不明白你什么牌？
Well, the struggle was real. Elton does bin it. Drum roll, please. It was ace high, and it was without a spade, Rast. Savagery out of ST.
It was. I'm also on fire. Let's go.
Saying Rast is. I knew I should have bet. We'll keep an eye on ST there. See whether or not there isn't a little heat under his collar after that one. Tom with 7-8 offsuit makes it 5 to go. Wong flats. This one's straddled by Cobra Pre.
How much? 5,000? 5,000. Okay. You got the foot in here finally?
Heads up. Bottom 2 against top pair. Collision. Advantage Tom. Pre-flop razor follows through. Oh boy. Both in for 5K to the turn, which produces kings up for ST. And you know what's funny? I was thinking to myself, if he ends up losing this one for a chunky amount as well, we could see some loosening of the lug nuts. Instead, all of a sudden, an opportunity to leave himself feeling a lot better than he was when he got shown ace-6 a moment ago. Tom, understandably, barreling 24,000 as a second act.
Yeah, I think you can really discount Tom having 9-6. Again, it's the Squid game, not impossible, but I mean, he was in like the hijack, and so far he has been playing super loose, so probably doesn't even raise 9-6 suited. So just the 9-jack and the sets, and wow, that's a total blank. There's going to be some money coming in on the river here.
You surprised that ST just flatted and now checks once more on this board where obviously we could charge some draws on the turn if we wanted?
Could. No flush draws, though, which I think contributes to the flat here. He can always look at the river sizing as well, especially on blanks, and decide if he wants to check call or check raise. But yeah, he could have check raised turn.
I think he's just inviting some bluffs.
Oh, wow.
Potentially out of Tom on the river as well. Hyung sails it in for 166, by the way.
It's a huge bet.
This is over 2x pot? I think this is the biggest bet in relation to the pot that we've seen.
So 166, so there's 70 in the pot?
Yeah.
So well over 2x. I mean,
it's like 2.2.
66, right?
Show me. And Tom thought for a second maybe 7s and 8s were going to be good. It isn't a given that just because ST called that they wouldn't be, but he realizes the turn killed his hopes of hauling that one in. So a felting. Night falls upon day 4 of our cash game Invitational 2. The Triton Poker Series train rolls right on, full speed ahead. Nejad and Brian Rast here in the booth. But the real focal point is right there on your screen. 7 combatants here in Super Squid Day. The evolution of this cash game, which has certainly lent to a augmentation of the action. And that's just putting it lightly. First glimpse, we thought 500, 500. Why have they kicked it down? And as you can see by those figures there, no kick down whatsoever. Glad to have you with us here for this fourth and final frame of day 4. Still 1 day remaining of this invitational from Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. And let's see whether or not, true to form, the fireworks are on display. So far, it doesn't look that way. No straddle on. Ruikao, King Jack. Under the gun. Limping. All the way around to Elton, and there's one in every crowd. Big blind. Shoots it up to 10-5. Aaron's pocket deuces stick around. Ace-3 suited for Victor.
Elton wouldn't be the most appetizing person for me to flat with deuces here, given it. I mean, his range doesn't have to be that strong, and he's kind of not that deep. If I'm Aaron, with all those people that back raise behind, I'd kind of like Elton to at least have 250 or something.
Well, what he does have is top pair and a gut shot, along with a C bet to 19,000, which is a field clearing event. And number 1, squid number 1. Earned by Tsang. $4K, says Tan. 10-7 suited, and that which is responsible. Malinowski dominating with this ace-7 offsuit from the button. Made it 15,000, and now Mr. I've got the first squid comes in for the 4-bet to 45.5, and this is exactly the setup that you're looking for, Rast. First 2 squids paddling downstream, looking for some progressive upshot. See whether or not the elusive 3X could be awaiting Elton if he manages to pick up 5 of the scheduled 10 hands. Going to be tough to win this one, I would imagine, given Tom's got himself aces.
See if he's going to try.
Queen 5 off. Just going to play it as a flat on the button. This one was straddled. Queen Jack suited, a pretty one for Aaron.
If he 3-bets here, he's going to get himself into trouble. Yeah.
Some discipline as he flats. 3 players. 16-5 in the middle. 6-7-8 board texture. Elton's 5 dangler becoming very relevant.
Let's see what Aces decides to do here. Yeah, it's a pretty reasonable flop texture as the pre-flop raiser to check. Aces is... There's no overcards to aces, so unlike checking jacks or something, you don't have to worry about one-off overcards improving.
So down to heads up. As Elton fired 7,000. Tom flatted. Board pairs on the turn.
Pretty nice card for Tom with 2 aces.
Some relief there. Seeing the check back from Elton, but not exactly relief when backdoor hearts and 4 to a straight show up. Perhaps he expects that Elton would have fired the flush draw, but a 9 certainly could be a check back sort of piece of kit for the flat call from the button by Elton. And now he barrels 22,000 into 30-ish. Tom flicks in the call, and squid number 3 has been averted. Did ST grab Tom's hand and then flip it face up?
No, I think it was Elton's hand.
But I saw an ace.
Oh, I thought Elton had thrown in his hand and then ST looked at it.
Well, I thought you guys had already done what we've been asking you for the last 4 days. But in case that you haven't, or maybe you're joining us late, what are you waiting for? October 7th through the 12th, we're going to put up a $30,000 guaranteed Triton reward tournament at QQ Poker, and all you need to do as a new player is head there, sign up, deposit $30. It's worth a $50 ticket. Free money. Make your move to QQ Poker today.
你们两个大随便。没有什么发展啊。
他说翻钱大我。
我知道。
他进去不一样。
翻钱也是没什么发展嘛。
来看他打多少了。
我这牌绝对可以大的牌。啊。但是我怕把你打走，我2个黑的牌，我跟他赌红黑，你知道吗？我骗你随便怎么样？我真的这么想的。要没那个，我肯定打你。
你听上头了没有？我就问你听上头了没？
你们打牌的想法有点复杂。
那真的呀，我勾圈草花，是不是要大码？但我现在万一打你走了，
Two limpers in front of it. Elton's ace queen. There'll be no limping on his watch.
脑子里面是想着那个，差点就信了。
Neither of these guys have much of a hand. I guess Ton is thinking about 3-betting, and that's what he finds. Elton's not that deep, though, the way this game is playing.
哎，哦，放错颜色了，我操
！Yeah, 2 times.
Oh, did he call? Oh no, he was goofing around.
Yeah, 26K the 3-bet, and then Elton promptly jammed. And squid number 3 is already upon him here, Rast, of 4 hands played. So he's on 2x, and he's definitely drawn live to more than that.
拍黄瓜，中餐拍黄瓜嘛？
拍黄瓜。香港这个东西不叫黄瓜，叫青瓜。
拍青瓜，对不对？
你说的像拍青蛙一样的。
要我点了，
我也要2份。我不知道 SC 吃什么，我吃什么。
Q ramen，
拉面。
Straddled pot.
加1500。
Don, he's just so mischievous, isn't he? 6-4 suited could have checked back and taken the flop. Instead, he says 10 more if you do. Obviously, the incentive for Elton to continue is quite clear, sitting on 3 squids here in hand number 5 of 10. So he'll stick around, and he'll be the only player to do so, somewhat predictably, given the upshot. Now look at this Queen-Jack 8. Neither player interacting whatsoever. The betting lead is Tan's. Out of position. 26 in the middle. And look at this. A downsized 8K. Maybe this is too cute, Rast?
I mean, this would be less crazy than Ton's float with 7-6 off in the other hand.
You're right, given that he's got a spade. Does let it go, however. So, early monkey off the back. And number 6, Malinowski. Squid hunting with king 9 of spades. Rui doing the same, 9-7 of clubs. Suited 1 gapper for ST as well. On the button he comes along. 3 players with 16K in the middle, looking up at 2 spades, 2 jacks, and a 5. So the opener has got himself a king high flush draw, ST, with jacks and 5s. Some interactions for Rui, so he's going to stick around for the 10-5 on the strength of the jack of clubs involvement. 5,500 rather.
I think the bet's 10,000 actually.
Was it?
I don't know.
No, 5-5.
No. Okay.
ST can get behind it. Ace on the turn. We'll see if that freezes action.
If Victor just bereaves on this plot, he's going to win.
Wow. And you might think that being flatted in 2 spots, there is some Jack X lurking. Nevertheless, King High Spades not showing any concern. Barreling once more, 16. That's half pot.
Oh, wow. Is he going to call again with a 5?
He sure is.
That's pretty strong.
It was the best hand until this Queen of Spades rolled off, and I'm sure that that's the kind of card that's going to leave ST feeling far differently about jacks and 5s.
没有 ST 穿的那个少，我都是最普通的那些卫衣。你是自己买的吗？
Well, ST kind of has the worst hand he can have here. I wonder if he ends up turning this into a bluff.
This is pretty filthy for Malinowski, just slipping it to him, and maybe ST takes the bait.
Like, if your 5 is good, you would think Victor's going to bluff, right? So, yeah, this bluff makes a bunch of sense. And Victor, kind of a nasty check here, because if he bets, ST's definitely folding the 5.
No. ST has barreled 27,000 without hope.
不赢就是打的有问题，赢就是都是没有。赢也是有问题。妈的，没对这个跟了 all in。我觉得这个东西真的运气太那个，我打的最有问题的一次，就打错乱七八糟乱打，全部乱打的一次，结果赢了冠军。
Yeah, and the check raise from the king high flush.
This was always his idea, as he managed to capture 27,000 from ST, who sort of got himself into this mess courtesy of the call on the turn. But to be fair, he did have the best hand. 85K, far too rich to do anything other than put it in the bin, so nicely done by Malinowski. First squid for him. One-K straddle is on by Elton. Rui limping with king-queen suited, and it isn't because he's afraid of playing for more. In fact, the limp 3-bet could be an option here, as we see the inferior diamonds of Aaron Zhang have made it 8,000 to go. Malinowski choosing to flat from the big with ace-queen off. Now to Elton. He wants to get up toward that 5 squid 3x threshold. So he'll plunk in 7, and now the Cobra strikes 47,000. By and large, Rast, I think you would agree that these limp re-raise lines, even from the squidless, have been honest for the most part.
Yeah, pretty honest. Wide-ish, sort of, than what you would normally see, but not bad hands.
Right.
Right? Yeah.
Not just a blast off trying to snatch a squid and, you know, posture. Aaron demoralized to say goodbye to his AK. Malinowski with a real hand, but how well does he think it performs against this, as we touched on, predominantly honest limp 3-bet? Well enough that he folds. He was dominating unbeknownst. Look at Elton. You know, these two guys are the mud wrestlers of the lineup, Rast, you know?
Just gonna ship it in with A7 off. I mean,
that's not the look that I feel like he's got on his face, you know? This looks like the struggle is real.
He wants these squids really bad.
Oh, number 4 would be delightful.
And denying Cobra. No.
Why does folding to Ruikao always look like the most painful experience anyone's ever had? Well, it just goes to show you, though, you know, I mean, it isn't a style for the faint of heart. It isn't one for everybody, but it is an effective one, as Ruikao has definitely done well over the course of his career. Utilizing this, you know, very unorthodox, let's say, at times, approach. Ace, King of Hearts, again, he's looking to set a trap. Flypaper effect in progress. Tan on the button with A6 off. Squidless, up we go, 8,000. And this is a punishing 40 dimes from Rui. Once again, limp 3-betting. Don rolls his eyes and concedes squid number 2 to the Cobra.
So Elton with 3, Cobra 2 in a row. There's Aaron with none.
Victor and Tom, the only others with a squid, I think. Oh, no, looks like Tom's got one there.
Tom and Tom.
And Victor.
Victor has one?
Pretty sure.
So that means the only people that don't are ST and Aaron? Right there.
Yep. Ace, King of Hearts works its way over to Tan's cutoff. He limps. His turn to try to lure somebody into friskiness. Malinowski taking the bait. Just making it 3K, though, from the button, Rast, and that's not a field-clearing size.
No. It's not.
As evidenced by the Queen 6 offsuit hanging around. And now Tan deliberating, and deploying. Squid number 2 acquired.
Is there only one left?
Yeah. I can't remember the last time we got through a full 10. But now this becomes the war of attrition. Aaron and ST likely to go hard at this one. Look at Tom looking over to ST right now. He's like, hey, buddy, you missing something? ST has chosen to put the straddle on. Couple of limps out there. And Rurikao, he wants squid number 3. Final opportunity to nab it. Makes it 15x. And
so does Tom. He's got 2 also. He's got to want squid number 3. He's going to play this one with Roy in position.
By the way, I think both ST and Aaron have just been muscled out of this one, so they're going to be paying up. Tan gonna stick around here. He's hunting squid number 3 himself, so one of the 2 of these guys are going to end up in the progressive. That's, of course, bad news for the squidless Zhang and ST. Jack 7-5 board doesn't produce pairs for either party. Rui with the break check.
Tan's got a lot of backdoor possibilities going on. If you want to start betting, get some clearance from hands like 10-3, those live cards, get those out of here. Cobra's out, and Tan gets the 3rd, and I think that's it.
Yeah, so 2x for him. That's going to be 12,000 from both ST and Aaron. I think the total tally has been delivered by both parties, so payouts are coming.
12, 12, and 8, I think. So that's 32,000, I believe.
From each of them?
Yeah. So yeah, this Squid Game transfer is 64K.
Should be 4.
ST looks thrilled.
2,000 each, 2 pairs. 1 squid equal. 1 squid 4,000. Yeah. 2 pairs, so I take 4,000. You take 4. Yeah. You have 4. Huh? You have 2 squid. I have 1 squid, but 2 pairs. 2 pairs.
好嘞，找2000。
还是找2000。
为什么？罚2000，还2000。
罚了2000，不能玩手机。
All right. So all the little squiddies gathered back near the shot clock. Hand number 1 of a new round.
我说有个鱼好打一点，放个鱼。
不一定了。
You know, it's interesting. Throughout the course of the day, I've kind of kept an eye along with you, Rast, on the YouTube chat, and an interesting topic has been submitted, one that I'll touch on after this pot. It involves Victor Malinowski, who has raised up this straddled pot with pocket 5s. He picks up Elton's Queen 7 suited, heads up. 14K in the middle, saying out flopping. No follow through out of Victor. Oh, and no desire to c-bet from Elton, who improves to queens and 7s, although it is a 3rd diamond out there. Quick second check from Victor. Leaves saying comfortable enough to barrel. Victor with no diamond, no position, and no desire to go any further.
So
most recent...
What did you want to bring up?
chord strike of this idea came from, oh, who is it? Let me see. Scrolling in, BB Shark. And he writes, there's no world where any of these players is close to being on the same level with Victor. And, you know, I kind of want to push back on that idea, not because I'm taking issue with the greatness that is Limitless in his resume, but because this is very much these Triton OG boss characters' environment, right? And, you know, you're on their turf playing their game right now. This isn't your standard 2-card solver approved GTO, you know, landscape that maybe Victor's cut his teeth in, whether it's cash or whether it's tournament. This is a whole new world, a frontier of sorts that he's kind of decrypting on the fly.
Well, today, sure. I don't know when people are commenting. They're commenting just about the Squid game. I'll return to this, but let's... Oh, this hand is over, it looks like.
Yeah, Ace-Jack suited, Malinowski taking this one.
I think there is a group of people who come in the chat and off of Limitless's reputation on the online streets are in here to just say, wow, he's the best guy here. You know, who are these other guys? None of them are beating, you know, this 6-max game on GG Poker or whatever it is. And you know what? I mean, it might be true that if you put some of these other guys in here in the game on GG Poker playing online, which isn't where they play normally, Victor probably does better than them. But I don't know if it's true in these live games. They're playing differently. Sometimes they're very deep. A lot of the players are maybe familiar with each other. You know, I don't know. They played regular 2-card for 3 days in a row before today. And Victor had his moments and had some times that weren't his moments. And I'm not sure, having watched every single minute of it, that Victor definitely, listen, he definitely ran bad. But if you just evaluate the quality of his play, I'm not sure he played a lot better than everyone in this game. I actually wouldn't pick him as the guy who I thought played the best.
Yeah, you're right. I know that you nominated Andy Nee at one point, Elton Sang, Tan Xuan, as things evolved. Meanwhile, the evolution of this pot, which was limped pre, is a Rui Cao pocket ace's failure to capture anybody other than ST Wang post-flop as he barreled 2K. ST the only player to stick around on the strength of 10s. Now the milking continues for a 5-ball. Super clean 6 on the river here for the aces. About as good a card as you could hope for, really. Now Rui all of a sudden comes up toward full pot out of what might seem like nowhere to ST.
埋伏失败，30埋伏失败，
差点欧了，
很多了，这局不大的。
Well, payday for Rui there. Perhaps he had loftier ambitions when limping those aces, especially given the way we've seen certain pots evolve. But earlier in the Squid round, of course, maybe it's a little bit more difficult to pull off those tricks, given the lack of clear urgency for others to hop in. You know, I almost think that Tan Xuan takes limping personally.
I raised 2,000.
Change this.
Misclicking, making it seem like he raised to 1,000, but he did end up limping along with the rest of the field. 2 flush draws present on this 3-3-4 board. Advantage Tan by a nose with the Jack High version. It's going to lead right out for 1,500. Only Tom will continue.
Wow, and they both hit a flush.
This is a nasty little development for Tom, especially because he draws stone dead, given that Schwen's got that deuce of clubs blocked to the steel wheel. And how ugly will things get? Obviously, the presence of a pair on board and just a 10 high flush
Pre-flop 大嘛，然后我 bad beat 发2次，有可能
will prevent Tom from getting taken off for a huge figure. That 7 of diamonds isn't going to help him stave off further losses.
那已经是 race 的什么东西都。
这个没太灵陪啊。
不是，对啊，我知道。我的说他前面每把都在 race，突然之间有一把。
前面也是灵陪 race，人家给他抬一下他才能 race 啊。
没有，因为他 race 那里打回来3万，他 fold 掉了，他 race 7000。
Let's see what we're dialing up. Just 7,000 from Tan on the end. Seemingly left some meat on the bone there, Rast.
Yeah, definitely could have bet bigger on the river and gotten called. You know, I mean, this conversation has continued in the chat. I just think the one thing you guys need to realize is that I would guess that it's probably true that Victor is able to replicate, is the most studied, and replicate like GTO. It's not clear to me that in a live format, getting reads, not giving off reads, and also just, listen, like these guys are doing things that are kind of wildly different than GTO, and it kind of becomes this rock, paper, scissors game of exploiting and adapting what you're doing constantly throughout the session. And that's a little bit different than the process online players go through. And I just think that it's something that some of these other guys do a little bit better. Like, I mean, for example, Roy Cow is a guy who sometimes plays super crazy. And then I made it, if you listen to the commentary yesterday, I made a point because I was noticing he was just stone knitting it up and like waiting to have a hand and purposely avoiding spots where he would end up bluffing. And just kind of had a pretty solid win that day because, like, he's a guy who sometimes he gets paid a little bit more than others. As you noted, Ali, it's like people are just feel so pained folding to him for this reason.
He's earned it.
So I'm just saying that there's other things that go in sometimes to winning in these live sessions. And I just, you know, I just don't think all you keyboard warriors realize that. And it's easy to say, oh, yeah, this guy's like the most studied player, and so he's obviously the best. And in some ways, yeah, that might be true. And in other ways, it's kind of missing the forest for the trees and not. Yeah. So that's my point.
Well, Aaron took that one down. Earning himself a squid. Single squids across the horn here for Victor, Elton, Rui, and Aaron. ST still working on his first. Will limp an ace-deuce offsuit up front in the straddled pot. Cobra with 9-3 off. Rasty makes noise and a lot of it. 15,000. Look at Aaron. Just king-8 suited here, making it 43.
Yeah, he's gonna get his second squid right here. Roy Cow's been going for it with some pretty bad hands. The 10-3, now the 9-3.
哇，浪费15000。
打得好吧？有没有奖励啊？
我打他，我不是更好？
You know, when you see pots like that develop, and yes, they come and go rather quickly, it does shed some light on just how difficult it is to work your way through this crew at these stakes, where Malinowski definitely has shown up, oddly enough, in a variant we know him to have far less experience in, versus the first few days where he ended up getting bludgeoned for well over a bean. Here, recovering. $750,000 winner. ST up $500,000. Tan Schwen, 338 in the black. Elton treading water. And the most pained of stacks right now is Rui Cow's, as the Cobra's getting taken off for $426,000. Aaron Zhang also not performing well. Tom Young, the late arrival, in the red. As we round things out.
I have a really good analogy to explain it, and it's way too simple for poker, but here it is. It's like GTO. The GTO solution to rock, paper, scissors is find something that's truly random. Not pseudo-random, but truly random, and you're doing 1/3 of the time at each rock, paper, and scissors. That strategy cannot be beat, right? You can't beat it. There's nothing you could do that could beat it. Now, the flip side is if you throw that strategy in, and there's this guy who just loves rock. Like, I'm going rock. Rock's my thing. Rock's solid.
You better start throwing paper more.
Okay? Yeah. The GTO strategy that doesn't change isn't going to really beat the rock strategy for a bunch, but the guy who's sitting there is like, man, this MFer just loves fucking rock. Maybe I should throw a lot of paper, and then, you know, maybe I'll mix it up once in a while to keep him on his toes, but just throw lots of paper. That guy will do really well. And so, like, that's way too simple of an analogy for poker in a lot of ways, but it's also kind of explains my point, which is in some of these games, just learning how to exploit your opponents is worth so much more than trying to replicate a GTO strategy, which, by the way, nobody even does that perfectly anyways. It's way too complicated for a human being to play perfect GTO, and nobody knows exactly what that is.
Well, Cobra perfectly executes the 15K pre with 25K post, courtesy of ace-jack and a jack-high board, thinning the field and picking up squid number 2.
输了也要被你骂。
回家看电视就知道了。
区别就是什么？他赢了是救你老母，他输了就是操你妈。好，
有点区别。
好，
哪个脏一点？
帮我拿瓶水。
我唔知。好，谢谢。
你有3个G，一个4个G。
4个字脏一点是不是？
Victor, king 6 suited, activates. Aaron Zhang, jack 5 offsuit, seeking involvement, hunting that 3rd squid.
It's a bad hands party.
Ace 9-8, and all of a sudden that bad hand turns into an open ender if you're ST Wang.
Yeah, the only guy who really likes this flop, ST, with a solid open ender. Everybody else with garbage.
Now that garbage turns into a pair of 5s now for Aaron. Not that he's proud of them.
I think this is a good spot for ST to wake up and semi-bluff, and I don't really see who's going to keep dancing with him. Yeah, definitely not for pot either.
$10K, raised up to 30 now by Aaron, and of course his ambitions are fairly tethered to hunting progressive squids here. For ST, his are just attached to wanting to get his first. In position for another 20. He's going to take a peek at this river. 1 jack busy in Aaron's hand. I saw a 6 in the muck earlier as well. That might explain why Wang doesn't find the needed improvements.
I think whoever bets is going to win this pot. So if Aaron continues his bluff, ST's going to fold, obviously. But if he checks, ST is definitely bluffing.
Well, Aaron bet 60,000 and squid number 3 acquired. So he's on for doubles. Looks like Tom lacks a squid. Schwen lacks adequate REM cycles. Apparently so does Victor. These guys go hard, by the way. Our streams might be 9 hours-ish, but sometimes the game goes beyond the borders of our coverage, and no telling just how late into the wee hours out in Jeju these guys are rumbling.
Certainly.
They're not out there to do anything else. It's not like they're like, oh, I heard there's a great water park. You know, this is a I'm here to play cards as much as possible kind of affair. That's why these trips get made. Meanwhile, 4,000 gets made courtesy of King of Diamonds. For Elton, don't know the side card, so it's an inadvertent half mystery hand. Zhang, 8-6 offsuit. We touched upon that particular 2-card holding being sort of catnip. Yesterday we saw it put to work quite often, but of course we know Aaron's also on the hunt for additional squids, trying to get into that 3x multiplier. ST, Jack Deuce suited, he comes aboard as well. Tan rounds it out with Jack 8, and all hearts is all ST. Squid number 1 feels very much within reach, as we don't see a single heart spread across the field on this monotone board. But top pair for Elton, and he's going to see what's what? Just 4K, I think. Now, what do you think, Rasty? Monotone board texture. Do you favor playing it fast without a squid?
Yeah,
As he does.
I think I like a check raise there versus such a small bet. You don't have to, but you're going to have a lot of value in kind of semi-bluffs that want to play that way, so it makes sense to me.
Here we are on the turn. Is Elton stuck around? You guessing he's got a heart as a side card or a second pair, or could it just be a naked king?
I mean, it's really I think it's really hard to say at this point. Given the action pre-flop, like, I mean, I don't think there's I don't think he's folding King Jack without a heart yet.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to start finding out more based on what happens here on the turn. It'll narrow it down quite a bit. But I mean, I wouldn't even be shocked if he calls King Queen no heart here again.
Well, if he's doing so, it's for 45 dimes. Running threes now. I don't get the sense kings full is afoot. Nor, for that matter, threes full of kings. Let's see what sort of value pursuits, if any, ST will embark upon here. It's 146,000 plus in there.
Elton would have to have raised King 3 off from like the hijack to have King 3. So he doesn't have King 3 or kings because the money would already be in.
225K, the overbet, the polarizer.
No, but Elton only has 110.
Ah, yeah. Curious that he would bother to fire so much when he knows how much more than that 110 it represents. Do you ever do that, by the way, consciously, just to create the psychology of a bigger commitment? Making your hand look stronger? Not that he's light. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think too much about
not
that.
a
I mean,
thing,
I think
right?
he's just grabbing an amount that he knows is more than what Elton has,
Sure.
so he's putting them all in because he doesn't want to speak.
No.
A lot of people don't like speaking during hands, right? For whatever reason. Maybe they feel like their voice might give off information. It'll crack or be different based on how nervous they are.
This one came down in a straddled pot as an Elton open to 4K.
Elton is, I think, more likely to call here with a heart in his hand, right? Like, if he has King Jack with the Jack of Hearts, he's probably a little bit more likely to call. The Jack of Hearts is a pretty nice, well, he can't have that because of ST, but maybe like the Queen of Hearts, just because it's a kind of nice card that'll block some value. A lot of Queen X suited to hearts. Hands, probably more value than bluffs.
So again, recapping, Elton opened to 4,000. Then ST check raised the 4K C bet to 20. led for 45 and then asked for all of it. Elton does end up conceding, and we know that to be the right decision, regardless of what that other card was, given that we can't ever call it a 3 or a king. So a nice pickup of not just a meaty pot, but also a first squid for ST. And reinforcements arrive promptly for Elton.
占了他股份吗？你们占他股份？
没有送给他的。
Finished. How much for the squid? 24.
Red? Huh? Yeah, sure.
Oh, looks like the squid reset is upon us. So who was the only squidless patron?
I'm not sure. I was mentally distracted by all the GTO-based conversation. Still kind of thinking about it.
Oh, it would appear that... Oh, no, hang on. Who's paying out? Is it Tom? Looks like it. Yeah. I think so.
3,000.
Well, like a teacher on a field trip, dealer running a head count there. Make sure all the little kiddos are where they're supposed to be. New squid round begins now.
check raise 啊？对啊，电话不check raise 啊？帮忙。最后个鱼啊。
Malinowski limps up front. Here comes the fly paper. You know, you just kind of expect Tan Xuan to be doing this kind of stuff. Wow, without ace king suited, and he just gives it the $500 raise here.
And Victor min clicks it.
这叫 two bet, 3 bet, 4 bet. 4 bet.
All right, now Elton's just annoyed, so he's going to 4-bet it to 4,000 with 8-5 offsuit. Tan is a fan, not just because he has ace-king suited, but because truly he loves mayhem.
This is like maybe the most home game hand I've seen so far.
You know those All-State commercials? Not to make it too, you know, U.S.-centric here in the booth, but they got this guy who shows up and he calls himself Mayhem. That's really the way I feel about this spot here. Tan puts in number 5 to 27.
搞起来了，你们！哇，开心了！我靠，5比6比了，6比你说什么牌？6比。
Take that squid, Tan.
First one of the round.
All straight.
On the strength of ace king of diamonds.
7 bet.
Tom's probably like, I can't believe you guys all fell for that.
You know, for Elton, he kind of made a $4,000 investment in a laugh in that spot.
That was
with the 8-5 off. Straddle on. Hand number 2.
你30多嘛，我30多嘛，你70嘛，这里面30-40万的差价就12万嘛，有他买单。
Three amigos. King 4-3. This one was 1K ahead. Top pair for Victor. Bottom pair for Elton. No bets. Ace on the turn. Malinowski adds the wheel gutter. Murray picks up a Broadway gutter, and yet it is Elton with his threes that bets this 3K. Doesn't lose a soul. No pair of jacks on the end for Rui. Nobody betting on the end, and so Victor earns his first squid, rather uneventfully.
有点问题。好的。他德州就是打的有问题，白水就是摆的有问题。但是赢了就是天天赢。上头了，上头了，上头了！往起来，往起来！往起来，往起来，往起来！那是个风花，反正谢谢你的祝福。啊？谢谢你的祝福。往起来，往起来。
Rui's turn to straddle. K9 unit on the button takes it up to 4. Let's go. Elton and Rui. Hop aboard. 12-5 in the middle. King, Queen, 9. Bottom pair in the gut shot for Elton. He knuckles. Rui, of course, completely disconnected. Also checking, and top and bottom pair gets considered by Schwen. Third hand, by the way. Squid number 2 feels imminent. 7,000. Elton peels. Heads up now. Dusty turn.
我现在是决定肯定去，但是围棋之后现在不是上海个行情老大嘛，万一个波动老大了啥，你以工作为主嘛。那么后来是超价行情成了，那就啥题材市场化。
Schwen now barrels 20. Still early in the round here. Elton decides he'll fight elsewhere. Conceding, and squid number 2 picked up by Tan. What do you think, Rast? We're going to see somebody that gets themselves on for triples? 5 squids out of 10? Pretty tough.
Yeah, look, it feels pretty tough. I mean, at this point, no, right? We're already in the 4th frame. It hasn't happened yet today. Seems...
I wonder what the frequency is, you know, because I confess it's the first time I've actually soaked up squid. You know, but these guys have played it for some time. What's the frequency? You know? Has anyone ever won all 10? Has anyone even won 9 out of 10 for sextuple and quintuple?
I am not so good that I could do this right now while I'm doing commentary, but I'm pretty sure that if I thought about it a little bit, try to remember some college math stuff, I think I could figure out by tomorrow. Like when I'm home tonight or whatever.
What the EV is?
Like what the odds are.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, this is a 3-way affair here. Advantage ST.
Or like very roughly, I might have to make like a few like close kind of generalizations. Because you know how it like stops if everyone gets it. Or actually, you get to 5, you always make it to 10, basically. If someone gets 5, you always make it to 10. It's 5.
Yeah.
Oh, not always. I guess it is possible for it to be 1-1, 5 people to have 1, and 1 person to have 5.
Well, 1 is the number of thousands of dollars that were required to call the futile flop bet from Cobra. ST did just that. Turn went check, check. Now on the river, Cobra is firing 15,000 with 9 high.
Oh, I got chocolate.
妈，真的纠缠不通话，又是纠缠不通话，我靠！
ST just bin the king 8, Rast. I mean, it was 1K, check, 15K in front of him out of Rui.
Yeah.
I mean, the queen on the end, I don't know, kicker problems.
Yeah.
Solved.
我是神经病啊！颜值间真的 raise 都是90
Okay.
这回不敢了。
That one came with a bow on it, I think.
这把
20吧，好，再加一点。好。
There's a few complications. I might be able to account for them, but I can probably get you an answer by tomorrow, unless I'm just too lazy to do it tonight.
Rast, I got a confession, by the way, as we see Tom trying to lure somebody into a problem. You come back here, and you give me any number on Earth, just about, and I'm going to look you dead in the eye, and I'm going to believe you.
Well, yeah, but I'm only going to give you a number if I think it's right.
But I'm just
make
saying,
something up.
You could bluff me.
I could,
because
yeah.
you've got a great booth image.
But that's it's just not my style.
No, I get it, and this is why we love you in here. Meanwhile, 6 players, as the only player that didn't love their hand enough to continue is Rui Cao. 10-10 queen board, Malinowski with trips. Tom's ace-king suited, turning into a Broadway gutter. 4,500 out of Malinowski with all the checking in front of him. Tom will hunt a jack. Board double pairs. Filling up Victor. Hyung now playing ace high, pot control out of Malinowski. Now Hyung improves to kings and queens with the ace kicker. Still was drawing dead and not proud enough to fire, of course. Checks, and let's see how expensive a bluff catching effort will be made. Well, 7,500 if you want to scratch that itch, Mr. Hyung.
好像我级别也不远，我还聊呢。
你故意的是吧？你想关门来搞是吧？我比他还输多一点，我不会再玩了，你不要问我。你们俩看单挑，你说这个话我看出来，我听出来了。对，单挑可以，咱们俩单挑可以，我不会再跟他玩。我已经听出来了。我也不跟他玩了，神经病。我靠！1个小时输1000分，
头上长角的。
真的，
不是不止长一只脚，
长2只脚，双脚。
真的。一共10副牌，可以赢一人赢1500分。
这真的有点夸张。
神经病吧？
Well, payday.
No call, no chance. Gamble.
Squid number 2. Secured.
Double straight draw. Or the ball covered. Low card, middle card.
The game's gotten smaller as the day's gone on. I feel like somewhat consistently. It started
Not
out
just
this,
today, you mean, across
no,
the first 3 days?
No,
Okay.
just today. The game was enormous when we sat down today. I mean, when we started the day. Enormous. It was the biggest the game's been of any of the days. There was just every third pot was all in. And it slowly trickled down. There was no like limped. Dude, in the first frame, I don't think we saw like a 6-way limped pot. It never happened. Someone raised it up.
We did see some 6-way raise and maybe even 3-bet affairs.
But I'm just saying there's someone saw limpers and they had queen 4 suited, they were like, "No, forget these guys." Limp. And now look, every pot's like limped.
Well, not this one,
No.
as Rui's ace-jack suited shoots it up to 10K, a 10xing, which leaves ST's king-jack.
King
hunting
Jack
the
just
bin.
fold. Like, I'm just saying, the game is settled down as the day's gone on quite a bit.
Fair assessment.
尼玛还好没小。
Well, no sooner do you say that, Rast, than Mr. Hyung takes 5-6 suited
这里那个牌还好没。
and makes it 40K
对，我也是。
pre-flop.
It's a good adjustment. If everybody else is settled down, then it's time to go to town.
Rui plunks in the extra 30, and it's ace-ace-6. Both players with the piece. Tom, of course, trying to rep the slice that Cobra's got his hands on. Aces and sixes betting 18 into trips. Cow quickly flats. Pot up to 120,000. Tom drawing dead.
Wondering what the hell he got himself into. How am I here on the turn with a 6, 120,000 in the pot?
I believe what we call this, Rast, is a good old-fashioned pickle.
Yeah. Can I get out of this, or do I just have to give this 120,000 to my opponent? And he's choosing violence.
Well, this is going to be self-inflicted. 45,000.
Rui's like, I have 3 aces. My kicker's pretty good.
He doesn't need to do any raising here, though, right?
No, you're in position. I mean, yeah, it's just one of these things. He's either way ahead, way behind. His opponent could be drawing dead. Is, in this case.
Once we get called twice, though, when we're Tom, we're playing 126K back effective. I suspect white flags need to be waved, right?
Well, at this point, yeah, there's a decent chance your opponent has an ace. You're not going to get him to fold, but if you shoved, you could probably get your opponent to fold anything worse. But yeah, no, it seems like a good spot for a white flag.
Yeah. Hoisted, waved in the face of Rui, saying, "Give me all you got." Well, the hunt for that squid was fruitless. Is that squid number 3 for Cobra? Or number 2?
There's 2 there, 2 for Wichter, 2 for Tan, 2 for Wichter, and we got 2 for Cobra.
Okay. This is hand number 7.
Well,
We got 0 for Elton, by the way.
This is a fun one, though, where only 3 people have squid so far, and we're on the 7th hand.
Yeah, you're right.
Could be a lot of payouts.
The more consolidated the squids are into fewer players,
the more
the more
money
spicy.
changes hands.
Mm-hmm.
You get to the end with 10, the less players that have them, the more people are paying.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So the straddled pot, courtesy of Tan, who's got ace-jack,
No. Sorry.
was raised by Malinowski's 6s. Elton looking around going, I'm going to need a squid here sooner than later. Hops in with the queen-5 suited. Cobra has made it 12-5, and Schwen deliberates.
And the rich are going to get richer on this one, because basically only the squid rich have hands right now, and this 3-bet's coming, or 4-bet, I guess.
Yeah.
And, ooh, it's big, too. That might be too big for Cobra to peel.
65,000.
Is he going to put in another 50K? Yes, he is.
Well, he's going to get to play this one in position and hunt a 3rd squid of his own, not to mention deny Tan a 3rd. Not that that's a concern for him as a holder of 2.
Oh, what a flop for 5-7 of diamonds.
Pair and a flush draw. Unfortunately, Tan has a really breezy ace high here.
Wanna bet red black, same thing?
Yeah.
One time?
Yes.
Okay. Your pick.
I pick.
Give you some action back, yes, because I won the last.
Tough spot for Tan right here. Out of position. Really doesn't have very much going on. Ace Jack, no diamond.
20, same.
20k? The double triple.
I mean, do you just, if you check, it's pretty hard to continue versus a bet.
I think 4, because not
If you bet, you're asking Rui not to float you. He likes doing that.
And I don't know if this is a size that ushers floats on out of there. 45,000. Without hesitation, of course, Rui makes the call. Not a given, by the way, that he gets to showdown unimproved if Tan decides to go hard at this one. 4 on the turn.
It's not really a card Rui loved seeing. Obviously better than like an offsuit ace or something, or a king or something like that. But again, if he's behind, this actually takes away the 7 as one of his outs. Now's when Tan really has to define what he wants to do and how he wants to play this hand.
By the way, that law of diminishing returns that we touched on with regards to the squids, very much intact here.
Yeah.
Hunting the 3rd squid. Let's put that way on the back burner because there's 226,000 in the middle.
Yes. Yeah, we're not really factoring that into the math much at this point. It'd be nice, but it's mostly kind of like, okay, what does my opponent have? What's his range? Is it wider because of the squid? Yada, yada. And Tan's going to keep barreling, and Roy just has way too much hand to fold, and I don't.
Worthy of note, by the way, Rast, something that you reminded us of earlier, given how deep these guys are. 600K is the maximum commitment that can be made by either party in total into the pot. That's the cap.
Yeah. Not a spot where blocking a 5 matters that much. Tan with the cold 4.
Yeah, he's repping the overpairs.
Yeah, it doesn't really have like a 5's full or so.
Yeah, this feels like ace-queen plus as far as representation.
Yeah.
Especially given we block diamonds. And
Ooh.
now the king on the end. Could this open the door for Tan to find barrel number 3 into this 442,000 and bluff Rui off of his unimproved single pair of 5s?
It's a pretty compelling card for Tan to go ahead and bluff. He doesn't have a diamond, so he probably prefers not to bluff diamonds. It's an overcard to the queen. If you're gonna bluff, this seems like a pretty good one for the ace-jack, no diamond, to just really put to the test. And you know what? I'm curious if, like, Rui might not be ready to give this one up right away. I won't be shocked if he goes a time bank or 2 at least and really tries to suss out if Tan is... Because Tan, remember, sometimes he just raises a little wide, cold 4s wide, could have a few extra hands that someone else might not.
Total commitment thus far by each party, given 65,000 pre, 45,000 on the flop, and 108 on the turn, Rast, is 218,000. That means 382,000 remain. Sub 1 SPR if Tan wants to unload. And it does feel like an opportunity potentially to put even something as strong as Queen X into the blender.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So, 600. First time. And you see Rui lamenting things instantly, saying,
So he's betting...
this guy runs so good.
Did you calculate it? It's 2...
Yeah. He's betting 382,000.
Yeah, okay.
That's the technical cap.
382, so it's about the pot.
Sub 1, though. There was 440 something
Yeah, a
in there.
little less than the pot. Feels like certainly any king or better. Unclear ace-queen.
Yeah, and Rui doesn't chew on it very long. Winner binned. And ladies and gentlemen, we give you the Fearless. Wonder Kid, Tan Xuan.
你都40位了，一拖也能把拖了呀。你刚拖了8把。
Third squid for dessert. Well, as I direct everybody to QQ Poker for all of your sakes, I certainly hope that Tan Xuan doesn't head over and sign up for an account alongside you, because you're going to have yourselves a real tough time of things, but you're going to have a fun time. That much is for sure at Asia's fastest growing online poker platform, welcoming beginners and experienced professionals alike with an easy-to-use interface, a wide variety of hands, and of course, a Triton Reward Tournament happening October 7th through the 12th. Sign up by the 11th, deposit $30, get yourself a ticket, and get in the game over at QQ Poker. Yeah, look at Rui. He's just so annoyed by that river card, which was the type that allowed him to, Tan that is, you know, earn that one. I think Rui had sticky ideas on his mind, absent something like that king. 3K ahead so far before Aaron Zhang with king 9 and I believe no squid. Sticking a third scoop out there to 15,000. And as you touched upon, Rast, the fact that I believe still only 3 players have a squid means that you're really looking to make sure that you grab one. That said, if you're Tan, you're really looking to make sure that you can pick up as many more as you can and then get paid in multiple spots. Hence the 4-bet with the inferior king 7 and squid number 4 picked up pre. Knocking on the door of number 5 for triples is this feral beast.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, steaming poker. I never fucking run.
Red?
Oh, no flop, no flop.
I know. Can I buy some red?
Ah, yeah, of course. Is it me?
Oh.
What do you think the odds are Tan doesn't play this hand, Rast? Negative 1,000%?
I mean, if it's limped to him, the odds are 100% he's playing it. Oh, here, Tom's gonna raise this up. Yeah.
Ace-5 suited on the button. The squidless Hyung doesn't want to be among those that's issuing payment.
Oh wow, he's thinking.
Okay, I waiting you.
15,000, by the way. The sizing makes sense given that we're deep in this round. There's this hand and one more after it available to prevent paying out.
I think he cold forward. It was either Jack 4 or Jack 3 of clubs on day 1.
Non-squid.
Non-squid, yeah.
Tan, let's go. It's just a little bit too rich, but somewhat predictably, perhaps, the squidless Elton Sang expresses continued interest for the 15 times, flops himself a gut shot straight draw. Hyung improves to a pair of 5s on a 10-high board. That 4 of diamonds, also a pleasant sight.
Maybe Elton and Victor are playing red and black. Like Elton just put 15K on his stack.
I think they are. I overheard some discussion about that. Because squid's not enough. 12,000. 1/3 pot, also not enough to shed Elton. Spade on the turn. Neither player with a flush draw. Elton checking again.
Elton with the little river lead bluff. Or maybe not now that he hit a 7.
4th spade. Tom's check back allowed it to roll off. See where they're not saying feels like he needs to turn it into a bluff. The answer is no. He checks. Tom checks back, and guess who won't be paying out? Elton Sang. as a very defensive first squid is acquired. And now the focus is upon Tom Young. I believe Aaron Zhang is among the squidless as well. To Tom's right. Here in this final 10th hand of the round. And listen, Tan Xuan could very much go hard at this. If he picks it up, he's on for triples.
What about ST?
Does he have one? No, he doesn't have one either.
Have one.
There they are in succession. You know they're going to get involved. The double straddle from Aaron, by the way. ST limps the 8-4 of hearts. Tom with Jack Deuce of hearts predictably gets involved as well. Now 7-3 offsuit for Tan.
He can get the triple if he gets one more, right? We've been talking about the triple.
All he needs to do is say 600,000, Rast. He does limp.
Would have worked.
The brigade continues all the way around to Aaron, who can just check back and take a swing. Does he have other ideas here? Just queen 8 off. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 26 total, is that it?
27.
Okay. I mean, he's given credit for nobody trapping here. I mean, you just hate to fold here. And oddly enough, Rast, given the nature of the payout as things stand, you might look at it and go, I'm losing this 25 extra thousand anyways in squids. Let me see if I can't have a nice swing by sticking around. But too much heat left behind him. ST accepts his fate. Now, Tom, this dusty Jack Deuce of hearts, he too must concede. And you see the effectiveness of Zhang's choice.
Sorry, I don't.
Don doesn't give a F. He wants that.
Bro, this is a human honey badger.
He wants the triple.
7-3 offsuit, popping right
Elton's
in
only got one squid, but he does have the best hand.
He doesn't know it.
No.
All right.
One squid is like the fold, you know? You're only working to get 2K.
Look at just how effective Aaron's decision to raise it up was here in the double straddle. He finds his way heads up with 64,000 in the middle into this flop, bets 50K, and finds the final squid. So ST and Tom will get punished here. Each of them sticking 28,000 out there.
啊不，我这多一条，我多一条很多钱呢，而手里一家，对啊，我这个赔率20%应该是够了，够了，哦，不小心挖个2对，对吧？嗯，还有你后手赔率，对，买2对。Let's do one round starting from 个人打个人的，理解不同。我觉得应该够。对啊，是够。嗯。
Let's just get like one person pay. Drop, I'll finish. I just want to give you a rematch because I'm up for on you. Only one. One round too much. I'll tilt if I lose. Give me 5,000. Give me 5,000. 8. Yeah.
One round. Yeah. One round is fun. Every hand.
Now I'm up 20, so give me one more.
Okay, one more.
Yeah. No, one round I lose like 150, I'll be Stevie.
7-2. Yes, good. No, 32. Everything to him. Yes, good. Go. Trust me.
All right, all the little squiddies redeemed. And now a new round is upon us. Rast, I speculate that last hand was perhaps the one that illustrated the impact of the squid
2个人付啊。
most
6-1-9对
robustly
Summer is good.
on the day.
2个人付啊
Granted, I can't remember every hand we've seen, but that one really kind of profound.
Certainly. Yes, I agree. A lot of there's been some other wild hands today, though. I mean, when Andy was here in the beginning, he was going ham.
I mean, that was pure butterball. That was
he was
honey
going
glazed.
Yeah.
He just
Yeah, like guys, if you do the math on the pluses and minuses, the green and the red when it comes up at the end, you'll see the green's up by like 800 or 900 or something, and that's unfortunately Andy, who I think is still the biggest loser of the day, even though he only played like one
那个拉
frame.
面，那个拉面挺舒服的。
yeah. What Rast means is
那个拉
the
面挺舒服的吃的。
chip count tallies aren't going to zero out because Andy threw in the towel halfway through. Tom Hyung taking his place, and it is his over $800,000 loss that's going to be the difference. Meanwhile, 4-4-7 as hand number 1 was 6K a man, courtesy of Malinowski, shooting it up from the button. 9's performing very well here. And just a little 4K C bet. Aaron says take it. And now
Yeah, of course.
Malinowski.
It's just been such a clinical day for Wichtern. Just seems like he gets a squid almost every time. Honestly, he hasn't had any crazy hands. Just chisel here, chisel there, up every break. His green number's higher. It's almost like the exact opposite of some of the first couple days.
The
when it was
exact
just like,
opposite.
Just this day, it's like it's up, 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 up. The first 2 days it was down, 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 down.
This guy was trying to freaking motor ahead in a rowboat in the storm of the century on days 1 and 2. There was just never a glassy surface.
But I mean, he's really down bouncing his way out of the hole.
Is he going to wash things down with a 3-scoop chocolate ice cream situation there? Or is that dish Elton's? I'm going to say that's Elton's.
I'm going to keep tabs on that. I'm curious who went for that with the ice cream.
Yeah, I'm clocking
Yeah, I'm going to go with
cream.
Elton's.
Yeah.
Elton's buried today.
少少还 OK。
Wichter's winning like 800,000 right now, and Elton's buried. I'm going with the ice cream's the guy who's down like half a milli or more.
唔該晒。
You eat when you're buried? You know, a lot of times I lose my appetite.
I am a lot more likely to get an ice cream
When you're buried?
when I'm buried. Yeah, for sure.
For me, it's the Old Victory ice cream for sure. Ace Jack of Hearts here makes it 4,000 to go in a straddled pot. Hand number 2 of 10 in this new round of Squid. Malinowski, similar kit offsuit variety. Seeks isolation, but guess what? Pocket Queens not going to be stepping aside. Not going to be re-raising either, though, on the button. Rui has flatted. Do you think this is because he's hoping Tan activates behind him?
I'm not really sure why, especially given how much he's kind of been 4-betting today.
Well, look at this. Schwen makes it 75,000. Malinowski with the chuckle gets out of the way, and now this is exactly what the Cobra coiled up for.
You know, I mean, they're really deep. I kind of wonder if he's going to just call, or if he's in position.
You know, Tan's a guy that's got 3 barrels in him. Unfortunately for Rui, he folded to a 3rd barrel in a massive pot long ago. This time he's performing quite well, though. King, King 5. Heart-free environment.
It's going to be a real tough one for Tan to win. We saw an ace got folded as well. Double kings out there. Don't think we're getting the Cobra off queens anytime soon. So I'm not really sure what Tan's going to do, but the sooner he waves the white flag, the better it's probably going to be for him in this pot.
There'll be no waving on this flop, though. 30K downsized follow-through.
We didn't say this time, right? I guess you said one more time. I say sure, but I don't know.
I paid you last time already.
Yeah, yeah. And then you say, oh, I guess we should do one more time. Then I say yes.
Did I?
Yeah.
Did I say?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. I really.
Yeah, because as long as I guess I'm up, I'm down to.
Okay. Yeah. I forgot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
He had ace jack. decided to barrel recently, but that one felt like a board where maybe some more things can go right. This one seems kind of hard for you to hit a card that you really like.
And that would explain the check. Oh, queens full on the river here for Rui, who checked back, by the way.
Yeah, check the voice.
Roy went from really hoping his opponent didn't have a king to really hoping Tan does have a king. I really hopes he slow played ace king on the turn. Just a nut ace high. Seems like there's no value, and I don't know why you'd want to bluff at this point. If you did bluff, you'd probably have to go big because you're trying to ask two pair to fold. Tan is the nut, no pair.
Decides to check. And now the only thing that he can do is beat busted clubs that didn't contain a queen. Facing a bet of 75,000, and that doesn't strike me as the kind of size that's tethered to a bluff all that often, just given the lay here.
Well, it definitely shouldn't be tethered all that often because he's giving his opponent 4 to 1.
Schwen does step aside, and I don't know if it was a pound of flesh, but maybe 6 to 7 ounces for Rui.
我怎么感觉这摊半用不完呢？还加过了是吧？
是啊。
那我要用一点，我这个不用我有点吃亏。
有点亏，肯定亏。
我打到现在，从来没用过超过5个加起来。
Okay.
Yeah, up to you.
Yeah, just in case.
Okay.
Yes. Here and then. Yeah, just as long as here is on. Easy.
对，这个要用，这个每个人。
你肯定不会亏的，这个东西你肯定是最赚的了，还用说？这个东西我怀疑就是给你设计的。
Tan in the straddle.
8个给你设置的应该。
上次看看你要自己给自己加。
Elton takes us up.
他索性他给你加了。
Massive open size, 10,000.
Zhang, queen jack suited of his own, takes it even further upstairs. 30,000 as he pulls back on the yoke. Another 20,000 for Elton to take a peek. Makes the investment, 62 in the middle, a couple of Broadway gutters on an ace-king high board. And this is a spot where the betting lead in position very much favors Aaron. $50K the follow through. And Zhang earns his squid.
So no thumbs up.
Reinforcements called for by Elton. By the way, I don't think he really needed all that many more chips, Rast. I mean, just gets himself up and over the 600K.
Look at this, the ultimate compliment. Somebody in the live chat thinks my reads on the mystery cards have been so good that he's not convinced that I'm not bluffing, that we don't know what the hands are.
Well, listen,
No,
I don't
we
know how
don't.
much credibility I have with any of those doubters, but for what it's worth, guys, Rast has no idea, nor do I, what those mystery hands are. But He has been batting a very high average in that spot.
We're basically all just watching this together for the first time. It's really kind of what this boils down to. I guess they played, you know, 12 hours ago or some. There's like a reasonable delay, whatever it is, it's a few hours at least. But halfway around the world, and we're all just watching this together, and we get to speak out loud, and you have to listen to us.
You don't have to. There's a mute button.
Yeah, it's true.
Jack 9 off. Rui makes it 5. Straddled pot. Back around to Elton. We know one place in his hand isn't going, and that's the mug. Extra 4,000 plunked in there. And 5-6 turns into a two-way straight draw here.
Pretty nice looking flop for the 5-6 of clubs.
Checks and faces 6K.
Yeah, and once you start getting deep, huge SPR, it's a really natural hand to check raise. Roy with a really speculative call here in position.
And this is an interesting card on the turn, not only because it gives that check raising 6 high a flush draw as well, but it's the kind of kit that you might expect Rui to continue with when you check raise him that size, as he was the pre-flop raiser.
Hand's just going to be over. I'm shorting. Oh my goodness. It's okay, maybe you're right. This is really ambitious by Rui.
Oh wow. Now consider that Elton has 6 high unimproved. Rui made the call of this 20,000, and he really wants to just see a check from Elton in this spot. Which he
just
gets.
Stone giving up with 6 high.
I mean, I think he's just snap giving Rui the ace. And look at this. Rui's bet 35. It looks milky. Might it be so cute that Elton rises up? No, it doesn't look that way. This guy.
Rui earned that with that turn float. Because that was a really light turn float there. Elton's sizing was oddly small, but Rui still made a pretty wild call there in position.
Rui was value betting the best hand, Rast. Don't be silly. Are you surprised, though, that Elton didn't go with that? I mean, he was so convinced, I think, that Rui had the ace.
The thing
right?
I'm most surprised about, really, is that he sized the turn so small. In my opinion, after check raise flop, your range is pretty polar, and you should be betting the turn pretty big there.
Even with the ace rolling off? I mean, granted, he had tons of equity.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, what are you saying? Like, it could be betting an 8 or a 4 or a 3 still? You want to keep that in? Yeah.
I'm straddling on my 500.
That one didn't play out the way we anticipated. Not the first time. Meanwhile, a dominant ace-10 turns into top pair against Tom Hyung, whose queen-10 raised it up pre to 5,000 in a straddled pot. Victor checks, faces 4K. Flats.
跟蹲了10，也看看14号开始。这样可以在香港组织，香港挺舒服的。香港挺舒服。
5 on the turn, pairing the board.
去不去那个蒙提卡罗啊？
想是没有意外就去，如果没有变化，现在计划是去。
哦。
如果说我们计划没变就会去。
对，我们都到时候安排飞机过去。
我们准备一起搭个飞机过去。
可以啊。
Second barrel out of Tom. This one's closer to pot.
但是这个路上太长，坐那个民航可能还舒服一点，这不睡觉过去10几个小时。
是呀，是。对。
那个
Malinowski again flats.
I would expect Tom to bluff clubs.
13水时间过最快了。
Well, I mean.
Now he hits the queen though.
Yeah, I don't think he'll check and hope queen wins.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't rate to that often, but it can. So.
Is that a third squid for Malinowski or a second one? I know it looks like 2 initially, but
I thought he already had 2.
Yeah, you know what I mean? When you see the shape there, it looks like Perhaps that was number 3. What it also is a pot that puts him up and over an 800K win late on day 4 of Cash Game Invitational 2 here, part of the Triton Poker Series. ST doing well for himself. Tan Xuan also enjoying a half milli in profits. Less enjoyable has been the outing for the likes of Tom Hyung and Rui Cao. Off of their low points, though, I believe. Tom, though, considering he's a late arrival, has definitely not performed well. And aces for ST, limping up front. Snowball effect. Mystery hand time, Malinowski on the button. Will have his cards concealed for the run here as he makes it 5,000. Presume that the limp 3-bet is coming.
我跟你说，这个东西玩的好坏差挺多的。我本来觉得都靠运气的，差挺多的。你只不仔细按那个花色放的对不对啊？这个编排怎么那个你差很多的。反正我是差一点。我是
很多，你说不用很多吗？
多不很多呢，肯定差一点。
肯定差一点。
但你有时候放错也是会。
There it is, 30,000.
你是编排的这个差很少，就是你说那个什么。
Malinowski not done with it. Gonna play it in position for 30. Pot grows to $62,000 pre. 7, 8, 10. Very coordinated texture. The ace of clubs, a comforting presence in ST's hand, but not sure how big a fan he is of this board. There's your answer.
Yeah. It's a board that gives him some pause. He's going to do a lot of checking on it. And Victor's going to start right out betting, it looks, coming for third pot.
This check is never with the intention of raising, I would imagine.
I don't think so, not given how deep they are. I don't really think he's going to do very much raising at all, which is one of the things that makes it relatively safe for Victor to bet here.
Now the 10 pairs in club form. Nut flush draw acquisition for ST. Could very well be some 10x combos in Victor's range.
But I think he's, because of the club, he's probably kind of okay with that card. Yeah, you're now losing to 10x, and if your opponent has clubs, but if we were behind against some other hands, we have a well, there aren't that many other hands we could be behind here. 7-8 got counterfeited. Straight, it's not that likely.
What have we here? 38.
It's
into roughly 100.
Yeah, what I would say is it's not a great card for aces, but it's like at least it's a club. Like the 10 of diamonds would have been just kind of bad. Bet is... Victor's betting kind of small. Like these bets are small enough that SD can check call here with like ace high, king high with a club.
Well, he's got ace-ace.
Uh-oh.
But he's got himself further issues as the 9 slides in for a 4-liner. 178K in the middle. One last check out of ST.
You know a hand that makes a lot of sense to me here?
Deuce 5 of diamonds.
Kind of like, no. As if I'm thinking like, what's he bluffing with? How about like 8-9 of diamonds, like 8-9 suited, or 7-9. Like he's kind of just small, milky pot in position. He's not going to raise me very much. And now on the river, you're like, damn, how about I get queens, kings, and aces to fold?
Well, he's going to think about it. Time bank redeemed. I don't get the sense he's checking.
Kind of feel, well, let's see what size he picks before I start trying to say what his range is. The size here is going to matter quite a bit.
You're with me, though, that a bet is forthcoming?
Yeah.
Oh, you said it after he was reaching for the chips.
Well, I mean, it's a mystery hand, too. Obviously, he's betting. He just checked
not
back.
Necessarily. Not
Well,
necessarily. I mean,
we've watched a lot of these mystery hands. There's always a bet coming here.
Rast trying to decrypt the pattern. 120K, and all of a sudden it's business time in contrast to that turn sizing that you pointed out.
Two-thirds. I think for two-thirds he could definitely do queen jack, maybe a jack, probably not less. I'm maybe a little bit less liking him having like 8-9 as a bluff because I think he goes bigger. Kind of wonder. 10 jack. There's bluffs here for this size.
You know, that palm up to the air is kind of exactly where it feels like ST's focus is. You locking in a guess?
10 jack.
All right. 10 jack noted. There's a peek at the way this pot progressed. Aces limped. Malinowski made it 5K. ST made it 30. Victor
I guess
made the call, and then ST ceded control of the pot, checking and calling 20,000 on that 7-8-10 texture. Picked up the nut flush draw on the turn, check called 38, and here he is, chewing on a 120K decision.
I think his bluffs are going to be stuff like 5s and less that decided to play this way, and stuff like 8-9, 7-9 suited. Some of those aren't. I mean, he might limp some of those behind on the button with 3 limps to him, though. So I don't know if he has those as much. This feels like, yeah, he's saying pocket 2s, right? But see, he probably limps 2s behind on the button with 3 limpers. So
maybe we remove the small pair range then.
Or at least it's discounted, is the way I would put it. You can't remove is strong, but discount it. I think he's working out that it's kind of not that easy to have bluffs.
All right. Officially, he does muck. Drum roll, please. Victor had
4s.
Pocket 4s. Now, while you secured the 10-jack S, you definitely weren't lost on those small pairs being discounted, but still available to Victor.
And I think the more the pair goes up, the slightly more likely it gets raised. Like he's more likely to limp deuces behind the 3 limpers than like 4s or 5s.
Each click up,
Each
more
click
likely
up
he
is
is
a little more likely,
to juice it a little bit. So successful bluff by Malinowski. And by the way, it's getting a little crowded in terms of Squid in front of his stack.
King, queen of diamond.
Oh man, ST's gonna be sick when he rolls the tape on that one. You know, the other thing is we see Malinowski making an attempt now to work his way into a triple. 4 squids in front of him here. I don't know if this is a last chance. A lot of squids lurking. Tom doesn't have one, by the way. Nor does Tan. This is hand number 9 of 10.
Funny, funny, funny! 往起来 OK, OK. 好。
That lack of a squid, by the way, would explain why Tan came along here in spite of the 10x open from Jacks. He has flopped himself a gut shot straight draw. Elton. Squidded up. No, not squidded up. Pocket 3s. And how about this 6 on the turn? Tan, after a round of checks, makes the 9 high straight. Note Malinowski not following through, by the way, with the overpair. Here comes Schwen for 22. Into 32, 2/3 pot. Victor peels. Ace on the river. I have to imagine with this board texture and the lack of a squid in front of Tan, a decision to check and try to induce would be quite poor, but maybe downsizing so as to keep ace-X and maybe less interested. Disagreements out of Schwen as he goes full pot, Rast. Choosing the polarizer. Now all of a sudden a naked pair of aces comes off the table in terms of Malinowski's assessments. Note, by the way, that clicking call and being correct puts Victor into triples, something no one has accomplished on the afternoon.
Gonna cost a lot of money for him to try to get that triple, though.
Well, let's think about what the triple is worth, though, right? You've got at least Tom without a squid, Tan without a squid in that spot.
Yeah.
This is the second to the last hand. 5 squids, that's 10,000. On for triples is 30. In 2 spots would be worth 60.
Is this the last hand, or does
No,
he have another
second
shot?
to the last hand.
Okay, so he's one more chance. But here's on the river, has to just beat one hand.
Tan limped in pre-flop, squidless, called 10 along with Elton, which is the raise out of Malinowski's jacks. On the flop, it was checked around. On the turn, Tan let out with the 4-liner there. Victor flatted and now faces 75, which he pays off. And everybody will be delighted that Tan's not bluffing here.
Nice one.
When I say everybody, by the way, that's incorrect. It is just the squidless who are very pleased that Tan has kept Victor out of triples. Those with squids actually hate to see this because it's one less person paying out. And
yeah.
Is Tom the only remaining player without a squid?
Be ending if so, and it's not ending, so.
Yeah, there must be somebody else. Is it Elton, maybe? We'll know in a second. This is the 10th and final hand of this round. Straddled pot, and yes indeed. Elton lacks a squid. Tan makes it 5, and Sang just folded? Rast? On the 10th and final hand with all these squids out there?
Well, and so did Victor. Both of them have a decent amount to gain here, winning another pot.
Tom laid it down as well. This story doesn't check out. Queen 10-10 board. Zhang is out kicking Tan. Heads up. Something really doesn't add up about the pre-flop action there. Do you think it's an oversight?
I mean, it's hard to. They probably had really bad hands. You know, under the gun open for 5K.
Because you win 3 in a row now. Of course, need to go back to the action.
圈。
跟前。
哇，操你妈！哎呀，
Turn
Oh,
and river
no
check
squid.
down, and fourth spade on the board, freezing the action a little bit.
No squid. They chop.
Wow. A stay of execution for Elton
Also have one more?
and for Tom.
Oh, split is no, it's burnt. No more.
So finished. So it's finished.
Oh, okay, but they don't get
13.
to play. It's just done.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, Rast, as dusty as your hand is, I mean, you got Malinowski in there for doubles, 4 squids deep. You got many players holding squids. It really strikes me as odd that Elton and Tom wouldn't have shown more initiative in that particular pot pre-flop.
You know, they're not in a very good spot to play total garbage against, right? They're Elton and Victor are right after the under the gun opening with like 4 players behind them. I don't know. Just because you want to win a squid doesn't mean you should just play 8 deuce offsuit for 5K.
We've seen it.
Yeah.
Stranger things have definitely happened out here. But the little squiddies get redeemed and reconvened in front of the shot clock. New round of Squid Game. Straddle on. And of course, it comes all the way back around the ton, with Rui having been the only person to fold pre. He makes it 10 to go. It doesn't look like anything can take this heat, but looks have been deceiving in the past, as we see Elton sticking in there with Jack 6 of spades. King, Queen 8 board, top pair for ton. Squid number 1 would appear to have a destination. Half pot c-bet. And sure enough, Schwen can exhale in this round.
No more, right?
我感觉这会小张有点虚，估计要输。
那我应该怎么不选？我应该大脚
搞不搞
红。好，再来10万，搞完拉倒。
你是要红还是黑？
要红啊，我还是要
红哈。
Four-way affair, 500 ahead in an unstraddled pot. Jack 9-5, 3 king highs, and it's the king 5 that turns into 1 pair for the best of things. Malinowski, however, rattles his saber for 6,000. ST concedes, and cheap squid acquired.
你看，哦，我们来一把，我们来把10万。
你要来一把？
嗯。
好，你要红还是黑？
我要红。
你要红。你说清楚台上台下。
And Victor's kind of figured out a nice little groove in the Squid Game. You know, he's not doing a lot of crazy, let me put in 100,000 pre-flop, but he's working hard to try to steal the small pots. Get a squid, cheap.
Listen, his profit on the day, Rast, isn't all squid gains by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe we put a little cherry on top, but the Sunday was cooked up from the poker.
我要红。
你是要红的是吗？
对。
来10万是吗？
我有2个红的话，我要 all in。
Yeah, today was a great performance from him.
Yeah.
什么都开的。
对，什么都开。
It's not quite done yet.
Like we always talk about MVPs of the day. I think Victor was the MVP today.
Oh, I don't think anybody can argue that.
Yeah.
Ace 7 offsuit. As the first two recipients of a squid are going to square off here on the hunt for number 2. Malinowski's ace-jack suited, 3-betting, 3x to 18,000.
往起来，往起来！最后2射失。
你买红还是黑？
哎，他是红，我是黑。
Tom's going to stick around. 994 board, opportunities.
往起来！
Tom's check. Draws an 18K flat size follow through. Yeah, these kind of board textures can keep ace highs involved. That's exactly what we observe. 72,000 in the middle now. Nut flush draw acquired for Malinowski. Tom checking again. Hunting a check back. No doubt about that.
Wonder if Victor, this reminds me of this last pot he played. Like, does he just like bet 1/3 again here? You know, something like 25,000, and then just check back river if he unimproves with ace jack. Okay, it's way different.
他妈的！哎呀，这样输10万。Yeah, alright.
Last quick one before switching, right? 还搞不搞？还搞不搞？先说好，不搞了。
怕了怕了，我错了。
Squid number 2 picked up there
错了。
by Malinowski
想搞真不服气，但是每次不服气的时候都输。
without much fanfare. Ace king now for ST.
知错能
He has shown a very consistent propensity to take this upper crust of hand holdings and make an effort to limp and 3-bet. I won't call it exclusive to him, but very much a +1 correlation.
I mean, I feel like he pretty much just limps to come in, at least from early mid position. So
well, 9s have juiced this one to 10K. Schwen showing ambition with 5-3 of diamonds. Elton perhaps showing some of the same here with ace-9 blocking a set for Tom. And now it's back over to ST. I don't think he's flattened.
I don't think so.
75,000. And look at Tom. This is discombobulating. Hyung rips 411,000 out there. Oh, and ST never any hesitation whatsoever with the ace-king, even though I think Tom has relatively tight table image. He will be delighted that it is ace-king, which strikes me as toward the bottom of range. When you get snapped for 400,000 plus, the overpairs definitely more often that which lurk. 843K pot out of nowhere. And a 9, the case 9 no less. As we saw one binned pre, and that case 9 that was binned pre was attached to an ace. Top 2 now all of a sudden for ST. He could still fill up for a W. Okay, wipe the sweat off your brow, Mr. Hyung. And by the way, both an ace and a king wasted on that particular board for ST is a big problem. Second run out, and Tom's sitting very pretty. Facts remain on the turn.
守住，好，终于有人
And
帮我
on
加
the
了
river
1
as
把
well.
了。哇，这一下，哇，这一把
ST can only
很多，
shake his head and
多啊，
lament
很多，40啊，
having to double
来
up.
了，往起来了。
Tom Hyung, who picks up a squid,
打不过，打不过。
but much more importantly than that, Rast, a massive double up.
全靠唐老板的鼓励，就补点码。
He might be closer to even now
Yeah.
after that one.
Yeah, that, I mean,
Right? He was stuck
400?
somewhere in the
Yeah,
neighborhood
he's
of
got to be
400.
pretty close to even now.
打不过。
直接拖了他底，对吧？
还占他股份。
And that took a huge chunk out of ST's win. So ST was up quite a bit, I think second to Victor. So
You know-
he's probably a lot closer to even now too.
Kind of in the modern day,
就有没有都放开是吧？
deaths, you know, some people generally, historically, we go with a funeral, right? These days, there's a few that have that celebration of life. Now, in terms of poker, oftentimes somebody takes a big hit, you know, everybody gets quiet, kind of respectfully allowing the transaction to take place, eulogizing the hand, if you will.
Yeah.
These streets, it's very much more a celebration of death that these guys go with. As soon as you get showered for the big pop, fist bumps, high fives, celebrations, cackling. I mean, it's there's no mercy out there.
They're testing your loser fortitude right
Yeah,
there.
oh yeah.
That is for sure. Yeah, not the, oh, he just lost a huge pot. Everybody quiet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Let him
yeah.
pay it out.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
Wait a minute or two to crack your first joke.
My favorite is the high fives that come across the two players on either side of you, right in your face. I think Rui ran into that a couple of times earlier. Meanwhile, back to the poker. Rainbow turn texture here. This one was limp pre-flop, 500 a man.
赢放4的区别，还是刚刚公司的区别。
It was a bet of 3,000 out of Tan, who has a gut shot. Raised up to 12,000 by Malinowski, who's got bottom 2. The only 2 remaining patrons. Turn bet of 18,000. Finishes things off, and Malinowski on 3 squids early here, Rast.
And he's still got a grip of them over by the dealer to try to win.
I think we're only halfway through things. Looks like 5 hands have been played, 5 remain.
4成吗
？3成哪里？
加3成加1成。
40万才
48 32。
地球欧一样应该上。
48 32，里外里差32。
哦，你这样算，他妈的。
对。
他都算
来回的算。
肯定来回的，不来回算怎么算？
对啊，上次对 Andy 就来回算的嘛，他都是这样算的。
要么就他赢，要么他赢嘛，你还能分钱。
有分钱，很多分钱，很多分钱。上一次就是这样，对，上2次。
Elton gonna 3-bet this. 10K? Oh no, 15.
I mean, look, late position open from a man who's got 3 squids already. Elton not just on the strength of the ace-10 of hearts, but the button as well. Hunting a squid of his own. Takes it way upstairs, and now he doesn't need to worry so much about Malinowski being on for doubles.
Yeah, I guess actually going bigger there, someone already has 3 squids. So you'd really want to you want to get your first squid. You want to increase your fold equity, so upping that makes sense.
对吧？这样算吧。
你不可能每一把摆在了。
Hand number 6.
当自己40万吧，对不对？来回40嘛，一赢一输。
他这样说也有道理，
你这样说也有道理。
Limp Brigade got all the way around to the big blind of ST, and you might think this is just a man boiling, but instead it's pocket 10s.
And his first squid.
Yeah.
You
know what I would love to see?
没有不对劲啊。
ST take that squid and just rifle it across the room. Just like, take your squid and shove it, okay? I just lost 411 dimes. You think I care about these things? Well, what you should care about is hopping over to QQ Poker and being among those who are going to enjoy our first ever Triton reward tournament with our partners, who are offering $30 deposited new players a $50 ticket. Good for an opportunity to get involved in that tournament. It happens between October 7th and the 12th. You need to register by the 11th to get yourself involved. It's Asia's fastest growing online poker platform with an easy-to-use interface and a wide range of games. QQ Poker. Sign up today. Maybe if he ate his squid, right? You give him the squid, he just pops it in his mouth, swallows it.
I just don't think SC's that tilted right now. I mean, yeah, it sucks. He's down. I think he's still up on the day. You know?
He's a tough one to read, though, Rast. You know what I mean?
You read him as being tilted pretty often, I think, compared to other guys.
It's because he's got that, like, stone cold kind of vibe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like he might just murk you when you're not looking.
Well, hang on. This ace-jack is getting murked for the time being, as this one took shape awkwardly. With Rui raising to 5,000, squidless with this 5-deuce suited. It was a 3-bet legitimately from Aaron, who's also squidless, staring up at Malinowski's 3 squids. He's on for doubles. This is the 7th pot. The ace-jack made it 20. Rui hung in there. Here we are with the check drawing a c-bet of 40,000 and being pasted up to 125.
This is a real bad spot for Aaron Zhang. They're deep, and he's got a really good hand in this spot. It seems almost impossible to have 2 pair on this board because you've got to be playing really dusty hands, and Rui happens to have one of those. So you're kind of like, what are you losing to? Rui didn't 4-bet him, so he doesn't have an overpair. You're losing to sets, kinda. He might even raise it back here. I'm not sure. He's in position.
But there's complicated meta as well in terms of both being squidless, cutoff button, Victor's on for doubles. You know, Aaron, understandably, making the call here. 5s full of deuces for Rui, and yet Zhang not drawing dead.
It makes pocket 5s less likely, but you will notice this is the card that isn't a spade. So 5x of spades now beats him, but you know, all that said, Aaron's pretty happy with his hand.
May not be so happy about this 140,000 that he's got to call.
They're pretty deep. You'd hate to call and let your opponent draw out on you. The flip side is there might be some value. Maybe if you shove king jack, queen jack calls. That's what he's thinking. You know, between raising and calling. If Rui's just stone bluffing, maybe he rifles the river. Maybe he bluffs with missed draws that don't get there. What if he's got like 6-3?
Oh my. Aaron announces all in. We're on for 600 a man. And the minute you get snapped, you know ace-jack has problems. All of a sudden, an absolutely violent altercation breaking out here. 1.2 million, the official pot sizing here. Gentlemen agree to run it twice. First river card means Rui is locked up half. And can Aaron find Jacob for relief on the end? It's what he needs. It's not what he gets. And 600,000 gets polished off of Aaron's stack.
2万加上12万5 14万5 14万5
How much has been
14万5
140.
2万加上12万5还剩55万45万5
140 or 145? He said 145. 140?
145
He said 140.
Confirmed.
45万
20 pre. 125 on the flop,
So
and
it's
then the rest comes in.
455.
So that is correct. 400.
No, that's not 140.
55,000.
And what's that? That's somebody else's?
And Aaron, who I think was evenish, is now stuck really big. Him and
Rui
Elton.
was stock or winner?
No, I think he was winner. He might be the biggest winner now, or at least he's up there with Limitless.
You see Luca on hand alongside Kate there. Watchful but unintrusive eyes, verifying everything transpires properly.
你看，最终还是传给你，还传你，就传你一把大的。
45万5了，
对吗？45万5。我好高，他真的就100发吗？最后2流呢？
怎么咋打的？
就我们最后2条鱼嘛，发一个顶队对2队嘛。这
2队还不好有。
2条鱼了。
对，他这个怎么打？对啊。
但我这个5对你不好，有些是5什么黑。
那我也不可能扔掉啊，这是。
这2流他 open 你大他。
对。
3打。
3打过的。3打他跟。对。
check raise。
check raise 肯定打光。然后 check raise。没有那个。鱼结束了，鱼结束了。
check raise 上差不多了。
这个好像是没什么。
没什么。
You know what would be the ultimate needle? Is if Rui took the squid and just gave it to Aaron. You just take the little squid and you just put it on Aaron's stack as kind of a, here you go, buddy. I'm having way too much fun with that.
So yeah, I mean he's got no squid, so he's basically just what, giving Aaron like 20K?
Right, look, Aaron has no chips in front of him right now. He's got 2 greens. If you just took the little squid and you just parked it right on top of one of the greens, he would boil. Are you kidding? Maybe Aaron's not the guy. And by the way, Zhang on his feet here, I'm not so sure that he's got a rebuy on his mind.
Oh, I guess the other thing about the squid game though is you can't really like miss hands.
No, you gotta min top up to 100,000. I think is the rule. Obviously, he could just decide I'm not going to play any further hands.
I don't think so. I think he's got to finish.
Yeah.
Oh, was that the end of the round? Well, if the redraw is upon us, then that indeed was the very last hand of that round of Squid. And what an awful punctuation point to put onto the evening if you're Aaron Zhang, who all of a sudden goes catapulting down the leaderboard, stuck 800,000. Quite the opposite experience in that last round for Tom Hyung, who managed to double up through ST Wang. ST still in the black, but Tom managing to eke out a 37K profit. Elton, the only other loser. As you see, Victor Malinowski victorious atop the board. Tan Xuan and Rui Cao also enjoying profits as we draw the curtain on day 4. But day 5 comes your way tomorrow, same time, noon Pacific. Rast and I will be with you for that. Hope you enjoyed today. Hit like, hit subscribe, and come back and see us tomorrow. Till then, good night.